Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From the ashes.
I'm feeling good on a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good, so good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, yeah, yeah. Oh.
能拿下2022 Nbpl S1单排总冠军，首先感谢我妈妈当年不减网线之恩。
虽然我不是冠军，但是冠军是被我击败的。听说2022 Nbpl S2赛季来了很多新人，我就想知道有没有比我帅的。
谁呀？谁呀？
只要你不退役，估计以后还是没有对手的。
来这么多新人手，有空来我基地交流一下。
我们队里有个40厘带2娃的，如果你们打不过的话，可以退役了。
一个捷杯冠军，一个联赛冠军兼 FMVP， 还有比这更稳的东西吗？有的话你给我找出来，我不信。
稳，实在是太稳了。麻烦转告一下你队友，离你远一点，毕竟地气之子嘛。No hesitation, no hesitation， 天地正看我精气如焚。
No hesitation, no hesitation， 用战斗去证明谁才是神。
听说 Nbpl 有4大金刚，哼，我只能说，请多指教。
很遗憾，岛少失去了复仇的机会。
唉，单排赛打不来的嘛。
知识越山，知识要牢记，
喵，
知识开爆。
AS 现在也不在了，麦克4舍5入也算个亚军吧。
海豹闭嘴！
对于已经通关了单排赛的我来说，就浅尝一下3排吧。
你这叫能通关？我这才是通关单排，浅尝3排啊！
我要在这个舞台上证明谁才是 Nbpl 第1劳模。
你要问什么是强者？如果你只停留在这一层，是无法理解的。当你来到了这一层，就能有所觉悟。
隔着先成品呢？那我想问问，到底什么是心魔？
我的菜刀沾满了刀哥的鲜血。2022 Nbpl S2，我的夺冠概率也是你们的2倍了。
垃圾话就说到这里了，终须赛场见真章。2022 Nbpl S2，我们不见不散。
攻左百列，就带走活不来了吗？王良这边是击败了活不来，拿下了本场比赛前面。这波能反杀，看他想越这波操作，他输了。
剑诀浮云气，公关明月辉。剑拔弩张，沙场再起波澜。
看一下祥云的这波操作，上来再顶盘子，觉得
他能杀吗？
这波
他正道，他空着了，他失误了。
这个正道突然又到
残血，他迅速，他秀了，
感觉有可能要秒啊！再来一下，这边来了辽源镜，
还是被独白拿到了这个淘汰分数，已经是提升到第2了，48分了。
但这边麦克怎么进失血了？
麦克淘汰了，被路人王。
2022永劫无限决联赛单排总冠军季万进，独白。
对方是想把你推出去的，可能不好战啊！这边三神的血量只剩1丝了，最终倒在了谭旭杰的刀下。
贝斯卡呀，应该是撑不住了，最后挤最后的希望，撑不住了，
机器倒了。
扎克这边还在辗转斗斗，但是已经只有1丝血了，天高护体已经触发了，
他甚至还被挂了一个锁灵羊，哇！最后倒在了一个剑气之下。阿肖购买了反魂符，
是的，拉起来了。
微博 Gaming 再拿1分，他们已经慢慢的要超过他们的对手了，来到了157.4分。微博 Gaming 是满边大踏步的向前，他们已经来到了159.7分。
半年这个时候再拿一个700分，
越战越勇，越战越勇啊！打到目前为止，微博 Gaming 已经杀疯了，让我们恭喜微博 Gaming。
挥剑舞八荒，猛志故常在。有请 NAD。ASE。NPG。AOW。有请集结号 RD。GD。星辰 Gaming。GBL。虽横峙之偶锤，系红坚之旧息。有请 OUG。京东 Gaming。Alliance。醒酒。有请 OC。King Zone。17 GL。EWG。武道英雄多才俊，卷土重来未可知。有请暴打。狼队。积极。 JT。有请温塔。YCG。OnePlus 朱雀。微博 Gaming。道吉101顶。一览众山小，有请永劫无间职业联赛第1赛季单排总冠军、3排总冠军。NPG 独白，微博 Gaming。今朝出鞘是锋芒，直握梦想当自强。不容苍苍，烽火再起。永劫无间职业联赛第2赛季现在开始。好的，让我们恭喜本次2022永劫无间职业联赛单排总冠军，他就是BIWEEKLY1独白。
你还能一直赢下去吗？我也曾经会这么问自己。
很多人会说，实力不是吹出来的，需要靠成绩来证明。
有时候会很累，也不一定能有好的结果。
即便有再高的天赋，发挥不稳定，成绩从何谈起？
排在前面的人还有很多，没有人甘愿成为无名小卒。
对手真的很强，屡战屡败。
就不追了，他基本
本是
上
同根生，相煎何太急啊！
这边打出来，对方也直接一个迅雷如火，想颠到了。来了，这边武装直升机，看一下自己血线很残，再来一个原地火球，感觉这一波刀哥有了。
如果选择了放弃，那你连复仇的机会都将丧失。
激发你的潜能，奇迹并不会昙花一现。
顶盘子，他能杀吗？这波他正刀，他空着了，他失误了。这个正刀突然又打残血，他驯步，他秀了。
这场游戏并没有绝对的落败，哪怕仅剩1次机会。
就看海豹能不能完成逆转了。谁的击败分，这是很关键。现在的话，我觉得楚真已经很残了，这个时候被钩索打断，然后呢，直接来个龙虎乱舞，海豹的
拿到了，
海豹第7个，海豹这个时候已经第8名了，他现在已经成功逆转，他把13少给顶掉了。
哪怕是一丁点的进步，总有一天会成为强者。
哇，中青这边怎么已经是残血了？
哎，没有假呀，放了一个织物还行，但是还是要反打，很勇。
这波直接贴脸有机会放的。这波这么说还不放吗？这其实可以放了，放了就斩杀了，但是放到了，
漂亮。
没用，这边麦克直接开启一个不祥之刃，非常的果断，在这边状态已经打起来了。
刀一挥，心魔，
钩索，
哎呦，
还有3刀，
麦克直面了自己的心魔，刀哥要被秒了，这一剑直接带走了刀一挥，有机会吗？麦克还在闪转动作，感觉有点逃不掉，有人给了个钩索。被迫找不了这开劈，
砍错人了，
一刀回了点血，麦克能不能逃出升天？哦呦，守心神被麦克收杀了。本来没有天人第一，但是有人做到了其他人做的不到的事情，所以成为了天第一。
获胜的方式有千百种，但我会继续走出属于自己的道路。
击出对方一个冰寒飞影，两边血液是差不多的，但是自己是个劣势，被冻住了，
还是一个血爆啊！
是的，感觉有可能要秒啊！再来一下，这边来燎原镜，
哎呀，没办法，
得考谁？手一直攻，我没有，
这个正刀，
反手被震刀啊！独白的击败分数。
既然还站在这个舞台，我的目标永远都是冠军。
gentlemen, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. It's time for Season 2. Season 1 was full of wild, crazy stories, and man, things got heated in the grand finals for Season 1, but we're back at it again here in the NBPL. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper, and joining me, as always, is my main man, my right-hand man, Davier. Tell me how you feeling, baby.
I'm feeling good. Season 2 is about to kick off with so much magic. Did you see the intro to like everything that's like happening there? I mean, there was a gold medalist that came by and dropped the sword off. There was we saw all the plays from Season 1, obviously, the insane highlights, and obviously some of the best moments from every single player, which was awesome to actually see. But I mean, we're already treating the regular season like as if it's a playoff, because man, this feels like big time. Ain't nobody home. We're not back at the house. Everybody's relaxed. No. We back on stage again. Now now the regular season feels like a championship.
I mean, well, you say it feels like a playoff, but at the end of the day, every single game matters here, because they're going to be putting points up on the board at the end of these bi-weekly splits that count towards going to the World Cup. So really, this is the playoff of Naraka Blade Point. If you're not here, you don't stand a chance to go to the World Cup, and this is exactly where you need to be if you want to go there. And wow, it's gonna be really interesting. We've got our first bi-weekly this week. Today is 6 solo games to kick things off. We've changed the format a little bit. It used to be 3 solos, 3 trios. Now we're doing a solos day, a trios day, a solos day, and a trios day every week, right? And then of course, the next week we come back, we do it again, and then we have the bi-weekly finals. But on top of that, there's been some big shifts. One, Zipin Yang is in the mix now. She's joined the roster of heroes. And speaking of things that haven't changed, is of course our scoring format here. We're going to take a look here. Again, it's going to be 6 solo games today, ladies and gentlemen. As per usual, you want to be taking one of those top 3 spots so you can get that coveted 1.6 and 1.5 times multiplier. The ranking points help, but you got to put some kills up on the board to make the most of that multiplier. We saw it last season. We actually had a team win a match without getting a single kill. And unfortunately got a fat whopping 0 points for that 1.6 multiplier. Those first 3 positions is where you want to be, but you also got to put in the work, right, Dobby?
Yeah, you got to put in those eliminations. We talk about it all the time. In terms of getting those finishes, getting those kills. We've seen a lot of people come by and actually steal kills as well, which also, I mean, regardless to how you get it, as long as you get those eliminations, those are going to be important for you, and you need to have that going forward, because man, it's gonna get tighter. It's gonna get harder, because these guys are the best. They went through so much in Season 1. Now all these newcomers are coming in. There's only a few. There's a lot of the same people that we've seen Mike, we're seeing Adal Hui, we're seeing Panda Man, we're seeing all of our normal players that we're used to, but every now and then, now we're getting a new name. Every somewhere in there, there's a new fresh face that we haven't seen yet. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they play this out, knowing that some of these guys are coming in already veterans from Season 1.
Speaking of fresh faces, we got 2 new teams here in the NBPL. We have NPG and JJHRD. I'm just gonna call them RD for short. But both of them in Group A. And remember, we do have 3 different groups every single week, and those groupings change every bi-weekly split we go through to keep the action fresh. Group A, YZG, NPG, GG, OUG, OC, J Team, Q9, and the new RD team looking to be pretty stacked here. Of course, Group B, rocking a couple of my favorite teams, Team Wolves and Team Bao Da. And then Group C is going to be bringing up Alliance, Team GD, Fun Plus Phoenix. Man, I'm so excited just to see all these teams get back in the arena, Dobby. And speaking of getting back in the arena, our first bi-weekly split here, I got real emotional last week. I was talking about during the Asia Cup how I thought it was going to be my last day on Morris Isle, right? Because I thought past this, we're going to Hollow Roth for the next couple of, matches when we went into the All-Star Cup. And then I thought this season, we're going to kick it off straight with Hollow Roth. But for our first bi-weekly, since Hollow Roth still really hasn't been out that long officially, we are going back to Morris Isle, but like I said earlier, joining the roster of heroes is going to be Zipin Yang. It's going to be very interesting to see how she fits into things. From my understanding, just from what little I've gotten to play since the patch dropped on the 19th with the character and the new map, pretty phenomenal in solos, quite honestly. She's got some abilities that lend very well to allowing her to fight. She's got that F2 ability that allows her to get that shield. It gives her gold focus when she uses it. She can't use it while being hit, but the fact that it is a gold focus allows her to extend combos, then gives her that shield that absorbs damage where she doesn't take hits done until enough damage has been done to her. It's pretty huge in terms of taking control of a fight. And we've seen before where if you can deny your opponent control of the neutral even once, that's the difference maker in fights like this.
So she's powerful, but is she Yorihime powerful? Is she Justina powerful? Is she a main that we're gonna see? Like, see, this is why I ask these questions. Yes, we have the technical stuff, that's all great, but is she Yorihime and Justina powerful? Are we gonna see her on a regular basis?
Look,
Is it like
I
that?
I think it's way too early to call, right? One, it's
Yeah,
the
give me a
first
prediction.
I think she's going to be in the I think she's going to be in the meta. I don't think no one's going to be as powerful as Yodohime was last season after that one patch, because she was definitely overtuned. We know
You think
this.
she's Yushan? You think she's Yushan powerful?
You mean Yueshan? I mean, Yueshan didn't make it into solos. I think she's better in solos.
Oh yes, he
than
did a couple times. Oh yes,
he made it. He made it a couple times. I think she's way more viable into solos than Yueshan is personally.
Okay, all right. Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah,
somebody's got to get bumped down a peg or two. Somebody.
She has the ability to take control of neutral, which is something that can never be overlooked in solos. Okay. I think, however, we're gonna have to see. You know, coming into the first bi-weekly split last season, we saw a ton of Takeda off the rip. We saw Wang Liang absolutely dominate lobbies as Takeda, even after the new Yodohime changes that literally just happened the week before, where she was so dominant. But that first week, everybody was still feeling each other out. They were trying to figure out the meta, and Takeda fell off. We didn't see Takeda again until the grand finals, like last 2 games, right? So I think we got to get through this first bi-weekly split here. I think we're going to see a lot of Zipin Yang, and it's going to determine whether she stays in the meta. Same thing we saw with Takeda, right? We saw Takeda pop off the first bi-weekly, and then all of a sudden he kept falling off hard, and people dropped him like a bad habit. They were like, look, there's no point in playing a character and nerfing herself. Let's go to something else. So this first bi-weekly is really going to determine her viability here in the scene. And then you also have to remember as well, I think the second bi-weekly is going to be interesting as well, because we moved to Hollow Roth, right? And a change in scenery can shift up the character meta.
That's true. It really can, especially with this new character. Hopefully a lot of these guys have had the opportunity to really kind of dive into this new character and like kind of get used to him and really get that chance to kind of vibe and just see like what they're really all about. Obviously go against some of the main characters like, you know, the Yueshans and the Yodohimes, but at the same time, it's also one of those things too where we're still here, we're still on the same map, so technically this isn't our last. We said that last season. We said that last season that it was technically going to be our last, and now come to find out this is actually going to be our last, which I find funny. So now that we've been going through it and everything, it's been so interesting. Yeah, it's fun. This is going to be fun. This is really going to be fun to see how these people are going to lock in. Has anybody improved? Has anybody gotten better since last season? Has anybody gotten ready since the last time? I'm going to be excited, and I'm ready for like what's next, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I'm very excited. Again, the first bi-weekly last season were all of these players feeling each other out, right? We saw a little bit of craziness. We saw some crazy picks. We saw some people go absolutely ham. We really got a feel for the field. We've got a couple players, we've got a couple teams that have some old players on them but are new teams. So, you know, that dynamic changes up because there's a different group of players playing together. And then, of course, you know, we've come in and the meta slightly tweaked, being 6 solo games one day, 6 trio games the next day. We talked about this a little bit before we started the show, Dobby, but for our audience here, it's way different. Typically, you start the day with your first game, and those players are just feeling the field out that first game, and then you get 2 really intense games of solos, right? Now, we're gonna get that first game where they feel each other out, and then we have 5 games for things to get intense, and that intensity just to continue to go up as we go throughout the day. And speaking of which, we're getting ready to start game 1, and we're going to see the locks come in. I do believe that is 3 Zipin Yangs off the rip.
What did I
and
do?
a Justina, followed by Zipin Yang, Zipin Yang, Zipin Yang.
So hold on. Before we even start, you remember when I said that she might be a Yoda Hime? Remember that? Remember all that I was talking about? How is she a Yoda Hime type hype pick? It looks like I'm correct. I'd love to get my thank you, and you were right. I appreciate that. As we lock in with more and more of that character here, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're about to showcase this new character to you guys.
Look, I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about, though, right? We saw the same thing. This is exactly what we saw season 1 with Takeda in the first biweekly, though. Everybody was playing Takeda, and then he fell off hard. So we don't know if she's still going to stay in the meta or not. But right now, clearly, like I said, she is a favorite in solos in general play. Let's see if it sticks in pro play. Speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and jump in here with game number 1 and kick things off with NPG's Dubai.
Kick it off with MGB's Dubai, as we saw a lot of people are going to be landing at Stillside. So it looks like Stillside is definitely going to be the major favorite amongst all of the solos here. We didn't even really get a full chance to really see the rest of the map here. I'm kind of surprised here. Meanwhile, Alex Fly immediately starts getting chased down by Juan Fly here, already off the rip here with that beautiful katana. You love to see it as Yeron comes through and tries to see if he can make some magic happen. As Yeron is going to be able to shut it down with a beautiful parry, beautiful kick, and a finish. EWG's Yeron is able to clean that up, though, but Juan Fly is still able to catch that elimination, though. Kai Bao, originally KB, now has changed his name. A little bit of a type change swap, a little bit of letters here and there. Nice little username change here, as we love to see. As X in the same character you know and love it before under J Team is going to try to go for that quick heal. Beautiful parry shut down off Kai Bao. Kai Bao is going to try to see if they were going to recover as best as possible, but Xin is going to shut that down and let him know you had your first chance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pro League Season 2. This is where things get good as we look at Shay Zhang. One of the other players from JDG is going to be pushing in on Dubai. Dubai, one of our top players from last season, are already early out for this, but it's okay. Like we said before, we usually talk about this all the time. They still have that resurrection, so they still have their opportunity to run it back for a salty run back if they really choose to. But if not, it's probably better. Get yourself some new shields, new weapons, and it's time to run it back again as AOW's Mike and GG Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen this fight many times, and I'm happy to be able to announce this one and cast this one back before, as Shaw is going to be able to push in and get aggressive on AOW's Mike. With only gray shield here, GG Shaw does have the shield advantage, though, as shield immediately gets depleted from Mike here. Nice little swipes coming in from those dual blades here. Both shots coming in. One connects, misses the other two as GG Shaw is going to push in on this. Another bow shot connects. AOW's Mike is dangerously low as GG Shaw will push in on this. Keep that aggression as much as possible. Almost misses, but it looks like the AOW's Mike will be able to pop that gray shield here. Might be able to go for a potential reset as we look back at Wang Liang, another top player we've seen before here, as AOW's Mike is going to try to retreat.
Yeah, Mike holding space here, just trying to stay alive. He knows both Wang Liang and Sha are here, and Wang Liang playing smart. He's looking for that third-party opportunity. He wants Sha to get Mike low here so that he can just come in and snatch up this kill. But now it's Sha, the one who's going low, gonna pop that F2 there, trying to get a little bit of that neutral control back. That bubble not quite popped just yet. Mike gonna throw down the F3, go for the reset while Wang Liang tries to come in and clean up this kill onto GG Sha. Sha holding on tight here, using that charge right click to threaten the space just a little bit. Wang Liang trying to go for some range shots. Doesn't want to come in just yet, but now going to come in with the dual blades. We're going to see the old come out here. Sha going to get the F2 out, get the bubble off as well, get the little bit of heal, holds on to that bubble for just a little bit longer while both these players continue to give chase. Shaw's bubble gonna go away here, gonna be forced to pop over to the roof, finds the pot, gets the full reset. Now Mike is gonna be the one on the back foot as he's sitting up top. He still has those gray shields. all three of these players are on to the full reset. Sha gonna have that F ability back up very soon. Now coming in with the dagger on to Wang Liang, and it looks like AOW's Mike is opting to get out of this fight, and Wang Liang also thinks it's time to go.
Doing a pretty good job of that as Lu Ren King is going to be able to get pushed down here. And it looks like the ulti immediately comes out there, absolutely freezes him, and it looks like oh no, the right click could have been an incredible connect, but it doesn't matter as Lu Ren is going to be able to pop that as well. Justina still a favorite here amongst the crowd as Ding Liu immediately gets eliminated from Lu Ren. Lu Ren with a beautiful finish here. Very close though. Lu Ren could have been eliminated from that one, but was able to clutch that up and do a fantastic job of that. Good timing. You love to see it.
As you see Wang Liang coming back in here onto GG Sha. The fight continues. We're gonna see Wang Liang get the charge left click off of the dual blades here. He's gonna go for him again. Sha needs to punish this. He can't keep letting Wang Liang just walk at him with that charge left click and not parrying it. Wang Liang is actually putting in work on Sha. Sha's got the bubble up. Wang Liang waiting it out, doesn't want to waste extra damage onto the bubble. He knows he can just time it out here. Sha gonna go low again. No bubble. We're gonna see the freeze come out. No place for Sha to go. Wang Liang locks him down. He still has another charge on that ult. He's trying to come in with that charge left click again and again. We're gonna see the heal come out. Wang Liang holding on to the ult for as long as possible here. Gonna give chase with the grapple. Is he gonna lock him down? He still has the ult charge going. No, he just doesn't use it. Wang Liang waiting it out here, seeing what's gonna happen with Sha. Come in with a little bit of the charge right click action, is going to cancel out both of them, threatening the space with some blues here. No parries coming out just yet. Wang Liang on the back foot shift here as they're tied up for shields. We see Sha sees the charge left click come out. Wang Liang trying to abuse that charge left click, is able to finally land it again, but is now going to be forced to freeze up in the zone here, and Sha going to come in. Sha just needs to hold him in the zone. He doesn't even have to kill all the shields here. Sha going to get a little bit of heal there. Coming in onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang now the one who is doing the running, and Sha is happy to continue the hunt. Sha gets the bubble up, takes control of the neutral. Wang Liang on the run, 1 HP and a dream. Wang Liang turns around with the charge left click, but Sha gets the parry and is eliminated. Or sorry, yeah, Sha gets the parry and Wang Liang is eliminated.
I feel like Wang Liang was waiting that out of like a respect thing. I feel like they both know each other's play styles to the point where they can look at that and go, yeah, that's definitely you. I'm gonna play this out here. But I don't know why Wang Liang just was not as aggressive in that situation. He had the advantage. He had the potential damage to be able to finish it off, but for some reason just wasn't able to really capitalize on it with those hard right clicks. I'm just very surprised that Wang Liang really didn't push it. Well, you know what they say. You gotta go when the getting is good, and at that moment, he just wasn't able to get it done. Very interesting as we look at Spider here, which under WBG has been trying to find LXY, and LXY ends up getting eliminated out of this one. As we saw before, LXY did get eliminated off of the rip earlier, so he is one of the few that is eliminated and is out of this, and so is Dong Liu that we saw earlier on that hard wall as AOW's Mike is pushing in on JJ's 678 here. 678 is going to be able to try to push this as best as possible here. Mike trying to get a play a little bit aggressive here. Nice jump back, both shots, trying to see if he can connect something. Unfortunate and unsuccessful as Mike is going to be able to patch this up, get that beautiful parry, and Mike is going to be able to finish off that elimination. Doing well so far. Mike feeling it. A lot of confidence coming into this game, especially getting that elimination from Wang Liang. Good timing with that one as Dubai looks like he's going to be able to reap the rewards as Zin is going to decide to back out of this. Might be able to try to see if he can find something though as well. Has enough stuff here as AOW's Mike with 9K.
Yeah, Mike coming over here to this Moore's Blessing, looking to upgrade his gear just a little bit here, potentially get some resources that he needs. But now we're going to see GBL Zin coming in as well. Mike trying to make a quick work with that charge left click from the dagger, trying to catch Zin slipping, but Zin quickly jumps back over to the building, so he's not connected onto. Mike is still wants to take this fight. Zin coming over, looking to see if he can, and he is able to find a purple armor swap out of there because Mike had purple armor already, so he couldn't take the one that was in the box. GBL's in over here, moving now, schmoving, both of them with dagger, waiting for Mike to come in. Mike is going to come in and catch a couple of hits there off the dagger. Zin going to drop the F3 and leave the safety of it immediately. Mike still trying to give chase here, is going to be able to catch, could have caught the grappling hook there, but Zin able to get a little bit higher before he gets it off there. Mike doesn't want to give up the chase though, catches Zin on the move. He's going to get a little caught on the train, looking for Zin, and it looks like he might have lost him as Zin goes topside, and AOW's Mike loses sight. Now over to GG Shaw, who is engaged with, I'm not quite sure, I didn't catch the name here, OC's Zhang Yu, giving chase here, playing Yoda Hime. Zhang Yu rocking the purple armor already. Shaw trying to find a set of purple armor for themselves. Zhang Yu sitting here on a pair of purple nunchucks. Shaw looking in the box. Looks like Zhang Yu might have been the one who came in here and slipped up that purple armor. So Shaw is still going to be rocking the blue here. But we have the third party up top here. Is J-Team's Action coming in. We see Zhang Yu turn things around with an uppercut combo here from the nunchucks and then aggressively uses the F3 to extend the combo here. Now Action going super low, forced to pop that F2, get that bubble, and we're going to see Zhang Yu trying to pop the bubble here with the damage from the bow. But J-Team's Action has enough time while he has the bubble up to get a full reset almost, and EWG's Yiran up top. Zhang Yu now is on the receiving end of a fourth party here and is going to be forced to back out.
He's able to do a good job at that one as he's going to be able to push in. Yeron looks like he's going to find Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, one of the most dangerous players, definitely has to be careful though. Yeron could catch him in a bad space here as looks like the grapple is going to connect that, is going to be able to push in here. As Zhang Yu is going to be able to pop that shield and get that fully back. Yeron doing the exact same. Looks like we're going to move over to GG Shaw, who's currently in the middle of pushing with Xin right now. Xin, one of our other favorite players as well here. Beautiful dagger down hitting from GG Shaw here, is able to connect them as well with all four of those strikes. Xin with no shield, the right click comes in and is able to absolutely decimate the shield of GG Shaw. Beautiful timing though from Xin, just trying to play that out as best as possible, trying to keep a little bit of distance while still being able to go back and forth between that though, as the whole fly right next to him. GG Shaw is just trying to retreat this out here. Nice bow shots trying to connect and see if he can get anything, but it looks like they're just going to retreat to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. GG Shaw is sitting up top. A lot of these players converging pretty heavily now. There's 13 players left alive. We're only in zone 2, and it's collapsing down on zone 3 as we speak. So still quite a big circle here. And all of these players just on top of each other having a brawl. This is exactly what we talked about, right? Where these first kind of bi-weeklies get a little crazy compared to our usual state of Naraka Pro League, because all these players really trying to test each other, test the waters, try things out, and see how these players are going to react in situations like this. Speaking of which, NPG's Dubai here coming in, using that dagger, trying to lock some people down. The dagger, clearly the favored weapon in solos here again. You know, it kind of fell out of favor for quite a while, and we saw it come back a little bit towards the end of season 1, and now quickly coming back into favor in the lobby, as it looks like almost every player in the entire lobby rocking the dagger. We see Shaw here taking a quick reset behind a tree. AOW's Mike using the charge right click on the dagger to try to catch out J-Team's Action. A bow shot looks like coming in from the third party. We're going to see Scale Rush come out. Mike actually gets the charge left click off, but it doesn't quite connect. I think there was a funky interaction there between the uppercut and the Scale Rush that should have clanked but didn't, and I think both of them took a little bit of damage there, but nobody took control of the neutral. Both of them on the full reset now. Mike moving across the map here, and it looks like J-Team's Action looking to do the same, as the potential for that third party is huge, as we see 6, 7, 8 just around the corner here from Team HD. We're going to see now as Action finds 6, 7, 8 and is going to be forced to see that F2 come out there from 6, 7, 8, going to get the bubble off to hold themselves down, get a little bit of that healing off as well. But now it looks like AOW's Mike's coming in for the third party, and 6, 7, 8, no F ability, goes super low, gets a little bit of the heal off, but that's it. They're gonna go very low. Who's gonna get it? Is it gonna be Mike? It is Mike who secures the kill, and now Mike going head to head with J-Team's Action.
Absolutely insane though, being able to get that shutdown, playing that well as best as possible. As it looks like AOW's Mike and Xin still trying to fight this out here. Trying to stay at least somewhat distance between each other here. Trying not to really go for the engagement is hard though, knowing that there is a couple people definitely around as well. AOW's Mike was trying to hold that off, seeing if maybe he can get that parry timing, as Yeron comes around the corner with that bow, trying to see if he can connect something, but it's unfortunate though. Look at this though. Yeron, Spider, and Mike. Mike in a very familiar space right here. Number 1 up top with 2 eliminations. 2 sharing from Spider and Yeron with 2.2, and everybody else is around 1. Dubai, Wang Yang, Huang Fly, and Xia Lu, sadly, Does not have any eliminations, but they still can be able to fix this up as well, as long as they just keep patching it up, as long as they keep working towards this. But I mean, look at the aerial coverage they're trying to make here between Dubai and Hongfly. Both of them trying to excavate and trying to get as much distance, but still trying to keep each other close, so that way they can go for those quick heals and trying to see if they can catch for a fight. All they really need is one small opening that they need to be able to get some type of damage. Now, obviously with Dubai is low on shields, gonna need to do this. As Hongfly is gonna push in, get very aggressive on Dubai. Dubai is forcing them to pop that Q, go for the quick heal here, which forces Hongfly the advantage that he needs here in order to really keep great things going. But as we turn back, the GG shot, XZ is in a very tough space here, going for that fight, trying to see if he can get something happening, though, as sadly, he's gonna have to retreat off of this. But GG Shaw is not trying to let that happen, though, as it looks like another character is gonna be nearby as well. Looks like Wang Liang wants to get in this fight here, but it looks like GG Shaw has one thing on his mind, and that's XZ. As, oh no, he misses the grapple. That grapple is big, though, especially for XZ. It gives him just a little bit more time just to try to get away, but oh no, he ends up getting caught by somebody else's Justina, literally by somebody else's ulti. The timing comes in, and GG Shaw is able to pick up the elimination because of that. What?
Wow. Yeah, I don't know who that was. The Justina came flying by super fast. It might have been Wang Liang over there in the corner coming through with the ult. And then they just dipped. They got the freeze. The player was super low. And then GG Shaw is just like, thanks, I'm going to take this elimination.
See you later. Thank you.
Wang Liang sets it up. GG Shaw knocks it down. I've never seen this in my life. As we pop over here, guys, the NBPL wants to know what you want here from the NBPL. You can either go over to twitter.com/Naraka Esports and use the hashtag NBPL, or you can ask in chat with hashtag NBPL. Get your questions answered here live. But man, oh man, do things go absolutely crazy as we see the Morris Blessing come down and multiple players descend on it. But it's EWG's Yiran who's able to secure the legendary armor and slide out here. One of the few Yodohime players in the lobby at the moment. Yiran gonna drop the purple greatsword, wants nothing to do with it here in solo, as they said, as we pop over to WBG's Spider. Gonna repair the one shot missing from their legendary bow. And now GG's Shaw here engaged onto OUG's Luren King, absolutely blitzing him down, even with everybody else out here just throwing bow shots like crazy. And it's GBL Zin who's able to secure the kill onto Luren King there with those bow shots, and like vultures descending on a corpse, all these players coming in trying to pick up some goodies off of that body. And we see GBL Zin more than happy with their situation in life here, just to take these bow shots and continue to punish these players. And speaking of being punished, it's NPG's Dubai getting punished by JDG's Chu Zhang.
Absolutely insane coming into this. They've been doing so well so far. Been looking pretty good though, as AOW's Mike in a very familiar position here. Oh no, as Zin is able to get the first big strike off of Mike right now. It looks like he's gonna be able to shut that down. And he says, all right, I see what you're trying to do, and I'm out. Don't want any action. A part of that is GG Shaw still pushing in on this, being very, very aggressive now, really letting that happen though. Both sides of it still trying to push into this, trying to play it as best as possible here, as looks like we're gonna be able to do this as well. Looks like H will Hong Fly nearby. AOW's Mike here, ladies and gentlemen. The barbecue is out. My number 2 with Sprite. You love to see it, as it looks like that Flamebringer is going to try to see if he can douse over some action and try to create some brand new barbecue. You know, our holiday is coming up too. I'm ready for some barbecue. That's all I'm saying. I can smell it already, as H-Fly is going to be in a really bad situation. Oh my goodness, ends up getting destroyed in seconds by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu with the bow ends up getting a free elimination, as everybody else is just decimating One Fly in that bad situation. It ends up picking it up for it as best as possible, though. He's going to be able to catch that up as best as possible, and does a good job of that. As it looks like looks like we're going to be able to patch that up and make it even better. As now, it's only going to be patched up towards next phases. Let's see what happens, though, once we put it together.
It's really very interesting to see how many of these players were here on this Moore's Blessing. You know, that gold armor was taken almost immediately, and all these players sat in this one spot and just continued to fight. We saw that first elimination. Everybody descended on that body and kind of took what they wanted almost immediately. And everybody still stayed here, just trying to fight either for space or prove that they can stick in the fight and make things happen. And we saw 3-4 eliminations right there. And, you know, even players who were sitting on the edge who were just taking bow shots and stuff, quickly got eliminated and overwhelmed as soon as the lobby locked onto them as a single target here. Speaking of which, AOW's Mike is going to find OC's Zhang Yu over here, and this is a vacuum. This is a great space for Mike to take this fight. You know, they're on the outside now, so they need to be more careful. Mike gets a huge parry, though, and he's not about to be careful with anything off the back of that. We're seeing Zhang Yu forced to pop the F3 here. Mike looking to find Zhang Yu before they get that pot off, but unfortunately it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. And now JDG Zhengzhu is coming over, and we're going to see a parry come out from Zhang Yu on to Chu Jung. AOW's Mike coming in with the flame breath as well. We're going to see the tables completely turned onto JDG's player here. AOW Mike trying to lock them down, is able to catch them with the dagger left click, and they are going to be eliminated. And if I'm not mistaken, I just saw a pair of nunchucks with Dragon Roar try to come through the bottom of the map there to secure that kill, but it's Mike who's going to pick it up with 3 eliminations. Mike, Yiran tied for first place with 3 elims each. GG Shaw, WBG Spider tied for second with 2. Zhang Yu in third with a single elimination, and Wang Liang still holding on for dear life, but no eliminations to the name yet. And now Zhang Yu turns things on Spiders with that Dragon's Roar on the nunchucks I was talking about. We see WBG Spider go super low, go ahead and pop their F, get very low. Zhang Yu gonna take a reset in the face of them as well. Spider just trying to stay on the move and get away from the situation, but now it's Zhang Yu caught out down below as AOW's Mike takes some pot shots with the bow.
So much going on already off of our first game here for our season 2. Day 1, game 1. Man, there's been a lot of action so far already off of the rip here. Bo's going to be try to come out and see if maybe AOW is going to be able to connect it. Unsuccessful, though. Has those fire bows, though. AOW's Mike really helping command the rest of this lead here. I can only imagine with his 3 eliminations, he has to be probably one of the leaders here as the circle is finally closing in here. We're in circle 5, about to start circle 6 very, very soon here. AOW's Mike, Zhang Yu's nearby. Wang Liang, Spider, GG Shaw, and Yeteron within our top 6, ladies and gentlemen, for our first game. Very good start for a lot of these teams here. See kind of what the vibe is, though, as we push in on this. As Spider looks like he's going to try to see if he can get a bow shot 1. It looks like he's going to miss it. Waiting for the right click on 1, hoping for the chance to catch 1 slipping. As looks like GG Shaw looks like he's going to try to see if he can catch any type of bow shots as well. Dual blades come out, trying to see if maybe he can connect to anything. Everybody's really trying to be as hesitant as possible, not really pushing. They want to see what type of arsenal some of these players have here. If anybody has any specials, and they definitely don't want to get caught up by something like that, especially some of those daggers, those dagger runes. You definitely don't want to get caught by those, especially in a situation like this, because it really takes one good hit, especially where AOW's situation is right now. Very dangerously low. Pops that F3, clutches it up to keep him alive for as long as possible, so that way he can top off that heals. And he's almost done with those shields as well. Half on his shields, though. Looking really good for AOW's Mike's sake to be able to get this, but it looks like GG Shaw wants that energy.
Yeah, it looks like we just saw the dual blades. We saw Universe Slash coming out from GG Shaw here. Not connecting on anything, but you're going to be very careful with that in the Pro League. It's a very parryable ability. If you can catch somebody with it, it's a ton of damage, though. AOW's Mike still on the run here. Massive bow shots come out. It's going to be WBG Spider who finally cleans up the kill onto AOW's Mike. We're down to top 5 now. Spider moving up into first place with 3 eliminations. Now that AOW Mike has been knocked out of the order, we're going to see Zhang Yu coming in with that flame breath that Mike had earlier as they pick it up off of his cold, dead corpse. Spider just trying to hold on to some movement here. This is where we're going to see the likes of those Justinas and Yodohimes really shine, right? You know, Zipin Yang has some great abilities in the early to mid game, but they don't really have an ultimate that allows them to just dominate towards those final circles. If these Yodas and Justinas can just stay alive till that final circle starts to collapsing, they stand a very good chance of picking up quite a bit of eliminations. We're seeing massive freeze come out, but the Justina goes extremely low. Wang Liang looks like they're going to be eliminated here. They have 1 HP, and a Dream Universe Slash comes out. Wang Liang freezes up, but it doesn't matter. Zhang Yu's got the flame breath, and this is exactly where we see Justina's fall time and time again in that final zone. When that fire comes out, Zhang Yu gotta go ahead and throw a little bit of that huge nunchuck meter dump there with the Dragon's Roar. Doesn't connect on anybody, though. We're down to top 4. GG Shaw really trying to make something happen with Universe Slash, but no, the Dragon's Roar is gonna connect. Zhang Yu's gonna back off now as the third party comes in. It's top 4, ladies and gentlemen. Things are getting tight. Zone 7 is gonna start collapsing in the next 12 seconds. These Yodahimes just need to stay alive a little bit longer. EWG's Yiran also with 3 eliminations under their belt. GG Shaw, WBG's Spider, and OC's Zhang Yu, the top 4 players here in our first game of Season 2 of NBPL. Zhang Yu looking to get a little bit of grapple onto somebody, stays down bottom, more than happy to hold on to the space. Like I said, these Yodas really just waiting for that space to go down. Yiran just trying to hold on to space, using that meter dump. They've got that infinite meter gain off of the Soul Jade, more than happy to hold it. Now Shaw goes extremely low. Zhang Yu comes in with the Flame Breath as well, sets him up, but now we also see Dragon's Roar coming out from Yiran. We're gonna see the F3 come out from Zhang Yu. WBG Spider eliminated by GG Shaw. 2 Yodos left, and we're going airborne, ladies and gentlemen. The AC-130s come out. It's Yodohime versus Yodohime in the final circle. It's so close, too close to tell, but it looks like Zhang Yu might get it. No, EWG's Yiran survives by a single tick and takes lobby number 1.
Are you serious? That literally looked like it was probably, what? That was so close to tell. That literally could have been anybody's game in terms of the tick measures for the heels, knowing that it was going to be that tight, and the fact that Yiran got absolutely sent, by the way, outside of that circle. I actually thought it was a wrap because of that. I was like, he gets hit, he gets sent, game over. Yiran had no shot, it's over. And ladies and gentlemen, he's able to clutch it up with enough heals to be able to survive just a second, basically a second or a millisecond longer to stay alive though. But I gotta give it up. Top 3 has to be feeling good already for our first game.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you know, we saw double Dragon's Roar in this final circle, but I've got to give it to Zhang Yu there. They saw an opportunity to lock down almost the entire lobby with that Dragon's Roar and send them flying into the zone. They only got 1 of the eliminations, but they eliminated 2 players out from underneath of them and took themselves to top 2 with it. Huge opportunity from them. And then, of course, they went head-to-head with Yiran in the end of Yoda ult to pull, and it literally came down to a single tick to determine who came out on top, and Yiran just barely squeaked by, like you said, after being sent absolutely flying into the zone.
Yeah, absolutely sent flying. I thought that was it. I was like, all right, bye, see you later. And then I was like, wait, hold on, that's a little too close. I don't know who is gonna win. And then yeah, that's how that ended up ending. But even if we look back at it to how things were, Zhang Yu definitely was really, controlling a lot of that circle for a while there. Really was great at crowd control, especially when it came to the Flamebringer, obviously my barbecue, as always here. And then obviously once they got them out of that circle, and I think Shaw actually ended up getting that elimination off of Spider prior, until obviously he ended up dying out of circle. But then after that, Yiran literally gets full-blown sent out of that, and Zhang Yu actually, I think Zhang Yu actually knew that he probably was going to get eliminated off of that, just because even though the circle tick was hitting and he was inside of it prior to actually like it closing and there's nothing left, I think he had just a little bit left, and you could tell he was actually really trying to heal as quick as possible, even if it's something small. But obviously that circle, it's gonna get you. As we look back up top here with 10.4 games for Yiran, EWG's got to be good, got to be feeling good at least for a good start here. 4 eliminations. Very low on our eliminations list, but obviously it's the very first one. There's still, I feel like there's some nerves there, so I feel like a lot of that is really going to start to settle in kind of like halfway through, and I think more people will start to just really become more comfortable, and we'll start to see a lot more aggression. But there's still some aggression happening, but now it's after the point where it's only going to get better from here. Zhang Yu, top 3, second place, 7.8 eliminations. And Spider, new name, 6.5, 3 eliminations, sharing both second and third place, 4.8 and 4.5. Only a 3-point difference, really. Only a 3-point difference.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is a really, really good first game. The eliminations were split, you know, across the board fairly well here. And, you know, we kind of see underneath Yiran, Zhang Yu, and Spider are regular kind of top people. We see GG Shaw's, AOW's Mike, GBL Zin, and XCG's Wang Liang all rounding out, you know, those kind of 8th positions. Those are the names we're used to seeing at the very top. Yiran coming in, this is a very different Yiran. I don't remember Yiran performing like this last season. So I don't know what happened, what changed, where the mental's at, but it's a great start for Yiran out of the gate. It's too soon to really call because, you know, consistency is key. And this is only game 1. We got 2.5 months of NBPL to go here in season 2. So the question is Yiran going to be able to keep the consistency? Zhang Yu is one of those people that I'm always got my eyes on. They're here in second place. They had the biggest clutch last season. Probably our favorite moment in all of Solos, Dobby. And the WBG Spider, a new name, taking third place with 6.5, 3 eliminations, just barely missed out on being able to take that second place as they were knocked out of the zone by Zhang Yu when they locked up into the lobby with that Dragon's Roar. But it's gonna be interesting to see what they do. If this is their first game out of the gate here in the NBPL, I'm gonna be keeping my eye on them, Dobby.
I'm definitely going to be doing the same as well. As looks like we're still going to be able to patch this down and clutch it as more and more things are starting to come down. But man, decent start though. GG Shaw, 6 points, 3 kills, 4.5. I mean, GG Shaw's got to be feeling good about that as well. Obviously, he was really good at commanding the majority of the game until Zhang Yu really kind of took over, I guess, towards that like kind of close to final circle. And then obviously Yaron was able to clutch it up at the very end here. So in reality, there's still a lot to be had, and there's still a lot of stuff to be seen for this new season. Now, obviously, we're seeing a different stack of players. We're seeing Yaron at the top of the leaderboard. We don't usually see Yaron on top of the leaderboard. So something happened with him between this break where he's locked in. This man is locked in now. Off the rip.
Oh yeah, look, great game 1. I want to see that consistency throughout the lot of day. You said we got a lot left in the season. We got a lot left in the day. That's 1 game of 6. We've got 5 more games coming up. I want to see Yiran lock it in, and I want to see him in the top 3 every single game. I would love to see it. I want to see the shift. I want this to be Yiran's day, because this is the first time, he's usually somebody we don't talk about in the solos. We don't see him finish in the top. He's usually like the middle of the pack, at most 6th place. Here he is coming out of the gate, strong season 2, takes first place, takes MVP. I want to see Yiran have that consistency and show us that he's learned from those mistakes in season 1 and is here to compete on a different level here in season 2.
It's going to be more and more of that happening, though, as EWG. We're going to be able to highlight a player, Phantom Step, Assassin's Lunge, Dragon War, Desperation, and 2 melee resist Soul Jains. Definitely probably helpful towards that final circle, to be honest. I think that probably helped him a little bit with just those 2 melee resists. Even if it's just for those milliseconds, that really could cost you the game. And obviously with 7,000 eliminations, 3,000, almost 4,000 healing, 4 eliminations, and 1 Counter-Strike, the man did his job.
We got to talk about this. So we saw how close that fight between Yiran and Zhang Yu was, right?
Yes.
Do you know what? We just saw what won Yiran that fight. He was rocking Desperation. The lower his HP got, the more damage he was dealing. He won that fight by a single tick of HP. If he did not have that desperation, he had not gone that low in that fight, he would not have dealt as much damage and he would not have walked away. That fight was so close. Like you said, it was so close to call it, and I was with you. When Yiran got sent flying, I looked at both of their HPs and I was like, yo, this is gonna be Zhang Yu, right? Like it was so
he's
close.
winning this, no shot.
And then all of a sudden the tick came through again, and I looked at it and I was like, oh no, it's gonna be Yiran. What? So Yiran played a really strong game because they had 3 eliminations up to that point. They took out the lead person who had 3 elims to pick up their 3rd elimination, took control of the lobby. They hadn't taken control of the space. Zhang Yu was definitely the one controlling that final circle, but Yiran was able to hold on to their space long enough and were able to, like, they both ulted each other at about the same health at about the same time. So that desperation was just the tiniest bit of edge Yiran needed to squeak out that win there. And I love to see our first match of the season come down to something so close that we can clearly pinpoint that was the difference maker.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Because also, like, I think me and you, our observing has also gotten a little better too. We've improved on that front as well, like being able to see like kind of what people have, the arsenal, and how people are like really kind of playing these circles out. But then at the same time, I also feel like what we've done has only improved over time because now we're seeing what those little difference makers was. Because from what I told you the last time, you know, I wasn't necessarily I wasn't necessarily the best when it came to like kind of knowing like what was happening, and especially the Soul Jades. The Soul Jades was something I was still learning, like little by little by little, like what was important to certain people's stats and what were they using the most. Like obviously certain ones had names that kind of fit. So if you have a katana, there's a katana sap, and you know, things like that. But then there's other ones I'm just like, I don't know how this differentiates. But now, especially after playing, because I've been playing a little bit more throughout the last like month while I've been off break, it gave me a chance to really go, okay, now I understand why certain things are useful, why certain people use desperation more, why certain people use, you know, certain situations, where now it's like, okay, now I get it. So knowing desperation, what that was, and also having the melee resist. I do think those two melee resistances on top of the desperation definitely helped. Not only did it help him to where he didn't get dealt that much damage, but also dealing more damage because he was already low on HP. Definitely gave him a little bit more of a nice take there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't see fights quite that tight ever, right? Especially not in the Pro League. Pro League, generally one of the players takes control of the neutral, and then that's kind of it for the fight. Once they've taken that neutral, they control the pace of the fight, they make things happen. But both of them were equal HP. They both popped their ultis into each other, so they had the ult damage reduction. It was kind of just two Yodos literally wailing on each other with their ultimate there in the end. And it was Zhang Yu who managed to grab control of the neutral by one tick, 1 second. He sent Yiran flying, and we thought that was it. We thought Yiran was out, but it was so close that it literally came down to the Soul Jades at the end of the day.
It's a lot happening though, as we're going to be able to patch this up and get ready for the next slots. But as we get ready for that one, tell me one last question. When you have that, you know what? I'm not even ready. Take us to break. Let's get it. I'm done. I'm not even, man, I need to go back to production. We'll be right back. Just do what you gotta do.
百烈又带走黄不来了吗？王良这边是击败了黄不来，拿下本场比赛的第一项。这波能反杀，看起来祥月这套操作，他秀了。
and gentlemen, welcome back to more Naraka Blade Point for season 2. I am your host, DAY1-SOLO, and we're accompanied by RuneKeeper TV. As we're back from this 1 minute break here, I wanted to kind of like go through what we kind of saw in that first game here. Wang Liang is a little, something's not right. I don't know what's going on with it, you know. I don't know. Wang Liang usually has that spark, that fiery energy that usually we see off of the rip here, and I'm not seeing it. I'm a little worried. Wang Liang, what's going on? What are we missing that we're not seeing?
Look, it's game 1 of a brand new season, right? He's feeling out the field, maybe. You know, you've got your ultimate.
Does he need to do that though? Does he need to do that though? This is Wang Liang we're talking about.
There's some new players, and clearly some old players coming in with some new tricks. You got to feel out the field. We see this every day. The first game of every day is just the players feeling each other out to see where the pace is going to be set. Honestly, we see that every day. The first game of the day, whether it's solos or trios, we see teams playing a little more respectfully, kind of that little touch and go, that tit for tat, just trying to figure out the field and figure out what it's going to be like to play against these teams today, especially because you got to remember the groups change up every week, right, Dobby? So it's not like you're playing against the exact same groups every bi-weekly, and different groups play differently into each other. We saw that every single bi-weekly split, every day we saw the groups different. We saw different micro metas evolve, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the first day of a new season, first game of a new season, and first chance to see where the meta's gonna go. I can completely understand if Wang Liang wants to come in, play a little more passively, see where things are going to go. This is the time to feel out the field, right? It's the first day. You have an entire season to put points on the board, right? Just hang on and see, you know, where things are going to go. We're going to jump to a short video, though, before we come right back and get ready to settle in for game number 2.
来自巨窟州和火罗国的英雄豪杰们，大家好，我是林月。讲到如何调节心态的话，我觉得更多的永远是我们有一个积极向上、正能量、正向的心态的引导，就是我们要永远去相信自己一定可以做到最好，但是同时我们要分清楚自信和自负他们两者之间的区别。我们自信的人永远是做好200%的准备去面对自己即将到来的比赛，然而自负的人永远是不会去注重细节的，这是非常不好的。所以我们要注重过程，注重细节，然后我们慢慢的走到我们一个想要的自己最终的一个目标，实现一个好的结果。
Go back.
I was gonna say our production assistant there giving us a little insight to what it's like to do this huge production here, but Dobby getting locked in completely on the Ed Hardy shirt over here.
A little bit. I was like, listen. I was like, we still wearing Ed Hardys right now? It is 2022. When was the last time I seen an Ed Hardy anywhere? It's been a while. So I was like, where'd that come from? I don't remember that. I wasn't ready. That's all I'm gonna really say about it. I was not ready for the Ed Hardy. And I was like, okay, good to know. Very good to know. So now, as we get ready to lock in for this one here, where do we go after that? How do we patch this up? Where do we go for game 2? You talked about how things get exciting, right? It's time to start closing it in. You got to feel out the crowd, which for me, if you're a pro player, I didn't see GG Shaw feel it out. I didn't see Zhang Yu feel it out. I didn't see that energy from them.
Look, you know, different players feel it out different ways, right? Honestly. And sometimes it's coming in with the aggression to just test players. Sometimes it's coming in and trying to keep that space. You want to fight somebody for as long as possible to really get a feel for what they're going to do or how they're going to play. And other people don't care. They want to come in and see you under pressure. They want to see you go low and see what you do, see how you react, and get a read on you that way. I think we're going to see a little more of the same here in game number 2 because it is the very start of the season. And like I said, we're still finding our footing, right? There's no chance for a meta to develop yet. We're going to have to get all the way through this week before we see any sort of meta develop, I think. I think some of these players who banked on that F2 from Zipin Yang kind of saving them here in this first game, might start to shift into these later games into some other heroes and be like, okay, you know, maybe I shouldn't bank on that one ability so much. And like I said, I think Zipin Yang, very strong in the early game, right? She has those abilities that let you control the neutral. And in that early to mid game is where you're going to find those more even fights, those kind of 1v1s. And that's where taking control of the neutral is really strong. That's where Takeda shined as well. He was able to use that ultimate and just consistently take back control of the neutral. But the problem is when you get into the late game, you don't really have an ability that lets you just dominate a space, right? Yodahime's got that F3 that literally just lets her throw that out and sit in a space and go, this is my space. She has the huge ultimate. Justina has the same thing. Justina can throw her F down, freeze up, and just go, this is my space. I'm sitting here healing in your face. There's nothing you can do about it. And then she also has that big ultimate that either lets her go sky high or freeze a bunch of players into place in the final circle. Zipin Yang just doesn't have something like that in her toolkit where she can absolutely dominate a space towards the end. So if you're playing Zipin Yang, I think you need to put kills up on the board early and then get into the late game, survive as long as you can. Obviously still try to take kills where you can, etc. But at the end of the day, you don't have the same toolkit as some of these other heroes to dominate a final space, right? So it comes down to knowing your hero and if your hero's play style is comfortable to what you're doing. You know, somebody like GG Shah, clearly going to enjoy playing somebody like Zipin Yang because Shah likes to go aggressive from the rip, right? He likes to run it down with the W key until late game. That's great for Shah. It worked well for him in this last game. So he's probably going to, you know, repeat the process. It's going to be interesting.
I've been able to see this as Wreckage plays. It's going to get absolutely filled with a lot of players so far. Lu Ren King, 678, and Huang Fly is going to be some people that's going to be manning that space here. As it looks like that middle section in between Celestia and Wreckage, so that Zest Winery, that Pool of Cleansing, Trifix Junction, those places are still a very popular section. Looks like there's a few players that's heading towards Servants Grounds, which is like one of those very mid sections right next to where the big tower is, around that other section, right outside of where Celestia is. So it looks like there's still going to be a lot of inside play towards very center here, but it's gonna be interesting to see where Circle goes towards this final circle. But nonetheless, game 2 starts right now for Naraka Season 2. Let's get it.
As is tradition, we're going to start things off with EWG's Yuron, the MVP from our last game here, who looks like they might be engaged in an early fight with Wang Liang. Wang Liang able to lock up some armor, but now Yiran also on that front, picking up that blue armor, got a little bit of an advantage over here, is probably going to lock into this fight very soon. Looks like they're looking for a little bit more loot before they're willing to take it. Wang Liang coming over here, trying to get some of that extra coinage there by breaking all the pots and different barrels over there as we shift things over here to AOW's Mike sitting up top of 786 from Team HD. AOW's Mike also doing plenty of looting, gonna grab himself plenty of that Salak fruit, get himself that big buff and deny it to anybody else's as well. HD gonna back off here, finds a little bit of Salak themselves, and it looks like Wang Liang does pick up a bounty on to Yi Iran here as we pop over to Baoda's H-Fly and GG Shah. Both of them pop the bubble to take control of the neutral, but Shah instantly blitzes through the amount of damage they need to make that bubble go away onto Huang Fly. So Huang Fly now very low, no F ability left, trying to just hold on to some space, see if he can get that ability reset, is able to find an armor swap here into a white set of armor, and is going to get the parry onto GG Shah, going to punish him with the riposte, jump cancels into the double left click. Shah goes for the F as the reset comes up, but it's not enough as Huang Fly immediately blitzes through the bubble shield, and we are going to see GG Shah eliminated by Huang Fly there. What a turnaround. Now over to Wang Liang, and of course EWG's Yiran. Wang Liang gonna blitz the armor here off of Yiran as GBL Zin comes in. Yiran looking to find a place to get a quick reset as Wang Liang continues to threaten the space.
Threatening the space as best as possible as Xin, and it looks like 678, like I said before, they're going to be going through that fight immediately here. 678 in a very bad situation, ends up getting parried, but Xin snipes away that elimination with the bow. Says that's my kill, buddy. Xin comes through with that Justina freeze, is going to be able to go through the shield. Spider's also going to do the exact same with their heals here. Looks like the shield is going to be able to get popped here. Spider and Xin is going to go back and try to create that distance so that way they can both shield up as the F3 comes in, forces Yeron outside of their F3 though. It's going to be trying to tower over it as best as possible. Ends up getting hit and blitzed by those oh my goodness, the timing though coming in from that. Dubai is going to be able to push on this and get a really aggressive now as Zin also wants to be able to get that energy here. Yeron, our first player, winner for our first game here. They're going to want to come at him as they're going to be able to pass this together as Yeron is going to be able to force them throw that Yorihime ulti. Timing coming in a bad space here. They're both on each side of the corner here. Oh my goodness, ends up getting blitzed. Yeron in a very dangerous position. He ends up throwing the F3. The question is, can he stay alive just a little bit longer? He is somehow.
GBL's in there, able to pick up the elimination on him in the very end, though. You know, they played that really well. They were in a really bad situation there. They were on the side of the wall. Jin was able to just go ahead and hit them once. They were super low. I think there was a little bit of a misplay there from Yeon. Yeon was focusing on the target in front of them and didn't realize that Zin, the whole time they were ulting, was just sitting back, popping them with bow shots, and that's the same thing that happened when they went up on the walls. Jin was able to clutch it out with a bow shot that just didn't connect onto the F3. They found the gap and were able to make it hit. AOW's Mike coming in with the meter dump here as YCG comes around the corner here and actually eats all of it, goes super low. Now everybody here on the hunt looking to go ahead and clean up this kill here on to YZG. YZG coming around with some nunchucks of their own. Mike wants to clean this up and needs to be very careful as the third party comes in. We're going to see the F2 bubble come out, but Mike doesn't care. He's going to get the parry into the riposte and picks up the kill with huge damage coming out of those nunchucks. Now Q9's LXY looking to clean up something onto Mike, but Mike throws the F3 and takes the full reset.
Does a pretty good job of that one as looks like we're going to be going back top of the order here. AOW Mike, Dubai actually, never mind, as Wang Liang is absolutely getting diced and sliced by Dubai here, where Xin actually is going to be able to swipe away that elimination with the bow. A lot of bows really taking away a lot of these eliminations from some of these players here. Xin, it looks like he's going to be able to back out as best as possible, as fast as possible, creating that distance, knowing that there's a lot of people nearby. Could get very antsy and really bad really fast if you're not paying attention here, as Xin is going to try to maximize as much distance as possible, pushing in towards circle and trying to see if maybe he can find some more loot as we look at 678. Trying to move around, seeing what's going on here as AOW's Mike is going to be able to shut down and get a parry off of LXY here. Beautiful timing coming in as well. It looks like AOW's Mike looks like he's going to back out, try to see if he can go for the shield. Yes, he does. Goes for the bows, trying to see if he can connect it with the LXY. It looks like LXY is going to be connecting his. And Zhang Yu is in a very tough situation. Our second place finish from our game as Kai Bao from Wolves is going to be absolutely chasing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was able to get a shield swap, though. And it looks like he does have the opportunity, though, to go for this fight here. Zhang Yu, one of the top players that we've seen absolutely clutch in some of the most craziest situations so far of Naraka history, has the opportunity to win this fight. Oh, is able to get the parry and almost a shutdown, but K Bao is able to beautifully clean this up and be able to go for that freeze. Justina coming in clutch, being able to help out as best as possible as Sheng Zin. Like he's going to be maneuvering around as well. Wants this action with Kai Bao. Kai Bao ends up getting hit by those dual blades, though, but ends up getting insanely useful by those nunchucks. But those nunchucks are going to be able to shut it down as Kai Bao ends up getting eliminated. Tough break and tough timing for that one. It looks like we're going to be going back towards the top of the order here. Trying to figure out what's next, though. This looks like Spider. It looks like he's going to try to create some distance away from Xin, but Xin is not letting him go.
You know, J-Team's action here on the hunt, doesn't want to let Spider get away, especially because Spider used their F2 at the start of this chase here, and now it's on cooldown. Action knows that they can't just pop that free shield. Unfortunately, they mistime the grapple there, but are able to grab the wall and get a quick scale rush, so the chase is going to continue as we pop over to a four-way fight going down as three players try to shark down the likes of Baoda's Huangfly here, who is extremely low. Huangfly just trying to find a space to get a little bit of reset to heal themselves here, but as NPG's Dubai coming in, Huangfly has got the bubble up to buy themselves just a little bit of time here, rocking the broom skin on their lovely little spear here. But we're going to see Dubai continue to come in with these nunchucks and absolutely punish Huangfly. Every time Huangfly tries to get a little bit of a reset off here, Huangfly needs to find a better position to get healed up. But unfortunately, there's so many players around, it's really hard for Huangfly to find anything. Huangfly goes extremely low. GBL's in here trying to lock it down, secure the kill. These players continuing to hit off of each other and give Huangfly just enough space to get away. Gets one pot off, and then is immediately chased down. Again, Huangfly looks like they might get 2 off here. They do. They get an HP and a shield pot. Looks like they get another HP. They're trying to go for the full reset here, but now GG Sha is on the chase as well as OUG's Luren King. Nobody wants to stop chasing Huangfly here. They really want this elimination off the back of so much work that they've put in. As we take a look at the top of the order, J-Team's Action with 4 eliminations under the belt is sitting in first place. JDG's Chu Zheng here in second place with 2 eliminations, and the rest of the lobby with 1 or 0 eliminations. OUG's Luren King is the one who is now low off the back of chasing Huangfly. They drop the F3, but unfortunately, we're going to see the ult come out from NBG's Dubai and going to force them out of the F3. OUG's Luren King does get 1 HP pot off here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as the rest of the lobby continue to give chase. GG Sha also here as well. NPG's Dubai, look at them. Neither of them going to try to hit each other. They're more focused on trying to lock down Luren King and prevent that pot. Luren King does get a shield pot off, but it's not a whole lot as Dubai immediately comes in and secures some hit and shreds most of that shield off. Now GG Sha goes super low as GBL Zin catches them out here. Nobody able to pick up an elimination yet. All 5 of these players continued to play ring around the rosy around this ballista. We're on ballista watch, ladies and gentlemen, as all of these players continue to engage with one another. Dubai here sees Huangfly running away. Not going to take the shot, though. They're going to hold up because they know somebody's going to try to come up. GG Sha comes up and is immediately punished by NPG's Dubai with a huge ballista shot using the explosive radius to send him flying over the edge. Sha going to be forced to reset again as we now pop over to HD678, who's engaged with Q9's LXY. The F3 cancels the F3, and both of them back at it once again.
Doing a very good job of that, though. Really doing well, being able to balance all types of madness happening, though. There's so much going around, and in reality, it really could be a really bad clutch for somebody if they're not paying attention, as LXY is going to be able to force that Yorahime ult here. Looks like the Yorahime ult might not be looking good, as he's going to get shot out of the air and ends up getting finished by a pistol, actually. 678 is going to be able to fix that off of LXY. Does a pretty good job of that. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going, as there's still so much happening nearby, though. They definitely have to pay attention, because it really could be really bad if they're not paying attention. In terms of what's going on, is AOW's Mike is going to be trying to see if he can use those bows, try to see if he can catch 678 in a bad situation. Obviously, 678 is doing a great job, and actually not. They're back on time, going to be able to get this fight, but the pistol shots from Ding Lu. Looks like Ding is trying to see if he can catch something here as Mike. Looks like he does not have the advantage, though, as 678 is going to try to back out, and Yateron also wants to be able to complete and finish this off. Doesn't look good coming in from 678, though. 678 now losing that shield is able to get back some of that shield. And now Yateron wants some of that energy, though. Absolutely juggling 678. They barely have any shield now. Yateron trying to keep that closeness as much as possible, as the other one's going to try to create that distance. Try to see if they can catch anything going on, though. But those nunchucks are really doing well, though, creating a lot of those damages and trying to see if they can get that finish at 678. Trying to jump around. Trying to go through the maneuver, gets real close to AOW's Mike, almost kisses the man. Unbelievable, so close. Looks like we're gonna be going back up top here at 678 in a bad situation in the very center of this. Definitely don't want to be the one that's very low on shield and HP, because everybody else is gonna be sharks in the water trying to see if they can catch anything as well off of this one. Looks like the bow shots trying to come in, see if they can connect it with anything, and was unable to. Yateron trying to keep that pressure as much as possible. Bow shots coming in. Nice fire bow shots. 678 back on the Yateron. 678 has just been juggling these two. Absolutely insane right now. Trying to see if he can catch something here. It looks like 678 is going to be able to be forced to use that Yorahime ulti. The timing coming in. See if maybe he can push on AOW's Mike. AOW's Mike is like, why me? Why you got to pick me out of all the people? I don't want to be the one that ends up getting caught in this bad situation. Why are you trying to finish me off here? As it looks like Ding Liu wants to try to bring some of that energy as well into this fight. Whole lot going on there. Not a lot of parries, but a lot of damage coming in on each of these players, though, having the time frame to be able to do this. It looks like almost everybody has a lot of shields, a lot of heals to really keep this going here. But after a while, I mean, we're going to be going through this ring around the rosy for a while here. This four-way is just absolutely getting insane, though, as F3 comes through. AOW's Mike wants to try to see if he can get something, but 678 gets eliminated by Yeran. Yeran is going to try to back out of this and try to create that little bit of distance. Low on health, no HP. As it looks like AOW's Mike was too late. Wang Liang is able to come through and get that chest. Whatever was in it definitely is the goodies that Wang Liang needs, and is going to decide to back out. As Mike is going to be able to heal with that bow. Yeran's going to back out and go. Oh no, here comes the sudden phase breath coming in for a nice surprise.
You know, in these given situations, a lot of these players you're going to see here, you know, we saw 678 trying to just heal up as hard as he can. I don't think that's the optimal strategy. What we saw earlier when we started that big ring around the rosy was GYG's Dubai trying to heal up, but also using those opportunities to turn around and punish other players. As soon as another player goes low, the Sharks turn their attention away from you, and it allows you to get away. You need to be looking for those opportunities to heal when you can get them, because you are low and you are going to be hit, but you also need to be looking for an opportunity to get somebody else low, so you can turn the lobby's attention away from you, so that you can get that optimal full reset and not constantly be on the run burning resources. Because if you go into the end game with no resources, it's really bad for you. Speaking about Swangfly, we're going to see him here as he engages with YZG's Deo Liang here, moving across the map, pops the F2, takes, you know, gets in the little bubble here, is gonna find a place to reset as we pop back over to J Team's action. And it's just 13 players left alive as Zone 3 gets ready to collapse. It's a lot of players left alive here for Zone 3 in Immortal War with only 16 players. We are gonna see the likes of YZG's Deo Liang here go super low, and Ding Liu is actually going to be eliminated here by J Team's action. Action able to move in, get that Soul Blossom, get the full reset, and get out with no repercussions either. Action super happy about that as he's sitting topside with 5 eliminations off the back of that now. GG Shot gonna move away here, gonna be forced to pop the F2 as well, and we're gonna see Action continue to give chase with the cannon here, but is gonna back off as he looks for a place to reload. WBG Spider trying to come in. Action sees him caught out on this backside here with nobody watching. WBG Spider goes super low, gonna have most of their shields blitzed, but now returns the favor to Action multiple times. Action forced to pop the F to get a little bit of reset on the shield here, but WBG Spider just going to pop a pot in his face as well. This could be Action eliminated from the lobby if he's not careful, as WBG Spider continues the hunt, and it looks like we're going to have the third party coming in as well. These players want to see Action eliminated. He's super low. They want those points, and they want the top person out of the lobby here in 12th place where they don't get a huge multiplier. Zhang Yu putting the brakes on to AOW's Mike here with that meter dump. AOW's Mike still super low. He just needs one more hit. He turns it back around, and they are going to no, it's GBL Zin who secures the kill with the bow shot, and Mike's gonna be eliminated here in game number 2.
Absolute timing coming in as XZin is going to be able to connect with that right-click katana. XZin coming in with that shield is going to be able to back out and maybe make something happen here, as Swangfly also going to be able to do the same. Lurang playing a very open situation. Zhang Yu very low on heals. Doesn't look like they have any shields. It looks like the Flamebringer is going to be coming out as well. So a lot of that extra power is going to be used towards these next few players here, as 10 people are alive, ladies and gentlemen, towards game 2. This is where a lot of the interesting stuff starts to happen, though. Swangfly is going to be able to get some stuff off of this shield, as Lurang King ends up getting pushed by looks like by Dubai. Yeah, Dubai coming in with a lot of that energy as well, trying to see if maybe they can just pace it off, going back and forth in between each other, trying to stay alive towards this final circle. Ends up getting blitzed by so much flames. Right, it looks like it doesn't sit in too low. Oh no, it ends up actually hitting him again. Dubai's got to be careful though, because that flame is going to be able to create a little bit more ticks here. As Yeran and Spider is going to be able to push on this, get a little bit aggressive on Dubai. Dubai's going to have to back out and get away from this as best as possible. XZin is going to get caught right in the middle of all of this. Doesn't want to get caught between the flames, and it looks like he might.
Yeah, GBL's in here on the move as EWG Ron starts setting up the barbecue for Dobby here. NPG's Dubai over here finding a little bit of the space for a reset. We're down to 10 players left alive. Zone 4 collapsing. Quite a few more players left alive here going into Zone 4. I do believe we were down to 6 at Zone 4 last game, and it's going to get tight here, but it looks like most of the circle is going to cover this half of Celestra. We're going to see these buildings come into play quite a lot, especially these players using Dagger, getting that huge benefit off of the scale rushes. This is where I wouldn't want to be right now. Out here in the open, where there's so many spaces, players can come up behind you, and it's just very open. If you get caught out, there's not a lot of places to hide. That little edge of Celestra is such a great place to be in terms of being able to escape the sharks that are here. Speaking of sharks, GG Shaw going a little bit low here. He's got the F2 popped here, and he is the one getting sharked down now. But thankfully, the F is going to completely finish out. He's going to get some of those shields back. He's going to find a little bit of a space as the rest of the lobby turns their attentions to Baodao's Huangfly, who goes extremely low. Huangfly in the building here, looking for a reset. Luckily, the range shots coming out from over above, keeping players like OUG's Lure and King from coming in here and stopping Huangfly from taking this reset here. EWG's Yiran now at the top of the order, coming over onto NPG's Dubai. OUG's Lure and King also in the distance. We've seen quite a few swarms coming out here in game number 2, a weapon we don't often see into solos whatsoever. It's going to be interesting to see how those play out in the end here, because if you can catch 2 players going head to head that aren't paying attention to you and dump a full swarm onto them, it's quite a bit of damage. We're going to see a jump cancel parry come out from NBG's Dubai, but as he tries to get the riposte, he actually goes over the edge because he caught them just on the edge. It looks like we're going to see a reset come out. Now Dubai is the one sent flying here by WBG Spider. WBG Spider looking for the full reset. Dubai getting caught on terrain for the second time is not going to be able to follow up that damage and make anything happen. GBL's in over here, forced to ult inside of the building, trying to keep these players away, hoping they can find a little bit of a space to get a pot off here. They go around the corner trying to get it, but it gets canceled with a charge left click from the Dagger. We are going to see them go super low, and GG Shaw finds their chance to come in and pick up the elimination onto GBL Zin.
GBL Zin doing a really good job being able to get that elimination, though, as it looks like now the circle is going to start closing in and so does the tick, as the tick is now going to hurt a lot more here. Gonna space this out off of each other here. Been playing it as best as possible for a lot of these situations, and so far they've been doing a good job of it. Now let's see if they can keep that same energy towards the top of this section, as it looks like we're gonna be back at the top. It looks like we're going to be near this massive building as well. Huangfly, Yeran is gonna be near towards this. It looks like they're gonna be trying to make something happen as well here, but it looks like we're gonna be in near Celestra. We're inside of where Immortal's Temple is. Very close to where that section is. Looks like we're going to be on the outer gates of it. And it looks like we're going to be fighting it out as XZin is getting caught, absolutely getting burned by Dubai here. Dubai trying to force him to get out. Get out! Don't come back. As Dubai, looks like they're going to be able to get that shield up. That heals as well. Going to be able to top off. Doing a pretty good job of that as well. Really being able to pass this up. But look at this XZin up top with 5 eliminations. 6.5 points so far. GG Shaw, Shuz Heng, and Huangfly with 2.9, 2 eliminations, spreading it out between each other. Been doing a very, very good job of that. So let's see if they can keep that same energy and that same momentum going into this. As there's more and more of it only going to be patching up. Love to see it coming into this as there's more spaces being made towards this. GG Shaw has been able to play this and benefit from it as well as possible here. Getting that second place and feeling good about it. Trying to see if he can hold the lead as best as possible. Goes for that shield and goes for it to top off. Looks like he wants to get right back into that action here. Looks like he has something that really has been helping him enhance some of the damage, though. As it looks like Spider's going to be able to get up top here, trying to see if he can get some beautiful hit from the Dagger. And and there goes that Dagger we were talking about. That's the one I said you got to be careful about finding. Once they pull it out, you got to be able to pay attention to where that one is, because once you see it again, you never know. He might come in and disappear, and all of a sudden you see swiping you left and right, left and right, left and right. You got to be able to pay attention towards that one, as it looks like it's only going to get crazier. As Spider up top trying to catch this out. Shizing, Dubai, XZin, Spider, H-Fly, Shaw, Wingliang, Yeran, and Lurang King within our top 9 players so far within this tight circle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about to get really fun. Here we go. A circle is finally closing, and the forcefulness of each fight is going to start happening. Lighting it up with GG Shaw with that swarm, trying to see if he can get some connectivity. Looks like he was able to connect a little bit here, as it looks like somebody dropped one of the traps here. It looks like it was unsuccessful in catching somebody. Ends up getting parried though on the stairs, and it looks like he's missing his opportunities. GG Shaw ends up getting blitzed though by that. Also that, oh no, now he's getting blitzed by everybody as they finally smell a little bit of some desperation coming in from one of the players though. GG Straw trying to play it off as best as possible. Zing up top, trying to see if he can catch something slipping. Looks like he was almost able to, but he was able to do it a little too late, though. Shang up top, trying to see if maybe he can balance this off. Just trying to keep this alive. His two under him are literally just hanging up under it. This is a very tight circle. X Zin on the very left. Look at him, right next to a potted plant as Wang Liang is at the very bottom. He's inside of the building though. He's gonna have to rotate this out possibly. I don't know if there's a window right in front of him. There might be, so there might be that advantage, so that way he's not taking much of that damage though. But Yeran waiting up top, our winner from game one. He's gonna need to keep that same momentum and same energy, that consistency of what we were talking about earlier, as those flamemaker shots come in, absolutely damaging him as Wang Liang is gonna, oh, and Wang Liang is actually on the outside, or there's a window nearby, so he's fine. Just trying to hang on.
Wang Liang's sitting really pretty here. Here we are, Zone 7 is now starting to collapse. This is it. There's no place left. All these players, 9 players left alive, no zone left whatsoever. This zone will collapse down into nothing. And all these players can be forced to fight each other. We're gonna see Huangfly eliminated by EWG's Yiran. Yiran coming in, putting in work. We're gonna see, oh my goodness, Yiran gonna pick up a second elimination, it looks like here. No, GG Shah able to get away, get a little bit of something off there. The Flame Breath not quite being enough. We're gonna see these Yodos start to ult very, very soon here. A lot of these players coming up looking for pots. Unfortunately, Yiran didn't pick up that kill. Now, here we go. The Yodo's gonna go airborne. We're gonna see the likes of Dubai from NPG coming in. We're also going to see Wang Liang pick up the elimination.
Oh my God!
Yiran comes in. Looks like they're gonna pick up another kill. Wang Liang picks up 1, picks up 2. Yiran picks up 1, picks up 2, picks up 3. It's Wang Liang, Yiran. Wait, who was the winner here? I think it's gonna be Wang Liang.
That definitely could have been Yiran. No, it's X-Zin being the winner.
X-Zin is going to be our MVP. He did have 5 eliminations coming into this final circle, but I mean, Yiran, Wang Liang, both of them cleaned up a huge number of kills in the end there. They're going to be 2nd and 3rd place respectively here, but J-Team's early work, putting in those early eliminations, going to be enough to keep him in the game, to take away the MVP off of that kill score.
Unbelievable being able to do that. X-Zin playing it really well. He did have that lead for a while with those 6 eliminations, so obviously being able to top that off definitely really helped him. But I know GG Shaw and Luren, I saw Luren King was able to get elimination off of a feed. I saw Wang Liang was able to catch something off of a feed. There's been a lot of people that's really been able to catch these feed eliminations, been doing well so far here. So curious how the rest of it is going to go here, but that was also very impressive.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, really great cleanup at the end here. Yiran, again, I talked about they needed to keep that consistency, and here they are. They're clearly in the top 3 again. They only had 1 elimination coming into this, but they played this exactly the way a Yodo player should. They got eliminated early, right? So they didn't have that, safety net to fall back on. So they played safe. They picked up 1 elimination in the middle of the game. They held on, they were Yodohime, and they knew final circle is where I pop off. I hold on to that Yodohime ultimate. There were multiple times Yiran was forced into a corner where I might have popped that Yodo ultimate just to try to stay alive, just to keep that HP, but Yiran was like, nope, I've got this, hold steady, wait for the right moment, and sure enough, they came in the very end there, they held on to that ultimate, and were able to pick up multiple eliminations off the kill feed there. I think they may have gotten 3, maybe 4 eliminations total for the game after that, and then Wang Liang doing the same as well, able to secure multiple eliminations into that final circle and pick things up, playing to your character strengths. We talked about this at the beginning, right? If you're Zipin Yang, you're really good in that early to mid game where you can guarantee those kind of one-on-one fights, and since you can take control of that neutral, you kind of win those fights in the mid to early game against other heroes. Whereas if you're the Yodohimes or the Justinas, the end game is kind of where you're going to pop off, right? You have the ability to lock down those entire circles and make things happen. And we saw exactly that here. The Zipin Yangs, players like J-Team Zekshin and stuff, were able to lock down a bunch of early kills, take it to the late game, make it happen for themselves. And then the Yodo players able to stay in, able to get the good gear, and then they popped off in those final circles and put a ton of points on the board. It came up J-Team's action this time because he was super aggressive in the early to mid game. He was able to secure a ton of kills. Yeah, see, he had 5 kills. He didn't get any kills in that final circle. He just had the 5 kills that he aggressively picked up early and was able to hold on long enough that he just comes out and gets enough of those big ranking points. I think he was eliminated in 2nd place, right? Luren King was our 1st place, and he got 1 kill and able to hold on. But it's Yiran and Wang Liang, who both had 1 or 2 kills respectively going into that final circle, and both of them now sitting at 4 eliminations. They put a ton of points on the board. We're in the top couple of players as they were eliminated. We're going to see J-Team's action with 11 points, Yiran with 8 points, and Wang Liang with 7.1. Yiran still holding on to 1st place after this game. Huge for him. He had 11 points last game, or I think 10.4. Now he gets another 8, staying towards the top. This is what I want to see out of Yiran. I felt something was different coming into that first game because we've never seen Yiran pop off like he did in the first game. And then all of a sudden, here he is. If he keeps this consistency, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with this league. But J-Team's action here, also one of those players that did really well into solos last season and played really consistently. Did exactly what he needed to do here. Picked up those early aggressive kills, was able to stay alive to the late game here. 17,000 damage. Also, I misspoke. I thought he was playing Zipin Yang. He was actually playing Justina. So, you know, J-Team's action here, just not caring. He's going to play aggressively no matter what you do, and that's what we always see out of him. But also with the almost 10k healing here, he picks up 2 parries and just sets himself up for success early into the match and knows he just has to stay alive. He stays alive into the late game. Like I said, he doesn't even have to pick up any kills in that final zone. He had so many kills going into it. He just needed to survive as long as possible, and that's what he did.
Flamebeth Whirlwind sidestep coming in as well with his loadout. Looking pretty good. Gonna be able to knock that down and feel good coming into this with that as well. And like we said before, make sure to hit the follow button here. If you like the content, if you like the pro games, make sure to hit the follow button and show some support, not only to the game itself, but it'll show some support to us too. Show some support to myself on Twitter at official.Javier and RuneKeeper TV. We do content all the time as well. We also stream, so make sure to hit us with a follow as well. We'll probably hit you back. You never know, especially Rune here. Rune likes to talk to everybody. Well, I do too.
Absolutely. You know, we both love to talk to everybody. We big talkers at the end of the day.
We big talkers. We're extroverts, which is why we're hired to do this, because we love to do this. Which is why we're here in the first place. They need extroverts in order to do this. So if you look back at it with more stuff here, we're going to be able to knock down more as well here. Now, obviously, still got to tally up the next ones. We won't be able to show you the final standings he had. We'll be able to show you that later. But we still have 4 more games. So I have 4 more games of madness coming into this.
So let me. I got to.
Okay.
I was gonna say I got to ask you a prediction. We just saw that Yiran able to keep the consistency, right? Do you think at the end of the day, Yiran's still going to be in first place?
I can see top 3. I don't know about first.
Okay.
And that's not saying that he wouldn't. But I can definitely see him if he keeps the same momentum. Yes, I could definitely see top 3. I could see second. I think we might see a surprise takeover from some player. I think if somebody keeps that kind of consistency and does a good job at it, I think that's when we'll really be able to kind of see who really is running the show. Because sometimes it really do be that one player that we notice and we pay attention to so much, and then all of a sudden someone else kind of takes that top spot and is just like, hello, you missed me. That's your fault. So I don't want that to happen again.
Look, there's always going to be that sleeper team, right? That just consistently is like a 3rd, 4th place. But that consistency really, at the end of the day, as long as you're consistently in that top 4 range, you're just kind of always there. You don't even have to be the MVP for a game. As long as you're consistently in that range, other players might pop off one game, but if they only pop off one game and then they sit in mid of the pack or towards the bottom after that every game, they're not consistently putting points on the board. Yeah, a big game, 11, 12, 15 points is really nice, but it's better to be putting, you know, 6 or 7 points on the board every single game, because it adds up over time. You know, it's just, at the end of the day, it's the same thing we always talk about. Consistency really is king when it comes to Naraka Blade Point. You can't just pop off one game and then rest on your laurels. Every single time we see a player try to do that, where they're like, oh, hey, I've got a big lead, I'm just going to play the game safe from here on out, they end up putting themselves in a situation where other players are able to surpass them. And when you're in that situation where you see the light at the end of the tunnel, you're like, yo, I'm only like 10 points behind this dude. If I come in and compete really hard, I could overtake and put myself in that huge first place or that second place or whatever. We see time and time again, it makes those players so hungry. So when you're in those first positions, you can't rest on your laurels. You have to stay hungry, because the second you're not hungry and you're just trying to stay where you're at, you're not trying to make that gap wider, is the second these sharks really come out of the water and go, hey, you should have kept paddling.
You should have kept it moving. As we look back at it before, and they say, hey, listen, you had that space. You had that in terms of the next one. Now let's figure out, how do we do it before? And how do we do it again? So as we figure out who's going to be our top 3, we're going to take another short break. We'll be right back for game 3 of Naraka Blade Point for season 2.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NBPL Season 2 Day 1 Solos. Let me say welcome to the best community in all of gaming. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. I'm your host and your caster this evening, the Runekeeper, and as always is joining me my main man, my right-hand man, Mr. Dabier. How are you feeling? Get ready to come into Game 3, Dobby.
I'm feeling good. There's been a lot of energy and a lot of action happening so far for our first 2 games. Now going into Game 3, that momentum might switch. If not, we're still going to be seeing a lot more WQs. A lot of hesitation still in Game 1 and Game 2. And I mean like in the halfway, like maybe towards the end, maybe, you know, a lot of people are, but halfway through, a lot of people still kind of being hesitant, not fully like kind of going crazy and everything like that. It's very, very, very interesting. I don't know. It's very, very interesting.
Like I said, again, we're going to jump into a short video real quick, and then we'll come back with that thought for you guys.
夺冠之后嘛，所有事情都往好的方面发展了，就是风生水起。所有方面吧，就是直播啊什么的都是慢慢的就是越来越好了。然后夺冠完之后，这个就是感觉心态会更加的稳定吧，会更加的好，就不是说像第一赛季那种，就是你可能会死几次，心态就会崩的那种感觉。现在会就是非常平稳了已经。拿完冠军之后，目标没有变吧，我觉得我想拿一个大满贯，就是3排拿一个，结尾拿一个，好了就 OK 了。我就感觉如果都拿了，我就反正这就是个目标吧，因为人总要一直往前走嘛，不是说定义在一个位置就松懈下去，然后给自己整废掉，就这种。
I love the energy coming in from Dubai. Dubai, like, man, I want to get the crown. I want to get the Grand Slam. I want to get it all. You love to see that amount of W key mentally. That's a W key mentality right here, okay? Both figuratively and literally, okay? You got to be able to know where your space is and how far you want to go. And if you're willing to go that far, you're going to put in as much time and as much magic as possible to make it happen. So I love to see Dubai coming into this saying, I want it all. Give me it all. I want to be a greedy fat kid. Give me it all. And I love to see that, as now we're going to be able to patch this up and really make this happen for as we lock in for Game 3 here. So question, what are you expecting out of Game 3? What would you like to see?
You know, in Game 3 here, like I said, I expected what we saw out of our first 2 games. I expected to see a lot of kind of testing the water, right? We're back for a new season. There's a new hero in the mix. A lot of these guys, there's some new players in the mix. Clearly, some of these players have been on a training regime. I'm looking at you, Yiran, and have figured out how to patch up some of their previous weaknesses. So these guys really need to have that time to test the waters, right? We're coming into Game 3 now. We've had 2 games to test the waters. I think it's time for the players who were out here kind of poking and prodding, because there were definitely players that weren't. Every time we looked at Dubai, they were fighting. Every time we looked at Action, they were fighting. So some of these players were just ready to go off the gate and said, the heck with testing the waters. I'm gonna abuse every second I can get of players playing passively and just be aggressive. But I would love to see the training wheels to come off here in game number 3. You know what I'm saying? We've tested the water. We've dipped our toes a little bit. We know what the temperature is. It's time to rip the Band-Aid off. Jump in the pool. Get out of the kiddie pool and get in the big boy pool. Right, Dobby?
I love it. Get out the bowl. Get out the bowl. We look in here, about to get ready for Game 3 here and start it up here. It looks like there's going to be a lot more bowls to get ahead. It looks like our first, some of our Yodahimes. Oh, here comes our splits, ladies and gentlemen. What's this new character's name?
It's Zipin Yang.
Zipin Yang, because I don't want to get it wrong around here. It's Zipin Yang. Right? Okay. Just want to make sure of that. We look at some Justina's locking in as well here for some of our players, and Yodahimes are starting to become prominent yet again. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As we see, it's gonna be the Yodahime show for a while.
Look, she's strong, right? She's gonna be in the meta for a hot minute. We still have a couple new characters to come out this year. We've got Hollow Roth to come out as well. It's gonna be interesting to see how the meta develops. But Yodo, she just has a strong kit. That F3 brings so much utility in solos. I don't think we're going to see her drop out of solos anytime soon.
As the kit spread is going to be prominent, Wang Shrine, Servants Grounds, and Artesian Grove is definitely going to be hit by a decent amount of our players here. Wreckage Plains, Victims Haven, Windfall George is going to see a decent amount of players, and it looks like they might be a player at Sunwings possibly from what I saw here. So we'll see kind of how that goes and where that space is here. But ladies and gentlemen, let's lock in game 3. A lot of action happening already. 678. And Zin immediately coming in, following the fight already off the rip. A lot of action happening here as Dubai is going to be pushing in on Luren King.
Yeah, we're going to see Dubai trying to make this happen here. A lot of people trying to use that charged left click here. And then, look, this is it. It's so punishable if you're paying attention. We saw Wang Liang abuse the heck out of it in game 1, and Sha never punished it. Luren King clearly not on that same page, knows they can punish that charged left click off of those dual blades very quickly, and is more than happy to do so. Dubai going extremely low here from NPG, and Luren King does not want to let them get away. We're going to see a little bit of a heal come out. Luren King here going to land some hits. You're going to throw that F3, get a reset of their own as Dubai moves away looking for a chance to get a reset. Luren King doesn't want to let that happen, but they see that it's going to happen, but they're not going to give up this kill anytime soon, I don't think. Luren King comes off the roof with the charged left click and is able to connect him to Dubai. Dubai trying to threaten that space with the charged left click here from the dagger, but can't find the right spacing to be able to connect with the uppercut. So he's going to be forced to continue to be on the move, going to be forced to take yet another reset. And, you know, resources are low this early in the game. You haven't had an opportunity to pick up too much, so those resets really do hurt quite a bit, especially when you have somebody sticking on top of you. It's hard to find an extra set of armor or some extra pots to take those resets. Now, Dubai coming in, actually able to land quite a few hits here. Luren King going to come over, looks for an armor swap, but unfortunately, I do believe that was an armor swap that Dubai took earlier already, so not able to get it. They do drop the F3 and aggressively push back. Dubai coming through, able to get a little bit of a reset from themselves and continues the chase now on to Luren King as it's Luren King in the back, but Luren King just used the F3. They don't have that space, but they do have some huge charge left click coming out from the dual blades, and they're able to follow it up with another combo. And while we saw Dubai try to get the ult off to get away, it wasn't enough damage reduction, and we see them get completely shredded and locked down by Luren King.
Luren King really playing this off and really trying to do as best as possible here as Xene is going to be able to get the elimination off of Ding Lu here. Already off of the rip here. Jiqi Sha getting absolutely decimated by those dual blades. Both of them having the same amount as Mike is absolutely getting decimated by Jiqi Sha here. Love to see it as Justina is going to be able to pop that ult. Mike is going to be able to create that distance, back out, maybe pop, see if they can find some stuff here. Surprisingly, doesn't go for getting the shield though, as it looks like now he's getting caught in a bad situation though. Looks like he's going to be able to maneuver this and try to see if maybe he can ring it around as best as possible. Looks like he might be able to. The question is AOW's Mike going to be able to heal up? He should be able to, though, with the amount of distance that he has, though. But he's going to try to see if he can create it even more here as Wang Fly is getting caught in a bad situation. Just finished up a right click coming in as Yang Yu. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can make something happen. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going airborne as Wang Fly and Yang Yu try to fight it out with their Yorihime ults. And it looks like there is no eliminations coming in down from there as Wang Fly is going to be able to do this. The timing of it, it's going to be able to pop that shield just the off top here, but he ends up grabbing him. Oh my goodness, the grappling timing beautifully done coming in from Xian Yu. Xian Yu is going to try to see if he can finish this off, and it looks like he's getting so close. Beautiful right click hitting top on caught on the wall, and it looks like the tree's going to be able to block his way, and Wang Fly gets eliminated from Xian Yu. Coming in from Zin and 678. 678 is going to try to see if he can do something major damage coming in from 678 and finishes off the Zin in literally 2 hits. Oh my goodness, what did you have?
You know, it just had the dagger there. They were trading blows with the dagger there, but 678 able to get the full 1-2 off there from the left click and punish Zin there. Zin got a little bit of greedy. They came in, they picked the damage off, and then they tap dodged to the left. Instead of creating space, they had an opportunity to create multiple space there, and they just really didn't. 678 capitalizes on it using the dagger movement. Kai Bao now coming in here trying to capitalize onto 678. One of my favorite overall players here for one of my favorite teams, Wolves here. Kai Bao moving, trying to get onto them, but it looks like they're going to get away as we pop over to XCG's Wang Liang, who hits a massive parry onto WBG Spider, throws their own F3 in. Spider going to get the parry, misses the opportunity to take the riposte, though. Wang Liang able to hot swap to another dagger, gets in it. We're going to see ult for ult here, Yodo versus Yodo, and it looks like Spider is going to be on the receiving end of some pain. Both of them doing major damage here, but Wang Liang has the HP advantage here. Spider goes very low. We're gonna see Wang Liang trying to use that dagger tech, a little bit of those dashes just to find onto Spider. Spider does find a white set of armor to reset onto. They have their own F3. Wang Liang's gonna have theirs soon, but they're gonna opt to take a reset here because they could actually put themselves at a higher advantage, because they do have that blue shield. Spider can't go that high. Wang Liang instantly rips the shield off of WBG Spider with a left click. 1-2 coming out from the dagger, followed up with the dash. Now Wang Liang once again catches them out with the stab to the chest. Spider 1 HP to Dream, no place to go, and Wang Liang secures the kill.
Securing the kill as best as possible, is able to do a pretty good job of that as well. Really going to be able to patch this up and does a fantastic job of it. We love to see it, though. As now we're going to be able to look back at LXY here. And also, make sure to hit us up on Twitter at Naraka Esports. Yes, that is all. And also, what do you want to know from Nbpl? If you want to know more, if you have any ideas, if you have any questions that you're curious on, if you're in your rank grind, if you're in the middle of just vibing and you're trying to see what is going on, I need some extra help and extra tips, tweet at Naraka Esports or here in Twitch chat using hashtag Nbpl. Some of our mods will be able to take those, ask some of the pros, yes, some of the pros for this tournament right now, and you might be able to get some replies back from some of the best on certain things that you might need. You might need a little bit extra tips while you're in the rank play. Maybe you're at the very bottom. Maybe you're all the way at the top and you're like, yo, I just want to really get to that top place. Maybe you might be able to do that as AOW's Mike is in a really tough space. You're going to try to see if maybe he can patch this up here. Goes for that Justina ulti. It looks like Mike's going to be able to back this up with that freeze. Mike playing this off as best as possible. Looks like Mike's going to be able to force the Justina ult to go back. It's going to go through the grapple, though. GG Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, we are chasing all the way. A whole lot of momentum happening here, so you definitely have to be careful, though. And now it looks like we're only going to get towards the next space here, as it looks like Shaw closing in on AOW's Mike. AOW's Mike is being very close, though, to being eliminated. It's going to be able to force that shield off, and then there comes the maneuvers. GG Shaw is trying to force this. Mike is going to have to fight this, and it looks like Shaw is going to be able to shut that down because of it.
Yeah, Shaw played that really well. He kept charging in his face there, but what he was really looking to do was to use the melee tracking to follow him with the tap dodge out so that he doesn't create enough space to get away, and that's exactly what happened. You saw him release just as the freeze was coming up, and then it automatically turned his character to follow because of the melee tracking, and because the dagger has so much movement on it, he was able to follow that up with the tap dodge and immediately catch up off of the dagger dash and pick up the elimination onto Mike. Super smart play there from GG Shaw, as now we see Q9's LXY giving chase to EWG's Yi-Ran. Yi-Ran, our MVP from the first game, took second place in our second game, sitting on white armor, unfortunately right now, going to be forced to go away, but it's OUG's Luren King who finds the likes of Q9's LXY and completely blitzes their shields off. LXY going to be using the F2 here to take a little bit of the neutral, but a parry comes out, and it doesn't matter if you've got the shield. When you get parried, you still take the riposte. LXY going to take a ton of damage here, goes super low. Luren King comes in with the nunchucks, is able to connect off of the grapple hit, now into the arrow, no place to go, and they're going to pick up the elimination onto LXY. Wolves Kai Bao here coming over here on to the likes of visual bug there. It's J-Team's Xjin. Xjin going very, very low. Kai Bao hungry to put some points onto the board here. Catches onto Xjin again with the nunchucks. Comes in. Xjin just trying to use that dagger to create a little bit of space. Trying to take control of it. They get the charge right click off. They're going to go aerial. Xjin goes super low. We're seeing the bow shots come out from Wang Liang, who's trying to secure the kill onto Kai Bao. Kai Bao needs to be very careful. Even though he's in his ultimate, Wang Liang just needs to land one more shot. Can he make it happen? Doesn't look like he's going to get it. Both these players 1 HP in a dream. Is there going to be Kai Bao? The F3 comes out and eliminates Kai Bao. J-Team's Action lives to see another day.
Oh my goodness, I know he has to feel some type of way. He was so close to really being able to get that elimination. All he needed was one connect, and he just sadly just was not able to get it. And I know sometimes when we go to these and we work hard for these, and I know that's one of those that's probably going to be like, decent little sting there, is you work so hard and you have these spaces, and he just was not able to successfully get it, and that's tough sometimes coming into this. As we look at the next players here, gonna be able to do this more, as Spider looks like he's gonna be able to go through his rotations as well here. Been playing this off. Xin with 3 eliminations. Look at this feat though. So many people with 2 eliminations. A lot of people are playing way more aggressive, really trying to see if they can get those feeds off of there. As Xin ends up with no shield as well. 678 is going to be able to push in on this, keep that same momentum on Xin. Xin is going to be able to give him the same energy right back. Both the daggers coming into this as the Yorahime ult gets forced to push out. He's going to be able to full chase on Xin. The question is he going to be able to connect it? Doesn't look like it, as he's going to be able to throw out the bow shot here. Doesn't connect on the bow, but it looks like 678 is going to decide to back off and stay outside of circle.
It makes sense. Yeah, I was gonna say it makes a lot of sense for 678 to play this way here, because Action has to sit in the zone now, and then he's either forced to come into 678 or sit in the zone even longer. He's going to get that heal cut. He's going to continue to take damage. 678 can just repair. He can, get a full reset and just wait. There it is. Action coming in. Action is a little bit lower here than 678, but 678 going to opt to back out. Not quite sure why. Looks like they want to get into the next zone before it collapses fully. GG Shaw here moving across the map. We are down to 13 players left alive. Only 3 players completely eliminated here in game number 3 as Zone 2 collapses on to Zone 3. Popping in with XCG's Wang Liang. Wang Liang in that first game didn't have that aggression. In the second game, he really brought it towards the end there. Played really smart onto his hero, knew exactly the playstyle he needed, picked up a ton of eliminations, took 3rd place, and now here he is again with the aggression. He's got 2 kills together, and he's playing a late game hero, so he could go into the game with late game with 2 kills and then pop off in the circle as Yorahime and be sitting really pretty again. Wang Liang playing to his strengths, also keeping that aggression coming. That's what we love to see from Wang Liang. It's nice to see that first game was really just him kind of feeling out the field, and that he's not afraid to continue to come here and just W key lobbies and play with that aggression. OC Zhang Yu here taking some pop shots. A lot of players very close, clumped up together once again. I know there's 13 players left alive, but it is only Zone 3, right? So it's awkward to see so many players come together, and this is what they're here for. They're here for the Moore's Blessing. But usually once somebody secures some loot from this, everybody backs off. But these last couple of games, it's been like, okay, we're all here. We're just going to keep fighting. Zhang Yu able to pick up some purple armor out of that is a huge pickup for them, and looks like they're more than happy to get out of here because they know what's happened these last couple games. And now here's more typical of what I'm used to seeing. As soon as somebody picks up the goodies from the mods, everybody disperses and says, I don't want this heat. I don't want to be stuck here fighting with 6 people on top of me this early into the game. That's not what I want. 678 here, going to land a couple of hits, going to come over top. 678 though, with that aggression as well, there's just like everybody can catch this smoke, Dobby.
Everybody can catch this smoke. That's the danger of being caught in a very intensive situation, knowing that there's multiple people around, multiple solos, and everybody is ready for somebody to be very low on HP for everybody to attack and strike. As Spider, one of those people that currently is in a bad situation, that 2v1 not looking good as a solo. F3s come out on each side here. I mean, Spider's caught between literally a wall and 2 players, 2 Yorahimes trying to get this elimination, because that's big points for them to be able to get higher up within these ranks here. As it looks like Spider will be able to retreat off of this, and now both of them are looking at each other like, hey, we should be fighting this out. As it looks like Xin and Zhang Yu, looks like they're both going to be targeting Zhang Yu possibly as well. Xin looks like he's able to get some decent damage though off of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's going to try to back out of this, try to see if he can create a little bit of distance. Nice little bits of big thing that I've noticed too is once you get a little bit of that shield off, it's definitely smartest to really just go back and see what's happening though. They've done a pretty good job of this as well, and it's been really, really cool towards this, and it's like it's amazing to see so far here as Zhang Yu is going to be able to get the hill up.
Yeah, Zhang Yu here was able to get up top. Action just wasn't able to come over that edge the way he wanted to, and the second he missed that jump, he knew the chase was off. He knew they were going to be able to take the reset. He knew he had the F3. Man, GG Shot really taking the high ground. Look at this. Yiron sitting on top of a tree, and GG Shot sitting up here quite literally with a piece of artillery looking over the entire map. As now Oshi Zhang Yu finds himself engaged with GBL Xin. Zhang Yu going low once again. Super unfortunate. Zhang Yu continues to find themselves on the receiving end of some pain, and unfortunately, their F3 actually gets caught on the terrain there, so it can't drop down to cover for them. They're going to actually waste that cooldown as well as not be able to get a reset here. Zhang Yu really in a sticky situation as 678 comes in, hits GBL Zin. Zin's going to back off, and now 678 going to be continuing the chase onto Zhang Yu. 678 again wants to, he wants the smoke, man. Baoda's Huangfly also coming in. Zhang Yu, the one being shot down in this lobby here. 678 looks to come in, is not quite able to connect with the dagger dash, actually goes a little bit too far and goes over the edge. Zhang Yu might actually get away here. Look at this tiny little space. He's got coverage. Nobody can see him there. Man, what an escape from Zhang Yu, able to hold on just a little bit longer. Now it's 678, who's the one who's caught out after trying to give chase to that for so long, and they're going to be eliminated as J-Team's Action takes it with a bow shot from range. Baoda's Huangfly, got to be super sad about that. They chased that for a hot minute and not able to pick up an elimination. J-Team's Action on to their 4th elimination, having a repeat of game number 2. Taking a look at the top of the order here, J-Team's Action sitting up top with 4 elims. Wang Liang, Zhang Yu, WBG Spider, and Luren King all tied for second with 2 eliminations. And GG Shah, the only person with a single elimination in the lobby. Everybody else sitting on 0 eliminations currently.
Looks like it's going to be interesting, though, as the Swarm is going to be able to come in. Looks like it might be catching Shang's in a tough situation, maybe, depending on how this goes. And the Trail is going to be able to get... Trail is just going to be off a little bit here, sadly, as Zin is going to be able to pop that heal for the weapon. Goes for the repair. Has to be very, very careful. The Zin can be caught in a very bad situation. He's right on the outskirts of that Bane's Breath. Just because he is on the outside does not mean that he cannot get hit by it, though. Playing a dangerous game, though, as it looks like Kai Bao looks like he got hit by a bow. Trying to see if he can get back out of this, as DAY1 is going to keep that aggressiveness with those dual blades onto Kai Bao. This is like he's going to be able to go for the back out. Whole lot of damage coming into this, as it looks like they're going to be able to patch this up as best as possible here. The timing of it has been really, really good. So let's see where the rest of it goes. As now, it's only going to get patched up on each side.
Yeah, that F3 coming in really clutch there for Kai Bao, able to keep them into the game. We also saw that the other player, Yiran, didn't continue to push there. Kai Bao could have been in a really bad situation. Luckily, able to pull through here. YZG's Ding Yu here going super low, forced to pop the F3, but Baoda's Huangfly coming in with the Flame Breath, going to force them off. You know, a little bit of barbecue coming out, but it looks like YZG able to slip away from a very dangerous situation for themselves here. 12 players left alive as Zone 4 collapses on to Zone 5. We're going to see things cool down quite a bit. There's a lot of places here in Sunwing to hide. This is going to be another high player count in the final circle. I'm willing to bet, because I mean, look at all these places. You've got all the bones topside, you've got all the different huts you can hide in. There's just so much space for these players to shift off, and everybody wants to stay alive to the very end. Everybody wants to have that coveted top position, get that huge multiplier for their points, and nobody wants it more than J-Team's Action right now, who's sitting on 4 eliminations. The rest of the lobby either sitting on 2 or 0, basically. These players really have it to do. There's still 12 players left alive, lots of eliminations able to happen here. YZG's Ding Liu goes low once again, forced to go ahead and pop their F off the rip. GBL Zin just sitting on top, waiting for that F to go away. YZG's Ding Liu able to get away here a second time, but now EWG's Yiran giving chase. We're going to see GBL Zin charging up the Swarm, looking for a target. They looked like they were going to try to chase Ding Liu down here, but Ding Liu quickly got behind some cover here. Yiran, more than happy to continue to chase here, turns into the dual blades from Ding Liu, though, and we're seeing bow shots come from up top, so Yiran's going to back off here, take a little bit of reset, knows they're not in quite the optimal position. Don't want to give chase into a parade of bow shots from up above here. Speed which sees Zhang Yu hitting a huge headshot up top on Baoda's Huangfly. Huangfly forced to back away here on the Yoda Hime and find a place to take a reset after that massive bow shot coming in. And YZG's Ding Liu still holding on after being caught out multiple times here in zone number 4. Zone number 5 is going to collapse onto zone 6 in the next 2 seconds. JDG's Chu Zhang here getting caught out, going to pop the F3, is able to get a little bit of a reset, takes a shot from a musket there. It's going to get a pot off. See if they can hold on. 12 players left alive. I think we're going to see most of these players in the final zone, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with how everybody's been playing. It's only going to be more and more coming into this as we're going to be able to patch this stuff as well. Being able to figure this out, put time into each space, and just kind of go, hey, let's make this happen with so much magic. As H1Fly has been able to balance this off as best as he can. Xin up top with Shunhing. Looks like he's going to get hit by that bow. Trying to play the maneuver of the airbender, trying to see if maybe he can stay alive during this. Dagger comes down, trying to see if he can do something, trying not to get hit by that mushroom, though. Trying not to get hit by that poison. The circle will start to close in here. It's going to have to play this off. Go around here, trying to see where the next space is here. As Chung looks like he's low on HP. He's going to need to figure out something as well here. No shield. Very dangerous position to be in. And it looks like he has no shields. He has no shields to be able to help, so he is going to have to play this with no shields whatsoever, which is very, very tough. That's why the shields are so important. It's so helpful for you, though, as you get caught in within this. Oh my goodness, it looks like Edson actually gets caught up by that F3, though, by Hang. Gonna force the heal.
Plays that really smart there with that F3, able to just play aggressively because he doesn't have the shield. He needs to make something happen because he's technically at full health there. He either needs to eliminate somebody and pick some pots up off the body, or get the Soul Bloom to get some heals back. But ooh, it doesn't look
matter.
like it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. As J Team's Action said, I've kind of had enough of this. You've been chasing me this whole time. Let me just turn around with this bow while everybody else chases you and take the elimination. J Team's Action. Most of his kills coming from the bow in both of these games, Dobby.
Both games been playing this very, very well as Xin is going to be around this rock, trying to see if maybe they can patch this up in some way, shape, or form. So many more spaces. That's Ding. I haven't seen Ding so far within these final circles here. Welcome to your first circle, Ding. For these games, GG Shaw's trying to hold this balance off as best as possible with Huang Fly. And it looks like GG Shaw is going to be the only one that holds that corner piece, though, trying to stay alive here. Trying to see if maybe he can find something of anything. A little bit of damage, though, with that swarm. Looks like he's going to get forced off here as everybody's going to be around, absolutely scrambling as we go back and forth. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Xin going to be on top with that bow. He's going to try to see if maybe he can just get some connectivity. There's going to be switching all around on each side. There's at least 4 more players still up in the air on top of this massive bone inside of where this space is inside of the map. More space is going to start closing in, so that means there's going to need to get some fights. Sunwing Rest is no longer going to be sunrise. It's sunset. As we're looking in on each side, one person is very dangerously low as we looked in. Luren King ends up getting hit so hard by, it looks like one of the long swords. Actually don't know where that came from. A lot of those major hits coming in. Yeron just trying to keep his distance as best as possible with that cannon. Is able to get a little bit, but he has that gold, and because of that new character, he's able to keep his heals and his shield as much as possible. Going back towards each section here on top of the order, Luren King is going to be able to force to be able to use the ulti. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going airborne yet again. Somebody is so dangerously low, but oh no! Luren King actually ends up getting eliminated by... Wow! Unbelievable timing, though. I actually thought that Luren King was actually going to be able to piece that together, but it looks like it doesn't matter as Yeron ends up top. A great place that he needs to. He's going to be able to use that cannon to try to get something going. He's going to be able to pop that shield and top off. Beautiful barbecue coming in from one of the players. Absolute smackdown coming down from Xianyu, trying to keep it together, but Huang Fly ends up dying out, ends up getting elimination up with Kai Bao. Kai Bao actually dies outside of circle. Wang Liang way up top, trying to see if maybe he can keep some distance away as Huang Fly up top with that Flamebringer, trying to see if he can get any type of massive damage. It looks like he is. Holds the F3, is able to get the shield down. There's still more right up top here as Huang Fly is going to have to be able to force the Yoda Hime ult. It looks like it's going right through the bone, but the question is it connecting? Yes, it is. It looks like he's able to get a massive one off of Xin. He's able to get the first. The question is, can he get the second? Massive damage hitting off of Liu Rang. Insane coming in. This is GG Shaw. Ends up getting hit so far outside, but he still has that shield. It looks like, ladies and gentlemen, GG Shaw, a place that he knows he's been in many different situations. Shaw looks like he could possibly be the winner here, at least of this game, but let's see who actually does take it home. Is it Huang Fly? Does Huang Fly actually take that one home here?
Absolutely,
ladies and gentlemen,
absolutely.
Huang Fly takes the winner of this game in style. Doesn't actually have to focus on getting first place, just immediately gets the dub because of the amount of eliminations he probably had.
Look, we got to talk about this. Huang Fly did not have very many eliminations going into this final circle. This final circle, he sleepered on us, Dobby. I was watching, I'm letting you do your thing, and I'm just watching the kill feed, and it's like Huang Fly. Huang Fly, Huang Fly, Huang Fly. We're watching these crazy fights go on, and the camera, for whatever reason, is just turned ever so slightly to the left or right, where we don't see Huang Fly, and he's just like, let me pick up an elim. Let me pick up another one. Hey, let me pick up 2 more. Hey, let me get another one. He picked up J-Team's Action and then just literally was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna just keep eliminating him. Action goes out in like 10th place or 11th place. He had those 5 elims. He's not gonna get a ton of points off of a multiplier though, because he was eliminated so early, which is really unfortunate because he did have a ton of eliminations early on, but you gotta take it to the late game. Unfortunate, but Huang Fly really just pops off in that final circle. It goes absolutely insane. I swear, every time I looked at the kill feed, it was just Huang Fly all day, every day.
Huang Fly, definitely now looking at it from the replays, because we was going back and forth here. We were seeing a little bit of Wang Liang's feed. Huang Fly definitely trying to keep that magic happening though. Even during that split moment where he was on top of the bone, F3 comes out, there's at least 2 people around, but he had that flame burger. That flame burger was massive for him, probably being able to cook a lot of those players. Like I said, can I get that number 3 with a Sprite? A whole lot of that action coming in with that, and ends up sending one way to the other section though. He ends up getting probably a lot of eliminations out of that though. That could be at least 6 eliminations off the rip though. Zhang Yu is able to catch at least 2, and GG Shot I think gets 3 towards the end of that circle there. So there was still a lot of maintaining happening towards that beautiful end towards this game. Huang Fly absolutely dominating and staying up top of that bone inside Sunwing's rest, really trying to not only catch the people that are he probably got a lot of those eliminations from the people that were in the air, trying not to actually get caught up in fights. And because of that, he had the advantage knowing that he had the range, but he also had those close, tight-knit fights because he didn't have to worry about finding anybody at the bottom.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, also him dropping the F3 at the edge of the zone when zone 7 was collapsing onto that bone where there was just that one little space left you could stand without sliding off, secured him just so much security. He was able to flame breath multiple players who then ran into the zone, died to the zone, and because of his burn tick, he picked up the kills, and he was able to reset, get more HP. And I mean, look at this. This is the difference that multiplier makes, right? J-Team's Action had 5 kills. He takes 4th place with 5.5 points. He gets no ranking points because of how early he was eliminated. He only gets 0.5 more points. He really didn't get a lot of points from the multiplier, whereas Huang Fly, who goes out in 3rd, maybe 4th place, is able to walk away with 7.5 points just from eliminations, plus the 2 ranking points, giving him 9.5. OC Zhang Yu able to string together 9.4 points. And unfortunately, Yiran, our player who's really been sticking towards the top of the pack, he survived quite a bit longer than J-Team's Action this time, but he just didn't have the elims to make anything happen. Huang Fly really just kind of locked down this final circle, didn't let anybody else pop off. And when you're a Yodohime player, that's what you're trying to do. That's what Yiran wanted to do. He wanted to have a repeat of game number 2, where he just was able to lock down that final zone. Didn't happen here because Huang Fly just came in and said, I'm going to lock down this final circle. It's all going to come up me. And clearly 13k damage, 5 eliminations. Huang Fly made it happen.
Huang Fly, a very top contender from season 1. Notice him make a lot of magic happen the last time, and he did a fantastic job of it. So to be able to see him come back and really do the same amount of momentum again here, we love to see it coming into this. It looks like only more of it is going to happen. Looks like we'll be able to patch this up for the next one there. And it's just like, yeah, let's try to figure this out here with Splinter. Tuna, melee resist soul jades of 3 and 1 health soul jade. Did a pretty good job of that. As now we're getting towards the halfway mark. 3 games are done, 3 games are left. Now as we get ready for our final 3 games of today, we talked about this before, and there was a lot of confidence coming into this game. Now it looks like the comfortability is starting to set in. Now it seems like a lot of that W key aggression is starting to come by in many different instances. So now, as we said before, H-Fly, Zhang Yu, GG Shot, right? Top 3 from that last game. What did we talk about the like before this game started? We created a prediction. We were like, is what did we say? Did we say we said, was it Zhang Yu or was it Yeron? We said Yeron, right? We said Yeron. Who was going to keep that momentum again, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, Yiran didn't perform as well this game, but he's still relatively towards the top of the pack. He didn't put a ton of points on the board, but considering the rest of the lobby, look at how many zeros there were in this lobby, right? There was a lot of 0 points coming out of the entire lobby. Yiran still able to put at least 3 points on the board. He had the lead going in. He's got 3 more games to play. If this is his weakest game today, Yiran is easily still going to be in the top 3 at the end of the day.
We'll see what happens, though, as we lock in for that one. He still has a couple more games left, though, so he still has to keep that same momentum going into this. But Huangfly really decimating this lobby, though. Even with only 5 eliminations, still was able to get 13,000 damage done. So clearly, that man was putting in work. Clearly. And that's a very dangerous man, because obviously, like I said, MVP, but he was able to do that within the next slot. So as we're able to patch that up for the next one, let's figure out how we can knock that down for the next couple here. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see how these next 3 games go. And there's only going to be more madness happening for the next couple of games here as we really lock in towards those other sections, though, as we still figure out what's next. We still try to patch it in the other spaces. And obviously, we're still going to know more throughout. Oh, man, this is going to be very, very fun for these next 3 games.
Oh, it's gonna be an absolute blast coming in and seeing what happens with all of these games. And you know, this is the first 6 for these teams, right? The next solo stage we have is not tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be trios, but the day after that, Saturday, is going to be 2 different groups going head to head, right? So one of these groups isn't going to get a chance to come back for that next day. It's going to be the 2 other groups, and then we'll have the final day where we get to see the last of it come in and the group swap with each other. But it's still anybody's game. We're 3 games into the season, as crazy, but we're going to jump into a quick interview as we pass things over to Jaeger, and then we'll be back with game number 4.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Yeran to our interview room. So first of all, let's say hello to the audience. 那首先先给我们的观众打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是EWG 的叶兰。
好的，再次欢迎你。So first of all, congratulations that you get the highest score in the solo game from game 1 to game 3. And I would like to know, like resting for almost like 1 month and back to the lane ranks again. I would like to know how's your feeling right now and compare with the season 1. Do you think there's any difference? 那首先要恭喜你在第1把到第3把，目前为止你的积分是最高的。然后也想问一下，其实进行了休赛将近1个月之后嘛，那现在自己今天可以拿下开门红的心情是怎么样？觉得跟上个赛季相比的话，有哪些不同呢？
今天能拿下开门红，就是自己的心情还是非常放松的。然后就除了第1把一开始的时候感觉有点紧张，但是拿下那只机子之后，就觉得心情就挺放松、挺开心的。然后赛季的变化吧，倒没有什么，就是感觉自己的操作啥的都还是一样的，基本没什么太大的变化。
Okay, so to be honest, I think resting for 1 month and now, actually at the game 1, I'm a little bit nervous. And after I get the highest score in game 1, and I become very relaxed. And I think compared with the season 1, I don't think there's too much difference. Maybe I think maybe strong on my skill, and most of them is still the same. Okay, we also saw that you are the trios game player and become the solo game player. So I would like to know how you comment on yourself, the advantage and disadvantage. 那我们也看到这个赛季其实刚从3排转单排嘛，特别想问一下你自己觉得在3排转单排之后自己的一个优劣势在哪里，然后怎么评价自己现在的表现呢
3排转单排的话，就是那些打单排的选手的，就是刀法和博弈上会比我们打3排的选手感觉会更硬一点，就是感觉去跟他们博弈的时候会比较劣势。但是我觉得平常心吧，就自信一点，打自己的打法就行了。
So to be honest, with the solo game, I think they are very strong on their battle one-on-one. But I think for the game, I will more confidence and keep my performance. So it's the key to win the game. Okay, so 谢谢叶然接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你在第1把到第3把目前是一个最高分，希望接下来继续加油。Okay, thank you 叶然 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Although the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times. I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm the phoenix. I will rise 1,000 times. I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm reviving from the ashes. From the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times. I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm the phoenix. I will rise 1,000 times. I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm reviving. I will rise 1,000 times. I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm the phoenix. I will rise 1,000 times. I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me 'cause I'm reviving. I will rise 1,000 times. From the ashes.
能拿下2022 Nbpl S1单排总冠军，首先感谢我妈妈当年不减网线之恩。
虽然我不是冠军，但是冠军是被我击败的。听说2022 Nbpl S2 赛季来了很多新人，我就想知道有没有比我帅的。
是谁呀？谁呀？
只要你不退役，估计以后还是没有对手的。来这么多新人手，有空来我基地交流一下。
我们队里有个40敌带2娃的，如果你们打不过的话，可以退役了。
一个界杯冠军，一个联赛冠军兼 FMVP， 还有比这更稳的东西吗？有的话你给我找出来，我不信。
稳，实在是太稳了。麻烦转告一下你队友，离你远一点，毕竟第7之子嘛。 No hesitation, no hesitation， 天地正看我惊奇如焚。
No hesitation, no hesitation， 用战斗去证明谁才是神。
听说 Nbpl 有4大金刚，哼，我只能说，请多指教。
很遗憾，岛少失去了复仇的机会。
唉，单排赛打不来的嘛。
知识越山，知识要牢记。
喵，
知识开爆。
AS 现在也不在了，麦克4舍5入也算了亚军吧。
开爆闭嘴。
对于已经通关了单排赛的我来说，就浅尝一下3排吧。
你这叫能通关？我这才是通关单排，浅尝3排啊！
我要在这个舞台上证明谁才是 Nbpl 第1劳模。
你要问什么是强者？如果你只停留在这一层，是无法理解的。当你来到了这一层，就能有所觉悟。
隔着仙人饼呢？那我想问问，到底什么是心魔？我的菜刀沾满了刀哥的鲜血。
2022 Nbpl S2，我的夺冠概率也是你们的2倍了。
垃圾话就说到这里了，中区赛场见真章。2022 Nbpl S2，我们不见不散。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nbpl Pro League. We're 3 games deep in today's 6 games of solos. We're past the time where these players are feeling each other out. The aggression is coming out, and these players showing that each and every one capable of making it happen. We just watched Baudas Wongfly show why you can never count Wongfly out here into the solos because, man, he popped off in that final circle, Dobby.
He did. He absolutely went off towards this next space here. As I mean, there's just so much magic happening, and they've been doing a pretty good job of it so far. Let's see kind of where these next 3 games go. I think the first 3 games are set, right? A lot of that confidence coming in from some of these players, even players that we haven't necessarily heard and or seen. But now it's like, okay, where is the top off really start to happen? Especially for players like Wang Liang, especially for some of these players like Xin, who has been caught in these really interesting circles, hasn't been able to get that top 3 like they want to, but they've been still able to keep some form of consistency though. So let's hope that they can keep that same energy for the rest of tonight.
Absolutely. We're going to jump to a quick video before we come back and find out if they can indeed keep the energy going.
我觉得吧，就是他转到3排的时候，他是转官宣之后我才知道的。然后我觉得我第一反应是觉得就是有点可惜嘛，因为就是那种强敌就是本来就不多了，然后 AS 也转走了，就是你在比赛里可能其他的有一些你没有经历过那种就是非你自己决定的因素可能会变少很多，因为就是如果他没有转的话，他可能会，我是那种就是我如果就是犯了一次错误，下一次我就不会犯那种错误，然后他在的话，他可能会给我一种那种非自我决定因素更多一点，然后我可以去学习那些东西，就是学习如何不为那些东西就不去犯错，然后但是因为他转走了嘛，可能这些因素就变少了，然后就感觉一开始觉得挺可惜的，然后后面还是就是也在慢慢理解他的这个就转3排的行为是他自己的想法这种。
Looks like the thinking of the man himself has just been going back and forth. Trey, it's basically a really big mind game when it comes to a lot of these circuits and a lot of these players here going back and forth. I mean, we've been seeing them go back and forth between GG Shaw, Wang Liang, and some of the other players that they've seen throughout last season. But as we're going to get ready to lock in for game 4 here, I feel like it's a different story, especially coming into next week, knowing that next week we're going to be on a different map entirely.
Oh, you know, yeah, not next week, but the next bi-weekly, because we still have...
Next bi-weekly.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we still have games next week, and then we have grand finals for our first bi-weekly split next week. Wow, coming out of the gate here in the game number 4, we got 4 Justinas hitting it off the rip. Let's see what else comes in as the slot machine locks them down. We got a Zipin Yang, Yoda Hime, and then a couple more Justinas here. Justina coming a little more alive here as we jump into game number 4. Of course, we do have those 0-point rules into effect, so these players are going to be forced plus something else. Luren King bringing out the Wu Chen, always a crowd favorite. Clearly, he's fallen a little bit out of favor, though, as Zipin Yang takes place of the support hero being played here into solos. I see a lot more Justinas, Yodos, and Zipin Yangs here as we get ready to lock in for game number 4. It's going to be very interesting to see how the solo Wu Chen does. You know, we've seen this before, right? Where Valda pretty viable into solos towards the end of last season. But anytime she was picked by herself, it's really hard to escape any situation when you get low, because everybody knows when they see a Valda, that's the same Valda, because there's only one in the lobby. So if you're playing the only Wu Chen in the lobby, you're going to suffer from that same kind of targeting where people go, okay, I can never lose sight of you, right? Because we see the skins from our perspective, but all these players just see base skins. So one Yodo looks exactly like every other Yodo. So if you're the only version of a hero in a lobby, it becomes very easy for you to become the target very quickly.
Especially coming into this right now with game 4 here, as Zhang Yu looks like he's going to be nearby one of the players as well here, has to be able to play this carefully, as Zin nearby, trying to see if maybe might be something here. It doesn't look like there's going to be any type of fighting happening between the backside of each section here, but it's going to be interesting how they're going to be able to take this off here, as Mike is just going to be frolicking in the flowers and just taking their sweet time. Lu Ren King and Dubai is going to be nearby each other. They're immediately going in and immediately goes right into this next fight. Whole lot of momentum happening towards each of these players here. There's not even given it a second, as Lu Ren King in a bad space here, absolutely getting hit by those dual blades though. Dubai trying to keep that same momentum, has been doing a pretty good job of that as well. Dubai is going to be able to get the finish off of Lu Ren King. Lu Ren King trying to stay away and just do a really, really good job of that. Going back and forth between Zin and Huang Fly. Looks like they're gonna be going back and forth here. Huang Fly is gonna be able to pop that pistol here. Looks like it's unsuccessful though. Both blocks coming in on both sides. The defensive has been going pretty good as well from Huang Fly and Zin. Zin is going to be able to keep that pressure, trying to see if maybe he can push that forward, but he is going to be able to pop that shield though, get a little bit ahead of it. And it looks like it's going to be interesting as AOW's Mike and GG Shaw back at it again. Two very powerful players trying to maneuver around this hut here. Going forward the chase here, AOW's Mike wanting to keep this momentum, wants to keep that magic happening as the defense comes in on both sides. Beautiful timing happening as the dagger is going to be missed. Looks like GG Shaw getting hit with that damage from AOW's Mike. AOW's Mike's going to keep that momentum on both sides. Damage and potential parries waiting to happen on each side, trying not to get too far into the damage, could possibly miss it out. Purple shield right in the middle. Both of them ends up not taking it. Could have been easily on both of them, but it could also be a no shield as well, so they have to be careful. Looks like AOW's Mike is going to drop his shield, pop a gray, and it looks like GG Shaw is going to go back for the reset, going to be able to get the shield off, and it looks like they're going to reset it again. AOW's Mike, beautiful timing as AOW's Mike is going to be able to destroy GG Shaw with that insane parry. As the parry is going to be able to shut it down, but oh no, beautiful timing coming in though, and the recovery from, oh my goodness, the recovery coming in from GG Shaw, playing that so well, but Mike was able to clutch it up, pop that purple, and finish off Mike.
Yeah, I mean, a huge play there from AOW's Mike, coming in able to secure that. As we pop over now to Q9's LXY, who finds themselves engaged with JDG's Chu Zhang here. Chu Zhang using that cannon to actually pump some damage out after using the F3 to get a quick reset. LXY giving chase here with both the ultimate as well as the dagger, but Chungzi gonna use a dagger of his own, catches the uppercut coming in. LXY uses the F but cuts it short because of terrain, is gonna be forced to use the last charge to try to get away, can't get the reset. Unfortunately, the terrain stops Chu Zhang here from actually getting the follow-up, but now continues with the follow-up, dashes to the side to avoid the right click coming out from the charge dagger of Q9's LXY. LXY gonna get the reset. Chungzi here waiting for the opportunity, is gonna come in, immediately blitzes the shield back off of LXY. Chu Zhang here has the ability up. They have the F3. They can aggressively continue to push this. Justina looking to try to get the reset here. LXY is going to get a shield pot off, and now JDG's Chu Zhang here coming in. Oh, a miss parry, but now LXY catches the re-parry. The F3 comes out to be able to recover. Chu Zhang able to stay into this fight, but now both of them with the full reset. They're going to go head-to-head as we pop over to AOW's Mike, who's involved in a fight here with Wolves. Kai Bao with a massive parry. Mike able to hit the F just in time to stop the killing blow. Both of them go low. Kai Bao comes in. It's whoever gets the first hit. It's AOW Mike.
AOW's Mike. When I tell you, this man has been amazing when it comes to timing. timing is on AOW Mike's side. And when I say that in the sense that this man single-handedly has continuously been caught up in so many situations where he can be able to clutch up some really nice stuff. And being able to do that, he's done a really fantastic job of that. As he keeps the momentum happening, I've seen Mike countless times come back and is surprisingly being able to take some kills. I don't know where this man comes from. This man comes out of nowhere. He's able to do it every time. Every single time. He is yet to really fail in that. As we look in here, we're seeing an insane fight happening in between Ding, Dubai, and it looks like there's one other player as well as we just got off of this camera as the dual blades come out for Dubai. Dubai is going to keep that momentum off of Ding Liu as Ding is going to be able to try to back out of this as fast as possible. No shield on him. He's going to get hit on top of this roof. Spider's going to keep that same momentum. He's going to be able to push in, keep that same closeness area here as well with the grapple. He's gonna have to rotate this around the wall. He knows he's gonna be bouncing off of it on each time. Goes for the grapple. The grapple is going to successfully hit though, and it looks like the momentum is going to get pushed onto each side as it looks like Ding is gonna be able to get some damage though off of Spider. Spider looks like he's gonna have to get forced into this. Ding Liu has to fight this out. He's got to be able to keep the same momentum. He's been doing a really good job pitching out a lot of this stuff as Ding Liu is gonna get forced to throw the Yotahime ult here onto this player. He's gonna be able to do a decent job here. The question is, can he hit any of it? It looks like he's gonna be able to hit one. Very minorly off the other one though, and it looks like Ding is gonna get eliminated from WBG. Spider doing a really good job trying to keep that singular distance, but also does a very good job really keeping the momentum going though.
Oh my god, Spider comes back in immediately, gets the freeze on the J Team's action, follows it up with a meter dump, but Action able to get out of it by using the F3. Spider still happy to come in hyper and aggressive here, but we also have the likes of 768 just waiting in the wings, trying to get something onto Spider here. Spider's gonna get away. Spider's gonna go around the corner. If 678 had come around that corner, I'm pretty sure we would have seen Spider drop the meter dump out, but it looks like they're more than happy to back off. And now Spider once again back into this fight on J Team's Action. Action catches him with a quick little toothpick into the uppercut combo there, able to lock down and get the shields off of Spider. Spider looking for an opportunity to get a reset. Can he be forced to pop the F again here as J Team's Action continues the hunt? Spider a little on the back foot here, but all he needs is one good moment here to flip this fight on its head. Spider does have full meter, and at a moment's notice, he could turn that around and dump it onto them, so Action needs to be careful. Action probably has their F3 backup, though, so they need to be careful when that happens. As we pop over to AOW's Mike, finds themselves engaged here with NPG's Dubai. Dubai actually forced to go into the zone here as GBL Zin shows up and lands some pistol shots. Dubai gets a quick armor swap, is just going to sit in the zone. AOW's Mike more than happy to wait. So is GBL Zin as Dubai just sits back here. Dubai needs to go deeper into the zone where they can't track him and get back around. This is only the first zone being collapsed down onto here. So Dubai not going to take a ton of damage as long as they got the heals that can make it happen. And now AOW's Mike and GBL's in turn their attention to one another while they wait for Dubai to come back in. Mike taking control of the fight immediately with the nunchucks. We see the F come out from our other player, and Mike doesn't want to give up the hunt here. Mike's hungry. He really wants to pick up some more eliminations. He's got two already. Try to use his nunchucks to create some space here. Loses track of the other player and is going to opt to take the reset.
Reset's going to go pretty well, though. Looks like we're going to be able to patch this up on both sides here. Has been able to do a pretty good job of that as well. We'd love to see it coming into this space. Looks like he's going to be able to look at this a little bit more here as Zhang Liu looks like he's going to be able to patch this up on more stuff as well. Wang Liang caught in a very tough situation, very low on HP though, but it looks like he's going to get chased by Kai. And Zhang going to be able to keep that same momentum though as Wang Liang is just going to try to maneuver this as best as possible away from everybody. Wang Liang forcing to try to see if he can get some damage, maybe trying to get a fight here as he looks like he is going to be able to pop this shield just in time though. Might be able to keep this game alive as Kai is going to get caught in the back by one of them and ends up backing out as fast as possible. Wang Liang is trying to create some insane amount of distance, but GG Shaw is on the booty of Wang Liang. GG Shaw is not going to let this fight get away. That's Wang Liang. Hold on, bring that booty here, boy. I want that. Give me that energy. As it looks like Wang Liang is going to push on this as fast as possible. Bring that booty here, boy. Looks like GG Shaw will be trying to keep the same energy, though, but looks like he might have lost him potentially. As we look back at Chuz is just stuck in a bad situation. Here's Luren King, who wants to try to keep that same energy as well here. Katana versus Nunchucks, going back and forth in between it. The circle is starting to close in, so they're going to need to start pushing this in. Either that or they're going to start to use it as to their advantage. And it looks like it is. As it looks like the switcheroo comes in from Wushin. Wushin is going to be able to catch him in a bad situation, but now here comes the finish from Yodahime. He has to be very careful, though. He's going to wait it out. He's going to try to bounce it back and forth here. Pops the shield. Steady keeps it alive for himself. Meanwhile, JD's Shin looks like he's gonna have to do something here as the grapple comes out. The nice bolts come out from each side with that bow, and it looks like he is going to be able to pop that heal and keep the game alive, not only for himself, but also Luren is also going to do the exact same thing. They're going to be able to push in towards the outskirts of the circle. He's going to be able to finally push in, but now it's back at it again. They're still outside of circle. They're going to be juggling this back and forth until someone ends up getting eliminated. Luren King is slowly closing in on Hang, but no, here comes the third party coming in from Dubai. Dubai with that katana is going to try to see if maybe he can get the finish, but no, he looks like he goes right for Luren King. Bad timing, though, because it looks like one of the other players might be able to get out of here, and it looks like Shen might actually be able to get out of here with the very skin of his teeth. The timing coming in, that right click beautifully done from that katana, and it looks like, oh no, one of them ends up getting eliminated, but he goes back out of circle, ends up getting eliminated as well, and Hen ends up coming up to feast on the same players that was just fighting him 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, and now, you know, Wolves, Kai Bao comes in, picks up a huge elimination off of that. His second elimination this game, and is going to get quite a bit of gear before he gets out of the fight as well. As we pop over to OC Zhang Yu, engage with GG Shaw pops the ult, but he doesn't have time to get away. Zhang Yu picks up the elimination, and now Zhang Yu versus Q9's LXY. LXY says, I'm just going to go ahead and get out of this. You've got your ult up still. Let me just get the heck out of here. Zhang Yu. Just here on the edge of the circle to be forced to scale rush out. Not going to be able to pick anything off the body, but does get the elimination. We are zone 2, about to fully collapse onto zone 3. We're going to see these resurrections go away very, very quickly. Only a couple players with their resurrections left. AOW's Mike here with 2 kills to his name. Finally able to get himself a set of blue armor as we hit zone 3. He's been running that white armor for quite a hot while now. He sees the likes of Wolves. Kai Bao over here. Kai Bao coming over, wants to get the purple armor from this. Doesn't want to let Mike get it. Kai Bao sitting on the edge, but he's frozen, not going to be able to secure it. Mike going to get the double upgrade, goes from blue and then immediately secures himself a set of purple armor. GBL, Zin, Mike, and Kai Bao all going to back off from this fight here. Zin going to take a quick little repair as we take a look at the leaderboard for this game. WBG Spiders sitting in first place with 5 eliminations already. OC Zhang Yu, AOW Mike, and Wolves, Kai Bao all tied for second with 2 elims. The rest of the lobby sitting at 1 or 0 eliminations. We're going to see the likes of NPG's Dubai, J-Team's Xjin, GG Shah, OUG's Luren King, and YZG's Ding Liu completely eliminated here in game number 4 already. Super unfortunate for J-Team's Xjin, who's been doing very well the last couple of games, but eliminated this game with only 1 point under their belt.
Looks like it's going to be a back and forth here from each section, though. Oh, the pistol shot comes in, though. 678. The question is he going to be able to get the finish? No, it looks like Spider's going to be able to clutch that up for the finish. That could have been Yeron's opportunity, though, but oh, no. It looks like Spider's going to be able to push in real aggressively on Yeron here. It's been sitting a little too long here, but oh, my goodness. The juggle coming in from Spider getting disrespected. Oh, my goodness. That was actually wrong. He had to do him like that. WBG Spider ended up playing this as best as possible, trying to see if he can get away, as Dang Yu is going to try to keep his close of mind as well towards this player. Been able to balance it off as best as possible here and able to do it more and more as often as possible here, as it looks like there's going to be more actual additions happening as we're going to be able to pace this out on each section. More and more this is going to be happening as we're going to be able to settle this out on each side, but man, he's going to be able to patch that down with more time, pushing into this as best as possible. Both of them with nunchucks, using that right click to be able to get that momentum just to get closer and closer. Looks like there is a 4th party that could possibly come into this, but it looks like we won't be able to know until he gets to, oh no, he might be actually getting closer and closer. This actually is going to get a little bit more hesitant as Spider is going to be pushing out on each side. Zhang Yu is going to get forced. Looks like the shots are going to be able to ring in, but it looks like it's not hitting, though, with that, as Spider is going to try to bounce out of this as best as possible. One Fly wants this momentum as well, and he comes in with a swarm. He's going to try to see if maybe he can get some hits as well, and a nice little bit of damage, though, and it looks like he's going to be able to take some insane amounts of damage off of these players, though, as it looks like Yeron is able to finish it off. Finish off WBG Spider. as he's able to get a whole lot of damage done as H-Fly ends up getting hit by those 2 bow shots. Wang Liang up top was waiting for the opportunity for them to spread out a little bit wider just so he can use that bow, but it looks like he was too late though, as the cannon shots come out as they're using that. Justina is going to try to bounce back up top just to see if maybe he can do it. And it looks like he's going to play this off as best as possible, as Alex Y is going to be able to try to time this out and does a pretty decent job of it as well. Looks like he was waiting for an opportunity, but it looks like he also missed it. How a lot going on though. Man.
Oh, GBL Zin here absolutely catches the perfect timing as we see LXY from Q9 come out of the freeze, catches the full uppercut combo on him. LXY goes super low, forced to ult to even try to get away. Zin catches it. Wait, what happened? How did GBL Zin disappear? Or sorry, Q9's LXY? What? They were on the wall and all of a sudden they were back down on the ground. I'm not sure what happened there. GBL Zin able to secure the kill anyway though. But that was a very interesting interaction as we pop over to Baudos Wongfly, who catches the Bane's Breath to the face here, opting to take a little bit of a reset. Oh, he almost does get caught out again! Wongfly, you gotta get out of here, buddy! Wongfly on the move. Got a little bit of time to go ahead and get a full reset here. That hurt, though. That hurt to watch. Never want to be on the receiving end of a big bad Bane's Breath. Wongfly back on the move here with the daggers. We pop over to JDG's Chu Zhang here, who's engaged with AOW's Mike. Mike able to secure himself legendary armor. Wait, didn't for the first 3 zones of the game we see Mike with white armor? Then he picks up blue, picks up purple. The next time we pop back to him just 2 minutes later, he's got gold armor. What happened? The luck of Morris Isle on the side of AOW's Mike today, Dobby.
Mike has really been able to flush this out as best as possible here. As it looks like he's still been able to make this happen though. He's been able to push it up as best as possible. Like I said before, man, this is one of those powerful players that does a really good job of it. So now the real question is where do we go next? How do we do this after this, right? As we go through more spaces, it's gonna be interesting to see where this goes for the rest of these teams. As it looks like now, it's only gonna get crazier. Let's see how this works.
Zin caught out in a bad space here, forced to use the ultimate. They used all 3 charges and are still being hunted by the rest of the lobby. Haven't been able to create any amount of space, even though they burned all 3 charges of that. They go super low. Zhang Yu also going low here, but everybody wants that kill on to Jin. GBL Zin going to be eliminated by EWG's Yiran as Yiran picks up their 2nd elimination here in game number 4. Super unfortunate position to be in if you're GBL Zin. They popped all 3 of their ults just trying to create distance, and unfortunately it just was not enough distance as they ran into other players. Those other players locked them down long enough for the other players to catch up, and it looked like the whole lobby had it out for GBL Zin. As we take a look at the leaderboard, WBG Spider has been eliminated, but he's still more than double over 2nd place because of his 6 eliminations with 7.2 points. We see 3 or 4 players tied for 2nd with 2 elims right now. 7 players left alive as Zone 4 just now finishes collapsing all the way down on to Zone 5. Taking a look at Baudos Wongfly here. With a couple of legendary Soul Jades for himself here. He's got to be feeling pretty good at the moment. He's also got himself the purple swarm. He's got a purple set of armor. Unfortunately though, he does have no eliminations yet, but we've seen last game Wongfly easily able to secure multiple eliminations in the final circle. He's not playing Yotahime this time. He is on Justina, so he needs to make something happen soon. He's got to find an opening to put some points up on the board. We talk about it all the time. Placement is not everything. You got to have the kills to go with it. So we take a look now to JDG's Chu Zhang here. Chu Zhang struggling to put some eliminations on the board, but has been consistently making it to late game. If Chu Zhang can kind of wrap things up and get themselves some more eliminations before the late game, I think they'd be doing fairly well this time around, but unfortunately that's not been the case. As we see here, they once again are sitting on 1 elimination. We're down to top 7 already. It's been a much more aggressive lobby compared to the last 2 games where we saw the likes of 9 and 12 players alive into Zone 7. We're Zone 5 with 7. Mike here, still sitting really pretty. Mike with 2 elims. He's got that gold armor. He's got those purple nunchucks. He's been moving up in the world very quickly as he just looks to find a little bit of space for his own. He's going to give the high ground here. Doesn't want to stay up there on the receiving end of those cannons. They do a ton of damage, especially when they're purple tier or above. And Mike doesn't want to burn through resources. He's only got those 4 health pots left. See Baudos Wongfly come in here. looking to maybe make something happen on JDG, but sees the cannon shots, thinks better of it. EWG's run sitting up behind a rock here. Wongfly doesn't want to challenge for it. Wongfly really in a bad situation. He's kind of down in this crevice here. He's got to stay on the move. Doesn't really have a space to call his own. As we pop over to Wolves, Kai Bao. Kai Bao also with 2 eliminations, looking to make something happen here onto JDG maybe as he throws a little range shot. Everyone just more than happy to hold on to their own space right now, as we're kind of in that phase where everybody's waiting to be forced to fight each other. Bowdos Wongfly gonna get a couple hits onto JDG. Coming in at Zhang Yu, gonna take a couple of hits as well over here. Wolves Kai Bao immediately gonna turn onto it. We're gonna see them go really low. Zhang Yu needs to find a way to get away here, but Kai Bao gonna back off as he sees an extra grapple come out. Zhang Yu, though, still being hunted by the rest of the lobby. Kai Bao needs to find an opportunity to jump back into this fight so he can capitalize on all the work he just put in. But a lot of these players zoning him off of the fight, and it actually gives Zhang Yu enough time to get a full reset and find their footing back into this game. Now the question is are they going to stay stuck out in the middle, or are they going to be able to find some ground to call their own as they're trying to push somebody off of the high ground, see if they can hold it? Looks like they're going to opt to go up a tree.
Probably the best thing for them to do here, trying to stay alive. And it looks like they're still able to play this off as best as possible. It looks like the spread of this circle has been actually pretty wide so far here. We still have more spaces to go, as it looks like we will be able to patch this up on closer energies, as it looks like AOW's might gets hit off of a massive tree here. Definitely have to be careful towards this space here. It's actually looking very, very sketchy. Looks like he's going to be able to wrap it around as best as possible. Still be able to patch this up, as Mike still trying to stay alive here, trying to see if he's trying to make sure everybody goes back up, back up. I don't want nobody trying to fight. Back up, just get away, back, no, back up. Going to be able to do this as best as possible. Does a pretty decent job of it so far here, but let's see if they can keep that same energy going forward. As it looks like they're going to be able to pack up the next spaces here, and it's only going to get crazier. As it looks like they were able to patch this up even more. Looks like it's just Shoes Hang trying to stay alive within this one is out. Okay, Bao actually doing a fantastic job as well, trying to keep the same momentum as before. Love to see it, even with the spaces between, with every single little bits of what's been going on here. They've still been able to ditch it out as best as possible. Now, question is, where do we go from here? As we're going to be able to wrap this around towards the next space here. H-Fly getting hit on each side. Has to be careful, though. He's very, very dangerously low. He's trying to take Chuz out of the circle, trying to see if maybe he can just get him to back up just a little bit longer here. He's been doing a pretty decent job of it so far. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum coming in. As it looks like we're going to be going back and up top here with Yeran. Yeran, looks like somebody also got another elimination on side of the feed here.
Yeah, it was Yeran who picked up the kill there onto Wongfly, actually.
Really?
Yeah, they were able to secure it with the cannon when Wongfly got pushed to the edge of the zone, and JDG's Chu Zhang was trying to slide up and pick the elimination up. But now it's Wolves Kai Bao, who's super low on the receiving end of some pain here. And it looks like XCG's Wang Liang really trying to lock onto Kai Bao. Look, Kai Bao super high up in the air, trying to use that Justina ult to hold on, but he needs to be very careful. Wang Liang only needs one more hit. Wang Liang gets grappled out of the air, though, and into the nunchuck meter dump by Zhang Yu. OC Zhang Yu coming in, trying to pick it up with the JDG's Chu Zhang, who picks up the kill on the Wolves Kai Bao. And now we're down to top 4 here as we see all of them getting ready to lock down. We're going to see JDG's Chu Zhang here pick up another kill on the Wang Liang. Chu Zhang all of a sudden absolutely popping off here in the final zone. Not going to be able to pick up another elimination, but he dies to the zone. Nobody picks the kill up on him. Nobody picks up the kill onto Yiran. What?
Wow.
3 players just died to the zone. No kills attributed to any of them. And it's going to come up JDG's Chu Zhang just because he had more eliminations.
I'm trying to think here. That's not Panda Man, is it?
No.
No, I was about to say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This looks like a familiar player. Even with this playstyle looks familiar here. I'm trying to think, and we didn't look back at the roster here because I feel like this is not a new player. This doesn't feel like a new player.
I don't know, but he locked down this final zone really well. He played it extremely well. He did miss that opportunity to pick up a kill on about a Swung Fly as it was stolen out from underneath of him. Yeon with the cannon was able to pick it up because of the flame breath, I do believe. The tick was what secured the kill. But I mean, man, he played this final circle really well. I'm just more interested in the fact that we had 3 players who hadn't been damaged in so long that the zone tick killed them and nobody picked up a kill.
Nobody
That
got an
was
elimination out of that.
wild.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those where it's kind of like, wait, really? That like we really could have been able to see that, and sadly just was unfortunate enough not to be able to do that. And I honestly, that's a little unfortunate coming in, but also at the same time, it's kind of like, hey, it's just the luck of the draw. Sometimes you end up getting those really good games where you're killing everybody, and then sometimes you just get those games where you're just not able to catch anything. And as I've told you before, Mike is a perfect example of really being able to flush out those eliminations and really get those clutch kills when you really need it. And sometimes he's just that guy. He's that guy that catches them when you least expect it, is able to get the finishes, but then sometimes some players just are unlucky.
Look, Mike got caught out here in this final circle, though. We saw it, and again, it was JDG's Chu Zhang who was able to pick up that elimination. Mike went super low. He got forced into the zone. He iced up in the zone when he had like no HP, no shield, and it was just entirely way too low to be icing where he iced. And Chu Zhang was the last one to hit him, and he just dies to zone tick while he's iced up. Super unfortunate, but I mean, it was Chu Zhang who was able to secure that, who was able to hit him into the zone and to capitalize on it. Mike went from being at the bottom of the barrel in this into the mid game with gold armor, was absolutely looking like a front runner, and then all of a sudden he just goes out with a whimper. Super unfortunate to see AOW's Mike go out like that, but it's JDG's Chu Zhang here with 4 eliminations and not quite first place. I think he went out in 3rd place, but still 6 skill points, 2 ranking points for a total of 8. EWG's Yiran once again back in the top 3. 2nd place with 7.8 points. OC Zhang Yu gonna be taking 3rd place with 7.2. It's EWG's Yiran who's still at the top of the leaderboard after this. He has been 2nd or 1st place in 3 of the 4 games now, Dabi.
Been able to do a pretty good job of it so far, though. Still able to patch that up, yo. Yang Ran and Xian Yu, top 3. Spider with that 7.2. Kai Bao with 4.3. Mike with a 3.6. A lot of consistency coming in from a lot of these players. Unfortunate for Huang Fly with only 1 point. Was playing so well. So was Lu Ran King. Lu Ran King was in the top 5 from our last game here, and just sadly was unable to really clutch it up the way that we usually see him do. But as for the rest of it, though, it's been looking pretty good towards everything else that they've been doing so far here. And so far, like I said you before, we love to see it, as it looks like we're going to be able to patch this into the next phases, though, and we'll try to see where the next sections go. But man, so far this has been fun. This has honestly been a fun time so far. Obviously for the first game, the first couple of games, the interestingness in terms of how these players have been playing this out and been able to do all this types of stuff so far. It's been a pretty fun space here as we look at Shozheng in terms of Razor Swift, Desperation, Nether Step, Blue Blade, Dual Blade Sap, Suna, and Health Soul Jade with that 4 eliminations, 11,000 damage, and 12k of healing. Whole lot of that going on, and still was able to do a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, JDG's Chu Zhang here really played this final circle well. He was able to eliminate his biggest threat, AOW's Mike. He almost picked up the kill onto Dubai as well. Had it stolen out from underneath of him, but it was fine because he was able to turn around, pick up another kill. And then really unfortunate for some of these other players like Zhang Yu, everybody got eliminated to the zone and nobody had done any damage, so nobody else was able to pick up any more eliminations. So there was nobody who could close the gap to catch up to Chu Zhang here and his 4 eliminations. Even though Spider had 6 eliminations, Spider was eliminated so early coming into that final zone. He just hardly got any multiplier. I think he got a 1.2 multiplier. He got no ranking points whatsoever, which is very unfortunate. But I mean, he's still, you know, top 4, right? 7.2. That 2 to 4 range, all of them like 7 point something. JDG only at an 8. Less than a point's difference between our top 4 players here for game number 4. But there's still 2 more games to go. Yiran still the clear front runner. You know, like I said, he had a worse game last game. He was still able to put 3 points on the board last game, but not as strong as the finish as he has every other game where he's been first or second. But again, here, another second place finish. He's had 2 second place finishes and a first place finish, and the most points for a first place finish here today. There's no question that EWG's Yiran is still in first place. It's all about consistency, and this is a completely new Yiran. His consistency here in solos
totally different
versus trios is massive. Whoever their coaches made a really great decision to decide, okay, we're going to slot Yiran into solos. We're going to pull him from the trios rosters. We're going to set him into solos and let him really rip where he's strong. And clearly the right decision made by EWG's coach, because EWG, even in solos and trios, not a team we talk about a lot. They have their couple of shining moments in season 1 where, you know, they have an MVP for a game or something, but then they're kind of either towards the middle or bottom the rest of the time. So it's nice to see now they're just consistently at the top of the leaderboard because of Yiran. The big question I think I have is I don't think he's going to struggle to keep the consistency today, because we've seen that micro meta sort of evolve between these players. We kind of know the players that are going to sit towards the top of the group for the rest of the day. The question is, does he keep that consistency up for EWG throughout the rest of the season? And if he does,
that's true.
He may be one of the new front runners in terms of solos.
It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of weeks ahead of not only him, but the many of other players that will be continuously grinding this out for solos. And then obviously we still have the trios. There's all trios coming in tomorrow as well. People are going to be able to watch all of the trio games that's going to be coming in as well for tomorrow. But obviously, we still have 2 more solo games to go. So there's still a lot of momentum to be done. But also a lot more clutches, too, as we're going to get ready to lock in for our game 5 here. It's been fun. It's been fun so far. Still being able to patch this up and kind of see like where the rest of the spaces go. Chat, how have you been liking the first couple of games here for our season 2? Obviously, there's still going to be much more action as we continue on for the next couple of weeks. And obviously, this is only day 1. Although I'm not gonna lie, it feels good to be a part of the debut for season 2. It feels nice. I mean, it feels nice to be welcomed back. Wide arms, whole lot of hugs, and maybe a little bit of barbecue at the end of the night. You know what I'm saying?
We always gonna have the barbecue when you're here, baby. Like, I mean, it's amazing to be here for season 2 again. It's been a long time coming, man. I mean, we've come a long way from our early days with the original Morris Cup, us going out to Cali and doing the shows on stage.
Really though,
here in the Nbpl, you know, Naraka's come a long way, and it's only continuing to get better. I mean, Hollow Roth drops. That map is huge. Don't get me wrong, I love Morris Isle. Morris Isle is my home. I've been there for almost 2 years playing Naraka from the first closed beta, but Hollow Roth really is like, hey, let's take all the things we learned building Morris Isle and let's jack it up to 11. That map is something else. I'm excited to see that to come to pro play. But this week is all about our final days here on Morris Isle and what the pros do here, as well as the new hero Zpin Yang. But we're going to figure out what they do with these last 2 games when we get ready to come back from a short break.
他一样，这波能反杀，看一下翔宇的这波操作，他秀了。
Ladies and gentlemen, locking in for another game. We have 2 more games to solidify our first night back for season 2 of Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been doing so much and there's been a lot of madness happening. There's been a lot of fun, but at the same time, it's only going to get crazier. So as we look forward to what's next here, we still have 2 more games to lock in on solo. Still been a lot of back and forths so far, and still somewhat of some hesitations, but not really. At this point, now everybody's getting aggressive a little. W keys has been happening. It's been kind of all over the place. So now it's been fun to really see what is next here. So we'll be able to figure out how the next spaces go. But man, oh man, I am Dabier. I'm your host, and I'm accompanied by my main man himself, RuneKeeper TV. Rune, talk to me. 2 more games left. What do you do? What do you do?
Well, it's 2 more games left. I think we've kind of seen who's going to be the runners of the pack today. The pace has been set, right? We've had the likes of Banos Swangfly in game number 3, came in. He locked down in the end, right? But we still kind of had those same names towards the top. It's the likes of J-Team's Action. It's the likes of EWG's Ron. It's the likes of GG Shaw, kind of holding those top 3, top 4 positions consistently. You know, we talk about it all the time. 1 MVP is great. It's good to have that big MVP on the board to put some big points up, but it's all about consistency. And right now, the 2 most consistent players we've seen are J-Team's Action and EWG's Ron. Action didn't have a good game this game, but that's the thing. At the end of the day, if you're playing consistently, you can afford to have 1 game that's not that great, and you can't win them all. You literally just can't. There's no way you can be a player who has a massive advantage all the time. But speaking of which, we're going to come back and see how consistent they remain in game number 5. But we've got a quick video for you guys first.
这赛季的话，我的目标就是前5嘛，因为上次决赛的时候拿了第6嘛，然后肯定是想进步嘛，就是前5，然后就反正保第6，然后争个前5，然后第1啊什么的都有这个想法。然后节奏的话，现在其实比赛的节奏，经过这么多场以来，确实适应了不少了。就自从复活赛那把以后，对我的提升还是挺大的，我觉得。我觉得如果说是新人的话，我觉得蜘蛛侠吧，蜘蛛侠就是 Spider， 他的话，平常跟他打的时候也会觉得比较难打，然后不知道他在赛场上是怎么样的。然后老人的话呢，还是 GBL 新，然后还有麦克，以及对刀方面的话，我觉得小新人也比较难打，就是这3个人嘛。然后其余的话应该就实力都差不多。
My boy Wolves Kai Bao here talking about his performance here, you know, in the first season of NBPL. And I mean, really, a comeback story for the ages, right? He came back in and he was in 15th place. And when I mean 15th place, he was in 15th place in the repechage going into the last game of losers bracket last season. 1 game was the difference maker that secured him a place in the top 8 of repechage to be able to go to the solos finals. And then immediately he jumps out of the gate and proves, hey, look, the fact that I was down here to begin with was a complete fluke. and he walks away with 6th place in Season 1 Grand Finals, all the way from literally second to last place in the entire season, walks back and takes 6th place in the Grand Finals, and this time talking about how he wants to take 5th place. He wants to go even higher, and I believe Kai Bao can do it. He is a player who has consistently shown time and time again, no matter how bad of a game he has, no matter, you know, how far behind he is, he does not care. He will come in and he will play his heart out every single game, start to finish, because he knows it's not over till the final circle collapses and that last kill racks up on the board. We're taking a look at the hero locks, and we're to see Wang Liang bringing out Valda here into the solos derby.
Love to see it as the spaces start to come into this. We love to see how this works out, though. And it looks like it's only going to be more of them as more of the Wushins and the Justinas come out in many different ways here. So much has been going on here. They've done a pretty good job of it so far. Let's see if they can keep that energy for the rest of this game as we look at the map for our 5th time today, ladies and gentlemen. The lock-in has been happening so far, and let's see if they can pace this up even more. As it looks like the middle section, Celestra, is going to be somewhat popular, but in terms of that, it looks like another space is going to be popular right in front of Stillside Temple. Wayne Shrine, Servants Ground, Artesian Grove, all that within those middle sections are going to be probably some of the big spaces on where people are going to go for this game 5. I don't think we saw a single person in Wreckage, nobody in Shadow Jade, and nobody in Sunwing. We really haven't seen a lot of Shadow Jade Mide ending so far. We have yet to really see that, and I'm really surprised by that so far. I'm really surprised that we have yet to really see that, and hopefully, honestly, I want to be able to see more of that, honestly.
Oh yeah, we love to see some of those areas down to the south. And I mean, it's pretty unfavorable in solos, right? Because it's so wide open, you don't want to be caught out in those areas, and that's why we see a lot of these players go north. It also comes down to kind of where the zone's going to collapse as well. It's very easy to get caught out in unfavorable fights down there in Shadow Jade, but we love to see the action when it does go down there. Speaking of the action, WG's Yuron on the receiving end of NPG's Dubai here. Yuron gonna get the reset with the F, but Q9's LXY wants to keep the pressure on. They want that purple shield. Yuron able to get a purple shield immediately off the rip is actually huge here in Immortal War, because the purple gear is so hard to come by, especially in the early game of Immortal War. Now it is NPG's Dubai going extremely low, and EWG's Yuron hungry to get those kill points here. Waits it out. Waiting for Dubai, is going to come over the top. Yeah, going to go for the blue charge. Sees him tap dodge away, comes back in, goes for the jump parry, but Dubai doesn't let it rip. Waits for the parry to come out, knows that it's coming. And now Yiran, Dubai, both of them, very similar amounts of HP here. Yiran wants to continue the hunt here. Dubai trying to get the full reset, but Yiran going to be able to catch them out there with the grapple into the left click off the katana. Yiran doesn't want to give up the hunt just yet, but wants to go ahead and take a reset because he knows there's other players around. As we pop over to AOW's Mike and Wolves Kai Bao. A massive parry comes out from Mike, though, and that's going to be the first elimination under Kai Bao this round. They're going to be sent back to the Resurrection Altar. As we get back over here to this fight between all of these players breaking out, we're going to see WBG Spider showing up, popped with his ult as well, going to be able to lock some players down if he finds the opportunity, but he's waiting for that proper opportunity. The Scale Rush comes out here from Dubai, trying to pick up this kill onto Q9's LXY, who is very low. He comes in the window. The F3 comes out. Are we going to see the ult? The Scale Rush comes out, does not land. WBG Spider trying to come through the door. Now we're going to see LXY pop their ult as well, just trying to buy a little bit of time, buy a little bit of distance here, because their F3's down and all of these players are extremely hungry to try to lock down LXY and get the first elimination that they can get this game. EWG Zeron goes to the building, but we see Chunks come in and hit them in the backs, keep them from coming in and locking down LXY. LXY 1 HP in a dream and is going to be eliminated by NPG's Dubai.
Going to be able to do that really, really well here with the amount of timing that they had, though. Was able to patch this up and did a pretty good job of closing that in, as it looks like Dubai trying to keep this momentum alive here, and also has been able to just patch this up as best as possible. Dubai is going to be able to wrap around, get around this wall, and decide to back off and tries to distance himself as best as possible. Meanwhile, H-Fly, Zhao Yu and Gigi Sha nearby in their fight near Stillside Temple, right up top. It's going to be able to figure out where the next base is. It looks like it's only going to get crazier, though. It looks like we're going to be able to patch this in a little bit more here. Let's see where we go towards this, as Zhang Yu is going to be around this bin and just tries to see what's going on here. He knows that there's a fight nearby. He wants to try to see if maybe he can take this over, but definitely doesn't want to be the middle section of this.
No, the Huangfly does not want to be caught out in the middle between these players here. Everyone's rocking blue shields right now, except for Zhang Yu. Huangfly knows getting caught out is a really bad situation to be in, especially when there's so many players around. JDG's Chu Zhang, our MVP from last round, goes extremely low here. Literally half an HP. Doesn't even have a tick of white on the bar. And Luren King able to catch the grapple out and pick up the elimination here early. He's got to be super happy about grabbing themselves their first elimination of the game here. WBG Spider still at it over here with NBG's Dubai and EWG's Ren. WBG comes in with the full meter jam onto Yiran, though. Yiran goes extremely low here. We see a Wu Chen coming in as well. WBG Spider trying to use that musket to secure the kill from range. Yiran stays alive, though. A parry comes out onto Yiran, though. They're going to be eliminated by YZG's Ding Liu. Ding Liu still in it, though, as WBG Spider comes out. We're going to see the F come out, stopping the meter dump here from WBG Spider. Spider still trying to find themselves on the goes for a grapple, but doesn't make it happen. Ding Liu going to use the old teleport out, going to drop the Fs immediately to get a little bit of shield back, but WBG Spider hot on their heels, both of them going nunchuck head to head here. YZG's Ding Liao going extremely low. Spider needs one hit. We're going to see the scale rush come out. Jing Liu going to be eliminated here from a musket shot by WBG Spider.
Spider just trying to patch this up and do his best as possible here. Has been doing a really good job of it so far. Really getting these eliminations and trying to patch this down as much as possible. Meanwhile, Zin is wanted. That's a wanted man right now, as he looks like he's going to be able to back out of this. H-Fly trying to find anybody that's going to be nearby with that bow. It looks like he's not going to be able to find it. It looks like he's going to be able to go for the heal, though, for the repair of his bow. Wang Fly just trying to back this off, trying to keep that momentum happening there. Still not a lot of fighting happening, still a decent amounts, but looks like there's going to be more of that happening, though, as it looks like the bow shots are going to be trying to connect.
Yeah, J-Team's
action. It looks like Lu Ren King looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can do something, though. It looks like he doesn't want this fight at all, as Wang Liang, with that water. We love to see it, though. We haven't really seen him too much here. Look at this. Look at even the black hair, though, with a nice little cut on the sides here. We love to see it, though. Different type of hairstyle. We don't see this one too bad. Looks like he's going to be able to patch this up and be able to work this out as best as can. Looks like the water is going to be able to come through on many different sides here. So it looks like he's going to be able to patch this. Wang Liang caught. Looks like Dubai's going to push in on this, push in the building. Doesn't have time to pop the water. Ends up getting caught. And now the water's going to be caught on inside of the door here. Could be really bad, but it looks like Wang Liang is caught on inside. Ends up getting pushed inside of the bed here. It's not going to be looking good, though, as they start to push in a little bit more. Nice little aggression happens towards this, as it looks like he's going to be able to pop the ult. The question is she able to get away? No! Kaibao ends up getting caught by that. The ult ends up hitting him. Does a really good job of that as well.
Yeah, Wang Liang trying to escape here, using that greatsword to create as much distance as possible, but it's not enough as both these players come in. Dubai actually catches the parry off of our boy Kai Bao, but immediately turns their attention back to Wang Liang. They're both super hungry to get this elimination. Wang Liang just trying to stay in it. Doesn't have the bubble available yet, knows if he drops it, they're just gonna range shot him here. So he's holding on to it for a crucial moment when he needs it. He's coming over to the building looking for a spot, but Kai Bao doesn't want to let it happen. Wang Liang gets the full 3 charge off, takes the armor swap into the white armor, but Wang Liang still being hunted by Dubai here. Dubai able to pick up the elimination, but now it's Wolves Kai Bao coming in on NPG's Dubai. Dubai holding on for dear life here. Kai Bao looking to get a reset. Dubai doesn't want to let it happen, is going to keep threatening with that scale rush. Both of them now going to take a gentleman's agreement. Both of them going to get one pot off, but Kai Bao doesn't want to let that happen either. Turns around, nobody gets the pot off, and it is now NPG's Dubai on the run as Wolves continues to come in with these dual blades, looking to blitz them down, catches him up from underneath. The scale rush doesn't come through. Kai Bao going to go ahead and take the reset while we see Dubai cancel the F early, and unfortunately, they barely get any armor back. And this is Kai Bao who gets the advantage off of Dubai using their F. A little bit of a misplay. Dubai, as soon as they saw that pod coming out, should have held on to the F for as long as possible. Now Kai Bao gets a parry, doesn't get the immediate punish, but is able to come up and get a little bit of punish with the charge left click. Though they throw it again, and Dubai says, I'm not going to let you hit me with that twice, gets the parry. Kai Bao going to get a reset once again. Dubai coming over, looking to try to capitalize, but it is Kai Bao from Team Wolves who gets completely away here as we pop over to Bao Da's Huangfly, who he picks up a kill onto GG Shah as we just catch him coming in on the end of that fight, but needs to be careful as somebody with their bounty sees them and is coming in hot. JDG's Chu Zhang here looking to find something here onto Wang Liang, who just resurrected after that terrible fight. The only Baldo we've seen here in solos today, Dobby.
Only one in solo so far, though, as looks like Hen is just going to be able to reap the rewards from that chest here. He's going to try to see if he can play that to the best of his ability, though, as AOW's Mike and XZin are going to be fighting at this off up top here. Going to be able to patch this in as best as he can here. He's been able to do a pretty good job balancing this back and forth here, but let's see if he can really keep that momentum going for the next ones as well here as we look at what's next. And it looks like Mike is going to be able to possibly back this off as well here. XZin still steadily just trying to patch this in as best as possible. It looks like they're both going to be able to go for the defense on each side here, waiting for the parries on both sides, seeing if somebody's going to be able to go for the strike, but it's unfortunate, though, on each side. Not going to be able to patch this in. And it looks like AOW's Mike. XZin looks like he's going to be able to get the advantage, though. He's going to be able to go for the juggle. Mike is going to be able to recoup some of his heals, but it might not be enough, though, as Zin is going to be able to keep the damage high as possible. Mike could be possibly eliminated from this, but the trade comes in, sends XZin back on his back, but it looks like Justina is going to be able to knock this out. Beautiful, beautiful finish coming in from that, and it looks like, oh no, XZin is going to be able to complete the elimination and get it. Dubai wanted to try to fish it and get it out, but he says, no, that's my kill. I'm not going to let you have it. Meanwhile, Justina, the ulti comes out from them as well, is going to be able to force that. Going to be able to go for the ice core, go for the shield. He's going to be able to back out, see if he can stay alive from this. Does a pretty good job of this as well.
Yeah, we see here now is NPG's Dubai coming in hot onto J Team's Action. Action moving into the zone, doesn't really want to take this fight, is finding a way back over to the edge of the zone now, but Dubai doesn't want to let him come back in. They're trading some bow shots now, and it doesn't look like Dubai is going to be able to capitalize, and J Team's Action is going to be able to get out J Team's Action with 3 eliminations as well, as we pop over to Baoda's Huangfly, who finds himself over onto OC Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu gets a huge parry, though, and opts to go for the reset after taking the riposte instead of following up with more damage. Now Baoda's Huangfly, however, comes back in and catches him with an uppercut combo here, and Zhang Yu, all that armor he was able to get back off that reset, goes away extremely quick. Huangfly continues the chase. We do see them get one shield pot back off, and it looks like Huangfly is ready to go ahead and get out of here as he sees a potential third party and doesn't want to continue to burn resources on a fight he doesn't have to. And OC Zhang Yu gonna back out and more than happy to take the reset and get his gear all repaired up as well, as we pop over now to 678 here for Team HD looking to come in and find something. He's got those purple dual blades, but unfortunately still rocking the white armor. Luren King gonna take a little bit of damage from the scale rush there. None of these players looking to really engage heavily here, but now it looks like JDG's Chu Zhang actually is gonna come in and engage very hard with the dual blades and pump out some big damage on to Lu Ren King. And now we're over to Baoda's Huangfly, who's holding it down. Got one elimination here this game. We see YZG throws the F out there playing Wu Chen and is immediately going to dip out. Huangfly gets the full reset, but he's not ready to give the kill up yet as he moves on for the chase. NPG's Dubai over here trying to escape from the Bane's Breath, and J Team's Action doesn't want to give chase because of the threat of the Bane's Breath sitting over top of them. AOW's Mike at the top of the order over here, 2 eliminations. He's going to use that F2 to buy himself a little bit of time. And Baoda's Huangfly, as we pop back over, is still giving YZG's Ding Liao here a run for their money. Ding Liao is extremely low. Huangfly gets the re-grapple, is able to come back in. Ding Liao gets 1 F off, but he's not going to be able to time to get the second. Baoda's Huangfly picks up the elimination.
OneFly being able to do that in pretty much style. I mean, he was pretty much already full as it was. He was looking really good, and it didn't really look like he had much of a disadvantage from this fight. From the get-go, OneFly really able to just being able to manage it and really handle it as best as possible, though, as we look at the top of the leaderboard here, and it looks like OneFly looks like he's going to need to keep some of this magic happening, though, as he's going to be able to push in as well and do well. As Xin up top, 3 eliminations, 2 eliminations shared between Dubai, Mike, and H-Fly, and everybody else is pretty much within 1 or 0 eliminations at all. And it looks like Luren King, no, GG Shaw is all the way down there. Might have probably saw him in some ways. He's going to be able to notice GG Shaw coming up top here. It looks like Lou Ren has just been waiting and waiting for this guy to come in, as GG Shaw is going to get chased off this side here. AOW's Mike is right behind. He's going to be able to patch this in with those dual blades. Ends up getting absolutely thrashed by a bow shot from Mike. Mike wants to try to see if maybe he can hold this and try to see if maybe he can get a bow shot in. Misses that next one, though. Could have been a major opportunity if he was able to hit it, as Yeron stays nearby. Mike trying to balance this off and back this off as best as possible. GG Shaw outside of circle is going to be able to go for the shield. Needs to be able to go for the heal. Is going to top off his full shield. Lu Ren King inside, still trying to see where the next players are, and is trying to stay alive towards this. I'm trying to see where the next space of this goes, as it looks like it's only going to get better and better. Looks like we'll be interested to see where this next space goes here, as Spider staying alive. Very caught in a bad situation. Almost gets hit by a bow, but is able to use their ice core just in time before it actually ends up getting them with massive amounts of damage. Because it looks like that could have been one that was actually held down. And it looks like now they're chasing after Spider. Spider's going to have to get out of here. He's going to have to force that Justina, and it looks like he's going to be going airborne.
Yeah, WBG Spider here forced to just go and burn the ult to try to get away. Needs to be really careful, though, because where they're heading, J-Team's Action is waiting just around the corner, as well as Battle Swampfly, and they only have 1 charge left on that ultimate. They really need to try to find the reset here, but the chase continues. Spider going to be forced to pop the F here as well. Huangfly just waits, catches the headshot off of it, but it looks like half the damage was eaten by the freeze. The other half was not. Now Spider and Huangfly going head to head, as J-Team's Action here looks to catch some shots. Actually catches a shot onto WBG Spider. Spider going extremely low here, as Huangfly and J-Team's Action both give chase, and this is exactly what I was worried about for Spider. As they ulted this direction, they were spending most of their resources to try to get away from everybody, and actually walked into 2 more players. We also see NPG's Dubai picking up a kill onto Yiran in the kill feed, which means Yiran going to be eliminated here in game number 5. We see here WBG Spider still holding on for dear life, actually able to break line of sight, find a spot to get some pots off here, actually up in this little crevice. This is a perfect spot to be, because J-Team's Action, if he comes from the top, doesn't see him here, is going to have to go down and come up, and if he goes to the bottom, likewise is going to have to come up from underneath and try to find their foot in that little crevice. And WBG Spider going to get the full reset here as we pop over to OC's Zhang Yu.
Zhang Yu trying to stay this as best as possible. Meanwhile, Spider and XZin is in the middle of their fight right now. As you remember before, XZin already is in a lead with 3 eliminations. He gets this elimination. He is going to be definitely ahead of the pack, though, with not only those types of eliminations, but also extra ones as well. Spider, this could be absolutely massive for him. I think he currently has 1 elimination on the board here. So if he gets this elimination, that's going to bump him up much, much higher in the leaderboard, because there's only about 3 players that only have 2 eliminations currently, though. So that means that's massive for him, as it looks like he is going to be able to hit and get massive damage off of that. But XN is going to pop that Justina ult and is going to be able to dip out of here as fast as possible. Meanwhile, there are 2 people nearby here. He's going to have to be careful, though. XN trying to fight for his life here. Very low on HP. He is going to be able to go for the shield. It looks like he's able to pop a little bit here over time, as the shield is going to help him just keep himself alive more and more throughout the rest of this, as the bow shots start to come in. Been doing a pretty good job keeping the momentum as well as possible so far, but let's see if they can keep that momentum throughout the rest of it. Been looking pretty good towards it. Let's see where the rest of it goes. As H-Fly, Fly trying to fly away from the Spider. The Spider is trying to catch him inside of its web, and he has to be very, very careful, because he can fall all the way down, and it might not look good for him. As Spider's going to expose him. So many bows nearby. GG Shaw's trying to get Spider. Spider forcing to use their ice core, so that way they don't get caught up here. Bow shots could be connected. Question is can he connect it? No. GG Shaw trying to see if he can get something. Ends up getting pushed by Spider. F3 comes out. trying to differentiate himself between him and the other player, trying to show, yo, you should be able to check this out. Don't fight me, fight me for some of the other players. Trying to create that diversion is really, really hard in a span of so much happening here. But still so much more happening here, as it looks like it's going to be interesting towards this final circle. Still going to be more and more happening, though, as we look at it from another space. You love to see it. Let's see if they keep them the same momentum for later.
Yeah, we saw WBG Spider there trying to catch Huangfly in their web, but unfortunately it was Huangfly who set up the trap for WBG Spider, and Spider gets caught out, goes extremely low, and the rest of the lobby becomes hungry. We're going to see WBG Spider eliminated by Wolves Kai Bao. So we take a look at the order. We're going to see J-Team's Action and NPG's Dubai tied for first place with 3 eliminations each, and Baldos, Huangfly, AOW Mike tied for second with 2 each. Everybody else in the lobby with 1-0 kills here, as we are 11 players left alive as Zone 5 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 6 in the next 24 seconds. But a lot can happen in 24 seconds. J-Team's Action going to be forced to use that ice core here to get a little bit of a reset, but we're going to see some fire come out, and J-Team's Action going to take quite a bit of fire tick damage here, almost a quarter of their life bar in terms of HP. Wolves Kai Bao going to back off and hold this little edge. Again, 11 players left alive, 2 seconds now until Zone 5 starts to collapse onto Zone 6. There it is. We got 4 minutes and 36 seconds left here in this game. Baldos Huangfly looking to find a couple of resources off of a body here, trying to hold on to this little space he has at the bottom side of the hill. He's going to catch a big bow shot here onto 786. Not quite a headshot, but still pumping out quite a bit of damage as we go over to JDG. Chung Chu Zhang here goes extremely low, and it's OC Zhang Yu who blitzes him out of existence. Zhang Yu with that legendary katana putting in absolute work, picking up their first elimination here in game number 5 is 678. Moving across the map to try to find some space, but runs into another player, GG Shaw, with no eliminations. This is an interesting situation for Shaw to be in. Shaw usually has 2 or 3 eliminations coming to the final zone. J-Team's Action locked down once again, but we're seeing bow shots, fire come out, as well as pistol shots with the legendary Soul J. No place for J-Team's Action to go, and it's Baldos Huangfly. No, sorry, Zhang Yu picks that up, actually, with the katana slash. I thought Huangfly got it with the uppercut from the dagger, but unfortunately they did not. It's OC Zhang Yu who steals the kill once again with that legendary katana, pumping out massive damage. Zhang Yu now tying themselves up in second place with 2 eliminations as well. GG Shaw still looking for their first elimination. GBL Zin gonna get blitzed down here by OW's Mike, and we're gonna see Huangfly pick up the kill onto NPG's Dubai, eliminating the first place player here. Now everybody tied for first with those 2 elims here. For the players left alive, 8 players here. Zone 6 will collapse onto Zone 7 in the next 23 seconds. GG Shaw holding on for dear life, pops the F3, is able to get the reset, but still looking for their first elimination here in game number 5. We're going to see Zhang Yu coming in onto 678 down below, blitzing them, but now GG Shaw coming in, wants to take this fight here with Zhang Yu.
I feel like in these situations, you definitely need to already have an elimination. Because now that it's starting to come down to the wire, now without those eliminations, it's going to be very, very tough coming into this. As you look at the spacing, as you look at the players, you need to be able to get those early eliminations. Even though those early eliminations aren't necessarily a lot, you still need those eliminations to really come in and patch that in. As it looks like the barbecue is going to be coming in towards this space here, as Kai Bao is going to be able to do some massive amounts of damage on this one player. Oh my goodness, GG Shaw gets absolutely sent by this one player. The question is he going to be able to collect it? No! It looks like Zhang Yu looks like he's going to be able to take that elimination, and then also gets a second from Lu Ran King. Zhang Yu is absolutely going insane, getting us for 2 eliminations already. Low on HP, he's gonna be able to go for the shield up. Absolutely gets pushed by 2 more people. Kai Bao still alive somehow. It was super low earlier within that fight. Absolutely burns AOW Mike, and AOW Mike is going to end up getting chased by Kai Bao. Kai Bao is not going to give him the opportunity to maybe stay alive towards this, as it looks like the Yorihime ult comes out. The first one, Huangfly ends up doing the forceful one. It looks like he has the opportunity. The question is he going to be able to do it? No! He's able to get a massive amount of hits, though, but Kai Bao ends up taking the elimination. That is massive and not that good for H-Fly. Huangfly has no more shield. Or no, she has some shield. He's gonna be able to pop that out, but he has no more ulti. He's gonna have to wait for the next one. The question is, does he have enough time to be able to get ready for the next one? As 678 is gonna get pushed out of circle. Full-blown sit as Kai Bao is gonna use that Flamebringer to try to see if he can clutch it up. It's unsuccessful, but ends up getting pushed by another one. He ends up getting sent back. H-Fly ends up eliminating 678 by himself. Huanfly feeling good coming into this as Kai Bao is gonna be able to do this. This is gonna be a ringer in between Zhang Yu and Huanfly. Those are gonna be the two right now that I'm seeing so far has the biggest opportunity. As it looks like Huanfly is going to be outside of circle. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can catch something. But no, what is he doing? As Huanfly ends up getting eliminated by Xin, who is already doing a massive amount of damage here. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1v1 between Kai Bao and Xin. Xin already has the upper advantage, though, with that extra shield and those heals. Kai Bao not looking good. Ends up pushing him outside of the F3. Doesn't even matter that the F3 is there. Kai Bao gets sent outside of the back. Gets parried. And ladies and gentlemen, Zin's going to shut it down for an easy dub in a game that says, ladies and gentlemen, I run this server, but the question is, did he win? No. Possibly. Wait a minute. Does he
Dobby,
actually?
Hold on, no caster curse. We gotta wait. We're gonna see who comes up MVP. This was really tight. This is a super close game here. Honestly, it could
Really
be
tight.
anybody's game here at the end of the day, but we're gonna find as they crunch some numbers real quick, it looks like it's gonna be very close because they haven't even begun to show us who's walking away the winner, but it's gonna come up GBL Xin, who actually is the one who walks away victorious here, Dobby.
He looks like he didn't know what was going on. He was like, wait, did I actually win that, or what's going on here? That's even crazier as it looks like. And look at all the blue coming in from GBL Season 2. You love to see it. I think even Xin was a little confused. He was like, did I win? I don't actually know if I did it. Did I actually win? As it looks like he was able to patch this up. You love to see it. Huanfly trying so hard. He's been doing such a fantastic job so far, especially even with his consistency. Huanfly's been doing an amazing job this game.
Oh, absolutely. Huanfly's really been holding on heavy and tight here today in this game, and it really shows how much he's improved since the first season. He honestly feels hungrier this season, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely hungrier. Hungrier, thoughtful, knows exactly what's going on, has been really keeping himself alive throughout all of these patches too, because there's been a lot of madness happening throughout a lot of these games. And I think he's done a really good job keeping that stuff alive more and more often, if anything. So I think more than anything nowadays, it's kind of like, all right, let's see what happens towards the next phases. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of these players, you know, you had the first season and they were definitely here to compete. But there are definitely players you looked at and you looked at their skill level where they popped off in some of those big games. And then other games, they just couldn't keep it towards the top of the leaderboard. They were always kind of the middle of the pack. You can tell that while they were here to compete, they weren't just as hungry as some of these other players. And, you know, even in solos and trios, right, it came down kind of to, in the end, who was hungrier, right? Because the skill gap is very, very close, especially when you get to the end and it's like 3 teams or 3 solo players who've consistently been at the top. It really came down to who wanted it more. And I think some of these players realized coming into season 2, okay, hey, just being a good player isn't enough. You have to come in with that mindset that I'm a better player than everybody else. You have to come in with that confidence, and you also have to come in hungry. You know, we talked about it a lot earlier at the end of game 3, where we see a lot of these players who will be in first place and then they kind of start resting on their laurels. They're not trying to widen that gap. They're just like, oh, I've got this in the bag already. And then somebody comes up from underneath because they get hungry, because they're behind and they're like, I've got it to do. You have to not only be hungry, you got to stay hungry from start to finish. Even if you've got a 50-point lead, you need to go to that next game going, I need to come out of this with a 60-point lead. You have to look to widen the gap. You have to stay on it, and you can't just hold back. And I think a lot of players have realized that. Huanfly is definitely one of those players. I'm not saying he wasn't here to compete in season 1. Huanfly had his big pop-off moments. We definitely talked about him as kind of being a dark horse in the race. You could never take your eye off of Huanfly, but there were definitely those games where he just didn't seem as hungry as he was in other games. This season so far, every single game we've seen him in, he looks hungry. Every time he sees somebody low, he is about it. He is on the shark. He's chasing them down. He's trying to put points on the board. And you really have to appreciate that change coming out from BIWEEKLY1. As we take a look at the leaderboard here for game number 5, you see GBL's Action picks up 3 kills. That first place giving him just enough ranking points to squeak into the first place at 8.8, while BIWEEKLY1 takes 3rd place, doesn't get enough ranking points, or sorry, doesn't get enough of a multiplier to make him take over the place here from GBL Zin. And GBL Zin barely beating him out by 0.8 points. And we're going to see the likes of OC Zhang Yu, a player who's consistently been at the top of the leaderboard today, still sitting up top in 3rd place with 6.6 points. The two elephants in the room, as it were, though, are J-Team's Action, who's only walking away with 3.6, and EWG's Yiran, who was eliminated with his first 0-point game. Yiran was without a doubt at the top of the overall standings coming into this game. After this game, he's definitely shifted down in positions. I'm not sure how far he shifted down. We haven't taken a look at the overall leaderboards yet, but he's got it to do coming back into this last game if he wants to end the day at the top of the pack, Dobby.
Going to be interesting, though, knowing that now we have one last and final game left to go here. Now, with all of the madness happening, though, the question is, like we said before, you want to keep that same momentum for the rest of the season, but we still have one night. It's just the first night.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's so much more Naraka to come. And don't forget, after this, Dobby, we've got World Cup in December.
Oh, boy. World Cup is going to be absolutely stacked. As we're going to be able to come into this Dragon's War, Cavalry, Bloom, Katana Sap, Juggernaut, and Melee and Attack Soul Jades coming in with 3 eliminations, 8,000 plus damage, 8,500 plus damage, 5,700 plus damage as well coming in from Zin. Zin, a top known player, done a pretty good job so far with everything happening. Let's see if they keep that some momentum for the rest of it. You love to see it. As it looks like now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you say top known player, but also, you know, we were just talking about World Cup. He's the defending solos World Cup champion, right? You can never count out GBL Zin. So, you know, it's never surprising when we see him up top. It's always surprising when we don't see him in those top kind of 5-6 positions when he goes down low. But this is I have to say, this is a different Zin as well this season. We can't overlook the importance of how he's changed as well, because he came into season 1 last season and all eyes were on him because he was the defending champ, still is the defending world champ.
Still is.
In terms of solos. But he didn't perform as well as I think he would have liked, as well as a lot of people expected him to perform. Because when you're the defending world champ, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders, right? And when GBL Zin popped off, he popped off hard and showed why he's the defending world champ. But he also had a lot of games where he didn't do anything. He was eliminated very early. Today, he's come in and he's clearly worked on the consistency. You know, this is a different format now. It's not the World Cup where it's just kind of a one and done, right? You have to come in and you have to be consistent throughout a league. GBL Zin was consistent enough to place well last season, but not the consistency you would expect from a top player, from the defending world champion. This season, clearly, just from this little cross section here, GBL Zin's been in the top 3, top 4 every single game. He's brought the consistency with him this season. And this is, I don't think we can talk enough about the kind of 1 month, or it's been about 3.5 weeks since the end of the official Nbpl, right? These players didn't rest on their laurels. They didn't go, oh, hey, we can take a little vacation. We can, you know, go hang out in the hot tub, spend some of our winnings. No. These guys probably went out and partied 1 or 2 days if they did really well. And the rest of the time, it's been 8+ hours a day back on the grind. The new hero dropped. They've been grinding that new hero for the last week and a half, learning the ins and outs of that hero. And they have been putting in the work, and it shows from some of these players like GBL Zin, who comes into this season and is now bringing the consistency that he lacked last season.
Listen, sometimes it really does take a solid season for you to really look back at some of the stuff that you've been doing and kind of go, hey, what's more important? How do I figure out where the next things are. How do we patch that in? What makes more sense? How do I play smart for the next ones? Obviously, a lot of these players really came back last season and was like, hey, let's look at some of our tapes. And obviously they did that to the point where now we're seeing a lot of these players really come in, especially we're seeing these names that wasn't necessarily names the last time. Now we're actually seeing names that are like, hey, we have this opportunity. We know what's going on here. And now it's really go time. And that's the impressive part. Now it's like, okay, now the switch up is happening for some of these teams here. That's the exciting part. Now we're seeing these teams that were down here getting right about up here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is you've got to come in, you've got to assess what did we do wrong last season, and what can we do different this season. And speaking of what we can do different this season, we're going to find out exactly how different these players are when we come back for game number 6, after which we'll finally get to see the overall leaderboards. But first, we're going to go to a short break and then come back with all that Naraka action. Sheesh.
这边是击败了红布莱，拿下本场比赛的冠军。这波能反杀，看起来想必这波操作，他秀了。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NBPL Season 2. Our first day is here, and we're 5 games deep into our 6 games of solos. Dobby over here dropping it like it's hot. He's ready to come in for this 6th game, and I'm excited for it as well. Man, it's been a really interesting day. It's been super great to see the growth of some of these players coming in from season 1 to season 2. And you know, I say the growth of the teams too, right? Because the coaches also having to adapt to this longer form format where consistency is so important. You know, whereas if you were coaching a team that was in the World Cup, the strategy for World Cup is so much different from the strategy from a league like this, right? You have to come in and look at this completely different. And some teams very much excelled in season 1 at being able to be consistent and always put points up on the board. And some teams did not. They struggled with the consistency. They would have their big pop-off games, but it wasn't enough to keep them consistently in the top of the pack. Whereas now, clearly, a lot of these players and teams shifting gears, going, okay, it's not about how do I win the match in terms of being the last person left alive and surviving. How do I put the most points on the board? Which is what makes the format so different, right? Because in the World Cup, there was only X number of games you could play, and that was it. This is a season. This is 2.5 months of Naraka non-stop, and you need to perform in every single game, not just 1 or 2 games where you pop off super big, right, Dobby?
Oh yeah, the consistency is really, really important, and we talk about that all the time in the sense of certain things happening and more coming in as we're able to like really patch and plan this out more and more towards these spaces. But now it's like, okay, where do we go from here? What do we do next? How does this make sense towards the other spaces, towards the next plans? And it's like, okay, everybody else has been playing this really well, trying to keep that consistency with these points as much as possible. And you said it before, you have to be consistently within that top 5 to really have an opportunity now, because everybody's really hungry for it. And as we said before, some of the top players that we've seen haven't really been performing like we usually see from the first season.
Yeah, it really comes down to coming in, keeping the consistency strong, and making sure you're putting points on the board, you're staying in that top sort of bracket. Because at the end of the day, you're going to have bad games, no matter how consistent you are as a player, right? But if every other game you're putting up points, even if it's not first place, if you're in that kind of top 4 range, right? You can afford to have that bad game. Not that you want to have that bad game, but it's inevitable in a season like this, right? There's no way somebody's gonna top 4 100% of the time throughout a season. You're gonna have a bad drop, you're gonna have a bad day of mental, somebody might get lucky, you know, whatever the case is, you are going to have a bad game. Statistics just make it a fact, right? So you really have to have that consistency to put points on the board to cover for you when you eventually do have that bad game. And then you also have to be able to hold on to that mentality so that when you have a bad game, you can recover from it and you don't let it affect your next game.
Wait, so are we talking bad game as in you're low on HP, you got 2 people coming at you and you kind of just get like hardcore pushed by these 2 people? Or are we talking bad game like you're just trying to like go across like a road and then a Justina comes by, hits you with his ult, and then you're frozen and someone else kills you? Like out of just pure luck. You just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
You know, bad games happen for a lot of reasons. Sometimes it's bad luck. You know, sometimes you come in and, you know, you've got to make decisions on the fly, right? I talk about this with teams that I coach and that I do VOD reviews with sometimes, right? You have 3 seconds to act on a shot call, right? So somebody has to make a decision and then your team has to act on it in those 3 seconds. Every second after that 3-second window, that shot call becomes worse and worse and worse, right? As a solo player as well, since we're doing solos today, you know, you don't have anybody else to rely on. You need to make a decision on the fly and you need to stick to your guns, even if it's a bad decision, right? And when you're having to make decisions as quickly as you have to in a game that is so movement oriented like Naraka Bladepoint is, you're not always gonna make the right decision.
Right.
And sometimes a single split-second decision is the difference between you surviving or dying in a game like Naraka Bladepoint. There's so many factors that come in to how a player ends up having a bad game. But statistically, you're going to have those bad games, and you need to plan accordingly in the rest of your games, and you need to play consistently.
Definitely need to, and so far the consistency has definitely been within this map. As so far that middle section of Artesian Grove, Zest Winery, Celestra, Servants Grounds has all been getting hit in that very middle section. I'm curious where the circle's gonna go, because this circle has been very favorited towards Stillside, Sunwing, and maybe a little bit of Celestra. I want to see a Shadow Jade Mine ending. That's what I want to see. I want to see that so badly coming into this, as there's more and more of this stuff happening here. And I just want to be able to come through this patch and be able to go, hey, I want to see this happen, as Wang Liang is going to push on Zin, our winner from last game here. Let's see if Zin is going to be able to keep that same energy coming towards this, and is going to be able to push on this with more and more stuff happening. Love to see it coming in, as it looks like it's going to be featured on other spaces.
Yeah,
looks like Wang Liang in a very bad situation, though. Very dangerously low on HP here. There's going to get absolutely flushed out on the very top of this. We'll see what happens, though, as we look at the leaderboard and we see the total scoreboard. Zhang Yu is up top. As we look at the final sneak peek of the leaderboard, he on with 29.2, 22.2, and a 0.7 points differentiates one fly. And Xin coming into this, as Zhang Yu ends up getting eliminated off of this first one. But so far, Zhang Yu is in the lead, but it really could be taken by the top three, at least minimally, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of what I expected, right? Yiran had a 0-point game last game, and thus he was able to be dethroned. OC's Zhang Yu has just been the most consistent player here today. And at the end of the day, that is what it's all about. I know I'm going to make Twitch chat so sick of hearing that word by the end of the day. But I mean, it really is so important to talk about coming into the beginning of a season like this, right? Like, you have to. You don't want to be somebody who's in, you know, the bottom end, like NPG's Dubai. You know, the solo winners overall from last season, and he's sitting in like 14th place with only 6.7 points put together in 5 games. Like, not where you want to be. Wolves, Kai Bao here going head-to-head with YZG's Dang Liu here. Dang Liu able to get the blue armor swap here. Wolves going to back off. Dang Liu going to dangerously swap for the purple armor that has no armor on it as he goes to look for a reset. But the problem is it leaves him with so much armor he needs to reset. And Kai Bao is more than happy to continue the hunt. As we pop over to EWG's Yiran, who's sitting in second place right now, needs to put some points up on the board after his most inconsistent game yet. Last game, he's very close to that top first place. He's only like 1 or 2 points behind at max. So he can do it still. He just needs to put in the work this game. As we pop over to JDG's Chu Zhang here, who finds GBL Xin and is able to come in and looking to lock Xin down. It doesn't connect, though, with the scale rush, unfortunately. WBG Spider coming in to interrupt, and Spider turns his attention to JDG's Chu Zhang instead of giving chase to GBL Xin. Both of them going to take some big damage and going to be forced to reset here as the other player comes in to continue to give chase to GBL Xin. Both these players getting sent out of it by the third and fourth party here as we pop over to OUG's Luren King, who's on the receiving end of NPG's Dubai. Again, this is a player who's not had the consistency, unfortunately, and now Dubai going to be the one being caught out here by AOW's Mike. Mike also wants to pick up this kill on Luren King and deny it to the likes of Dubai. Mike moving hard and fast here, looking to see if he can pick it up, but needs to be careful as we do still have multiple players coming in. And now Baodao Squongfly, another player who's been extremely consistent today, as well as putting up some big MVPs. Trying to come in, pick up this kill. Luren King, though, quickly on the move, continues to make those grapples happen, and nobody has been able to get into grapple range. Luren King gets a health pot off, but at the cost of AOW's Mike coming in and shredding off what little bit of armor he had left. It is completely sharks in the water, and Luren King is the chum right now, as more than half the lobby gives chase, Dobby.
Chase comes in, though. And you know, Chris, you know they're going to be pushing it as much as possible. You know they're going to be a lot more aggressive, knowing that this is the final game. It's only day one. That's okay. But still, we're going to be passing this up as best as possible. There's still going to be so much as Zhang Yu is going to be absolutely decimating Wang Liang up top here. Oh my goodness. Zhang Yu says, shut down Wang Liang. Let's go. I know you're one of the top contenders, but not today. I am the one that you need to be worried about. Zhang Yu up top, as we said before, with 32 points. He's up top on the lead here. So if he keeps the same momentum, ladies and gentlemen, we might be able to crown our winner here for at least today. The vibes have been very, very high, and we love to see it as it looks like it's only going to be crazier coming with this.
Yeah, we're going to see Yiran pick up a huge parry there onto Huangfly, but now Yiran being chased down here by the likes of Huangfly once again. Both of them going very low. Yiran, our first Tumult we've seen today, going to pop the ult. Go ahead and take a reset here. I actually really like this pick into this lobby of players, right? Yodo able to get through a little bit, make something happen, but a lot of these other characters really don't do well into that prison and that lockdown, and Yiran going to be able to secure himself more blessings as well. I think it's a really smart choice picking Temmie into this matchup here. Yiran turning around with the nunchucks, threatening the space, bound off Huangfly, trying to continue to give chase. Yiran looking to get away here. We're going to see the F come out, but it doesn't connect onto Bao as Bao actually comes down. Huangfly almost connects with it, but thankfully he just gets sent a little bit flying by another hit from another player, and he keeps it alive. Yiran, though, looks to be eliminated here by Kai Bao. Luckily, he's eliminated before Zone 1 completely collapses down, so he does still have that resurrection. We're going to see Nbpl Dubai over here, still looking for their first elimination. Stuck in the zone, forced to use that F to get a little bit of a reset off while everybody zones them off. AOW's Mike coming up, looking to secure a kill into somebody, and it's Baudos Huangfly, who's now on the back foot as the rest of the lobby continues to look for their first elimination here in the 6th and final game. Huangfly going to be forced to also come in the zone to find just enough breathing room to get a reset.
Reset comes in, though, as it looks like Spider is not trying to make Hang reset, as it looks like the pair is going to come in. Beautiful timing, though, is going to be able to do a beautiful shutdown, though. Hang, just in time, is going to have that space to be able to do that shutdown here. Does a pretty good job of it. Full shield coming in from Hang. Plays it as best as possible, though. F3 comes through from Spider. Spider trying to play this off as much as possible, though. The bow shots comes through. Trying to see if maybe he can differentiate it, but no. Looks like they're going to go back and go for a quick retake here. Justina's going to play this really, really aggressive, though, as Hang is going to try to keep the same momentum coming into this. Goes for an insane freeze. The right click comes in, and the Yoda-Hime comes out. Trying to see if maybe he can wait for it. The timing, though, just to try to see if maybe the hit might work. He hits it for the first one. The question is, can he hit it again? He's going to joke for the triple. He's able to hit at least one out of those three, though, and he gets tanked dangerously very, very low. Oh, my goodness, the right click coming in from Katana is so low on each side. It literally could be anybody's game if the shots ring out. The grapple comes in. He's not even going to be even more patient for it. Spider has to be very careful here. This could be either his elimination or he could be eliminated here, as Hang is going to be able to back out of this and force the reset. Unbelievable. The trade coming in. Wow. Why are we even leaving? I want to know if they keep fighting. As AOW's Mike looks like he's getting absolutely decimated by Dubai. Dubai is now, oh my goodness. This Luren King is actually going to snatch away that elimination from Dubai. Luren said, nah, this is mine. I got eliminated by him a couple times. Now time for some payback. You love to see it as he's actually going to push in. Dubai is not going to let this one go, as H-Fly is going to push in. Dubai still wants to be able to keep this fight momentum going. H-Fly all the way full HP on each side here. And it looks like Dubai has to be able to keep healing, though. Not looking good, though. H-Fly is not going to let this go. Luren King is dangerously nearby as well. Could also be able to catch this. He's been catching every single grapple coming in. Beautiful drop. Bow coming in from Huangfly. Dubai is going to be able to keep the same momentum pushing in. Not going to let this go, though. Is going to be able to dive in on each side. The maneuvers right through this building have been absolutely immaculate, as H-Fly is going to be able to do this. Hit the bell from H-Fly. Dubai backing out as fast as possible. He went from one, now it's multiplied to two characters. Two people are now going to start chasing on him. And Dubai ends up going so far down low, he might be able to actually escape this, but it doesn't look like it is. No, as both Luren King and another player is going to be dangerously close nearby. They're going to want to go for this fight here. They're not going to let this one fly, as they're both going to be keep patching this one down back and forth here, as it looks like it's going to be insane from each side here. We'd love to see it.
GBL's in here, going to be forced to use that frost score here as they are engaged with JDG's Chu Zhang here, sorry, coming in with the dagger. Both of them with a couple of clanks here, going relatively low. GBL Zin and Chu Zhang here, both going to go for a little bit of a reset, get some armor back up. JDG on the receiving end of a little bit of pain, but so is GBL Zin, who's also being shot in the back. Both of them going to go very low. Jin going to be forced to freeze up here as GG Shaw comes in, as well as Wolves. Kai Bao Both of them going to go very low as the fourth and the fifth party come in. Sorry, third and fourth party come in. And now JDG's Chu Zhang here going to use the ult to get some distance, and GG Shaw going to break off to chase that one while Kai Bao chases the other player. A little bit of a gentleman's agreement. I'll take this one, you take that one here from GG Shaw and Wolves. Kai Bao and Shaw looks like they're going to be able to secure their kill here. They only need one more hit. They are going to be able to connect, but the frost core comes out. Shaw going to continue to threaten the space here with that charged left click. Knows that's all they need. They get a little bit of a reset there, but it's not going to be enough. As Shaw going to come in, connects. He just needs one more hit, and there it is. GG Shaw going to pick up their kill onto JDG's Chu Zhang.
That's crazy coming in. You love to see it as they look like they're going to be able to bounce this off back and forth here. Love the timing and the space coming into this as it's only going to get more and more crazier. That's crazy coming into each space here. You love to see it as the spaces actually come in. It's only going to get crazier though. And now we are back at it again. Looks like we're going to be able to come back in. This is Kai and Shaw and GG Shaw. Looks like they're going to be back in it. Trying to keep this momentum happening, though. They're not going to be able to keep this together, though, as it looks like they're going to be coming back and forth from this. You love to see it, though.
Yeah, GG Shaw holding on tight here as they move across the map after getting a little bit of reset, but GBL's in more than happy to hold them to the edge of the zone. They're gonna be forced to back off, and Wolves Kai Bao still waiting for Shaw to come out and see if he can make something happen on that. J Team's Action over here looking to make something happen here, gets a parry onto EWG's Yiran in the air. Yiran is going to be eliminated, unfortunately for them. That is their dreams of walking away in first place overall here today. But they've got to be really proud of how consistently they played here in solos, and the fact that they probably are going to be walking away in second place. Just depends on how well some of these other players perform. Still, a great performance from EWG's Yiran today. He quite literally found himself caught out between a rock and a hard place. And who would have guessed that J-Team's Action, while falling in air, would have caught a parry onto them? As we see YZG's, Ding Liu here trying to get this purple armor, is able to secure it, but JDG's Chu Zhang waiting in the wings. Ding Liu gonna go ahead and shield up here as they find an opportunity. We take a look at the leaderboard here for game number 6, and we have a 4-way tie between OC's Zhang Yu, Wolves, Kai Bao, OUG's Luren King, and NPD's Dubai.
Dubai has been able to play this off as best as possible here. Let's see if they keep that same momentum going, as it looks like they're both going to be pushing forward towards this. Looks like it's only going to be more interesting, as it looks like we're going to be able to patch this. And it looks like here we go as One Fly nearby. Looks like he still wants to be able to catch this next fight, though, as Zin is going to be nearby as well. And LXY, Luren King also close by as well, and so is Spider. Everybody is slowly closing in towards the circle, and we're only in circle 3 here, as everybody has a shared amount of eliminations with 2, and then there's some that have 1. So let's see what happens, though, as we're going to be able to pop this in. Kind of all over the place so far, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like there's going to be more of it coming through, as it looks like they will be able to patch this in more and more, though. Still trying to see what's going on. Doesn't necessarily know if they really want to push, though. A lot of hesitancy coming in from a lot of these kills right now.
Yeah, GBL's Action here backing off just a little bit. And it's 12 players left alive as Zone 3 collapses onto Zone 4. And everybody moving up here to even tide temple. Lots of little places to hide, lots of crevices to move around. You can easily catch that movement as we check in on WBG Spider here, using that dagger to move around. Dagger, the favored weapon here today in solos, quite honestly. Using that movement and that strong charged right click, as well as the charged left click, to be able to punish Justine. As we've seen time and time again, Justina's used that frost core, and a well-placed charged left click out of the dagger is able to catch them as they tap dodge away from that ice core. So very much a favored weapon to be able to deal with Justina's here into the late game. OC Zhang Yu here with the nunchucks, speaking of which, playing Justina. Zhang Yu been very, very consistent here today, and I love to see it. Zhang Yu, of course, one of me and Dobby's favorites from last season after a massive clutch in the end where literally 2 clanks would have been all it would have taken to end Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu, against all odds, comes back to win the entire lobby. As we go back to WBG Spider, who finds himself on fire, and on the receiving end of some pains from Wolves, Kai Bao, literally 1 HP in a dream, but it's Q9's LXY who catches it with a bow shot. Wolves, Kai Bao is not happy about that at all, Dobby.
Yeah, I wouldn't be realistically either, though. Especially coming into this with more and more of that spacing happening, though. It looks like it's going to be only more and more of it coming into this. As it looks like GG Shaw is going to be able to play this as best as possible. As it looks like GG Shaw is going to be able to try to patch this off as best as possible. Does a pretty decent job of it. But let's see what happens, though. Looks like Zhang Yu looks like he's going to get patched. He looks like he's going to get pushed on by Zin, but Zin has that Flamebringer, which made Zin actually think a little bit differently. Like, I don't really want to fight this now. As a cannon shot comes in out of nowhere. Zhang Yu, no shield. He's going to have to back out of this and play this smart. He is our top leaderboard, so he does have to stay alive as long as possible. He cannot afford to lose within this last game here. As it looks like we're going to be going back up towards that top of that order here, and definitely have to play this smart and have to be very, very careful, though, coming into this. Looks like the pacing and the spacing comes into this as it looks like it's going to be able to patch this up. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Zhang Yu here really sitting pretty, though, with that legendary armor, the legendary flame breath. But J-Team's action coming in. Zhang Yu going to be forced to use the ice core here. In a really good position, though. That verticality buys him quite a bit of positional advantage in terms of getting away off of that ice core. We see a lot of bow shots, cannon shots come out now. It's Luren King coming in with a cannon. This is a dangerous position to be in for Zhang Yu. Luren King has stolen multiple kills with the cannon here today, and is fairly accurate with it, especially when they have the Meteor Soul Jade like they do right now. Luren King trying to make it happen, and they are able to pick up the kill onto OC Zhang Yu. Luren King picking up their 3rd elimination here in game number 6. 10 players left alive in zone 4. Collapses on to zone 5. Q9's LXY thinking about going back to the zone, picking up something off of Zhang Yu there, but thinks better of it. Moves to reposition, find a better position for themselves. J-Team's action here, holding on to the little bit of position that they've put together for themselves. Things going a little quiet here. We're gonna see the Flame Breath come out just to buy himself some space, kind of push some of these other players off. We're gonna see Wolves, Kai Bao moving away, Baoda's Huangfly also moving away. J-Team's action gonna burn a full pot here just for a little tickle of HP shield back there. NPGs do buy one of those players who's been very, very inconsistent today, which is very surprising considering they were the overall champion for last season's grand finals for solos. NPGs do buy, again, lockdown in the corner here, but thankfully able to use that F2 to take control of the neutral, keep themselves in it. They do have those nunchucks. They can threaten the space with the full charge meter there. Things really quieting down here as we move towards the end of the game. Everybody just trying to hold on for as much positional advantage as they can get in terms of placement. There's 10 players left alive. You do not want to be the next person eliminated here because you're not going to get that multiplier, and you really need it here into our 6th and final game of the day, Dobby.
Well, absolutely. Definitely have to keep that momentum for the rest of the game, but also has to kind of go, hey, this is something where you have to be able to patch this in. Is it worth it? Is it better? I don't necessarily know, but we'll see what happens once we look forward to the rest of this, though. And it's only going to get more and more crazier. And now we're going to be able to look at this in different ways here. It looks like Dubai is going to be caught inside this corner here. It doesn't really look good for him. Looks like Zin is going to be on this outskirts, though. He's going to be playing this off as best as possible. Doing a pretty decent job of it so far here and just being able to figure this out. You love to see it as more and more of this has been able to patch this in, but hey, let's figure out what's next, though. Love to see it coming into this as now it's only more of it's going to be able to piece out. And it looks like now coming into this with more and more as hang up top, trying to see if maybe they can figure this out. And now, Ding, rotating out, trying not to get caught. Heals up, all the way up to 100 HP. Gonna try to see if maybe he can find his other space here. But ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our final 10. Cannon shots ring out. Is able to get the first impact, though, from Luren. Luren feeling good. As GG Shaw looks like he's gonna be rotating. He's gonna have to get towards one of those safe spaces. Ends up getting that shield and then ends up topping off. Plays that well. The aggressiveness coming in from Dubai. Dubai trying to see if they can make something happen. Luren, a lot of people just waiting this out. This is where things are going to get super interesting here. Let's see if they can keep this going, though.
Yeah, Luren King going top side here. Again, 10 players still left alive. Zone 6 is going to collapse onto Zone 7 in the next 50 seconds. And a lot of these players are going to be forced to fight one another. Right now, everyone's just trying to find a space to call their own. Again, nobody wants to be eliminated right now. This is the 6th and final game. It's your last time to be able to put points up on the board until the next solos comes up. And if you're in the group that doesn't play in the next solos, it's going to be quite a while before you get to come back and play and put some points up on the board. So you really want to cement yourself as many points as possible here today so that you can hold on to some sort of position. So nobody wants to be the next one eliminated. GG Shaw looks like they might be the next one eliminated, though, as they go super low and they're caught out by multiple players, including J-Team's Action. We're going to see the Flame Breath come out. Shaw is going to go extremely low here, forced to go airborne with the Yoda Hime ultimate. The problem is all they're doing is making themselves visible to everybody who's sitting up top. GG Shaw going to be eliminated here by Wolves. Kai Bao returning the favor for earlier. Wolves more than happy to pick themselves up an elimination after having one stolen out from underneath them. Now down to the top 9, and unfortunately, all these players didn't want to be the next one eliminated, and it was GG Shaw who was the one eliminated in that 10th place. We are Zone 6 collapsing onto Zone 7 with 9 players still left alive. This is exactly like game number 2. Much different situation, though. A lot of different little verticality spaces to hide out here in these players. They've got trees, they've got the side of the cliff, they've got the opposite side of the cliff where there's actually a flat space where you can fight people, and it's not just straight verticality. All these players looking to hold on for dear life, and you know these Yodos are going to come in and have some really big impact into this final circle as long as they can hold on. NPG's Dubai, the defending champion from Season 1, struggling as they get caught up. But it's JDG's Chu Zhang, who is clearly going to be the next eliminated, as they are quite literally on fire. 1 HP in a dream being chased here. OUG's Luren King trying to lock them down. Nobody able to secure that kill just yet. He finds a little bit of space, but Wolves, Kai Bao coming in. He does get a single pot off, still holding on for dear life as J-Team's Action gives chase, continues to just breathe fire down the neck of the lobby. Action holding on with 1 elimination. JDG's Chu Zhang, though, gets set on fire while he's in the ice form, and it's OUG's Luren King who secures the kill.
Luren King securing these kills, going back and forth, been doing a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they can keep that momentum for the rest of it. It looks like now he's going to be able to patch this in more and more. Looks like Exin just trying to see if they can balance this out just as well as possible. And it looks like it's going to be all over the place. It looks like now, ladies and gentlemen, the things are only getting more and more tighter within this circle here, and it looks like the Flamebringer is finally going to start coming out. Flames coming in, H-Fly trying to see if he can balance it at the very bottom. Ding Lu also in the very same situation, though. Flamebringer trying to take control of this lobby, but ladies and gentlemen, here we go. As the tightening circle starts to happen, so many Flamebringers start to happen. So much of it is starting to go down, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies, we're about to go airborne. The first Yoda Hime starts to create some form of impact. Whole lot of damage coming in from everybody. Ding Liu trying to see if he can catch anything. Somebody was able to get the full switch. Xin is able to get elimination. H-Fly is able to get 2. Xin is able to get 3, 4. Alex Y is able to catch 1. Alex Y ends up getting eliminated, and so does Xin from the circle. I actually don't know how that ended. There was so much that was going on here, but it looks like Luren King is able to shut it down as our 6th and final winner for our solos today for day 1 of solos for Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Unbelievable. There was so much happening, and even with all of those Yoda Hime ults, still was able to patch this and did a pretty good job throughout the rest of the end of that fight.
Yeah, Luren King really just played that consistently well. He had control of the zone for most of the final fight, and even into that final zone, all of those ults, he just stayed calm, made it happen, said, look, I'm going to play this one out. This one's mine, and love to see it coming out of Luren King. Luren King, one of those players in Season 1 we really thought was going to pop off hard. They had some really big, hard-hitting moments, but they didn't quite lock it down as much as we would have liked to see. So nice to see them coming back this season, making something happen. This is a pop-off moment for them, but they need to keep the consistency coming. Unfortunately, it's a little late in the day for them to have a pop-off game and it mean a whole lot. Don't get me wrong. The points they secured, huge help. They need to come back on their next day, and they really need to perform coming into that next day because they've got it to do. This is a good start for them. They need to go, relax, come back into the next day, and really pop off and keep the consistency going. But I mean, man, this was a super tight game. Not a ton of eliminations per person, and this is kind of what we expected to see coming out of the first season of NBPL, right? The average most kills in a lobby in solos is 5, pretty much in the pro league. That's kind of the range you expect. More than that is kind of nutty, right? And we saw it here today. Most of the eliminations were in that 3 to 4 range in the top end. The average of the lobby was 2. Not a super ton of points. And solos is, again, the consistency is even more important. It's not like trios where every team has 3 players and you can pop off super hard to the point that you're like 12 kills ahead of second place when you finish in first place. When you finish in first place here, you're 1, maybe 2 kills ahead. Sometimes you're not even kills ahead. You're a kill behind, and just the placement points edge you out into that MVP status, right? Right. It always comes down super tight. This last game, very tight. I can't wait to see the overall leaderboard. A lot of our players that were at the top actually got eliminated early. Like Yi-Ron was fighting to try to take back first place, was one of the players eliminated early. Here's the leaderboard for this specific game. OEG's Luren King with 4 kills, 6.4 points after the multiplier, 4 ranking points because he was in first place. So he puts up 10.4, tied for most points in a single game, I do believe today, or tied for second place. I think there was one 11-point game. GBL Zin going to be taking second place. Zin was already sitting in top 3 in the overall standings, so this is great for him. He's going to walk away with 7.8 points. Q9's LXY going to walk away with 5. Wolves Kaibao putting up 4.4, a much better game from him this game. But if we look here, EWG's Yi-Ron, once again, a 0-point game this time around. J-Team's Action, only 2 kills, 3.6 points. At least he's still towards that top. EWG, Yi-Ron, man, played so consistently his first 4 games. He really, really needs to bring that consistency back coming into his next day.
He has to be able to keep that same momentum coming in back and forth, though. But Zin with 7.8, LXY with 5. I mean, LXY, very rare name that we haven't actually seen within our top 3. Obviously doing a fantastic job of at least trying to get something within the leaderboards here. And it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, he was able to do it. Did a good job being able to patch that in, not only in, but also down too, as we work towards what's next. And man, Luren King, Meteor, Katana Sap, Advanced Heal Alchemy, and Attack and Melee Resist Soul J. Did a very, very good job of that.
You can say Meteor again, because he meteored his way to the top of this lobby here, Tommy. Absolutely skyrocketed. You know, Luren King today has been so consistent with the cannon. I'm very used to seeing players snipe kills with a bow, right? It's always like a bow or a musket shot from like downtown. Luren King today has been like, I don't need something that's pinpoint accurate. We'll shoot a cannon from halfway across the map and be like, dunk, just lands the bucket, doesn't care, throws it up and over, and he's like, there's the 3-pointer, douche. All day today, he's been doing that. We saw him do it again today. We saw him do it in this last match. He did it to Wolves Kaibao, right? We all thought Kaibao was going to get that kill, and all of a sudden, dink, little cannon shot comes down from over top. And then again, he did it onto Zhang Yu too. He pummeled Zhang Yu, and everybody was chasing him. And then he said, all right, I put in the work with the cannon. Let me get in close, secures the kill onto Zhang Yu with that as well. You just got to love to see it, right? It's not something you see. You don't see people still kills with cannons. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's still able to create that damage though, and sometimes that's really all you need, because in these situations, it's better to deal the damage, and if they're low, you might be able to get something going for that, and it looks like it's even better than that to be able to do that in that situation with those cannons. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely. But we're gonna throw it over to Jaeger to find out how our players are feeling here before we come back and take a look at the final leaderboard.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and we are very glad to invite Xiangyu to our interview room. So let him say hello to our audience. Hi 翔宇，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OC 的翔宇。
Okay, 再次欢迎你。So congratulations that you got the highest score today in the solo game. And in the latest pictures, we see that we have the new hero, which is Nbpl. And I would like to know, for the skill and ultimate, do you have any skill can share with us? Like when we can use the ultimate in the final circle? 那我们在最新的版本当中，其实看到我们的新英雄登场了。想问一下，在英雄的这个技能和他的大招使用上面，有没有什么技巧可以跟我们分享呢？
Nbpl这个英雄主要是他的技能比较容易跑，就是打架的时候没血的话，他可以一直跑，然后把状态恢复之后再去打，这是他的优势。
Okay, so I think Nbpl, his skill is very strong because he can escape from the opponent, and if he is not healthy, and he can escape from the opponent, and then he can survive. Okay, so I would like to know, we saw several games, we saw like Yudu and Nbpl, they are in the final circle. So I would like to know how you comment on these two heroes ultimate, who is stronger in the final circle. 那我们今天也在好几把比赛当中看到决赛圈其实是一个妖刀姬和Nbpl的一个互相的博弈。特别想问一下，你觉得在决赛圈的话，两个英雄哪一个大招更强呢？
妖刀姬的话，大招要比Nbpl强一点，但是Nbpl决赛圈也挺厉害的，他决赛圈没血的话，可以利用大招，然后回复一下自己的血量，然后把自己的血量保持得很健康。
Okay, so in the final circle, actually, I think Yudu's ultimate is stronger than Nbpl's ultimate. But however, I think Nbpl's ultimate is also very strong. It's like when you are unhealthy and you can heal yourself, and you can continue the gaming. Okay, so I also saw that in the solo game, your guys' like escape is very flexible, and I would like to know, do you have any skill can share with us when you are escape from the opponent's chasing? 那我们也看到，其实单排选手的一个身法是非常强的。特别想问一下翔宇啊，有没有技巧可以跟我们分享？就是在敌人追击你的时候，你要怎么逃脱呢？
被敌人追，然后多利用自己的臂击和捏蓄力，然后不要让对方勾到你的僵直或者打到你的僵直，然后一直臂击跑路就可以了。
Okay, so actually I think in the solo game, when we want to escape from the opponent, we will use the wall attack and the blue focus attack, and we avoid attacked by the opponent, then you can escape, and that's why solo game players are very flexible. Okay, 谢谢翔宇接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你。Thank you, 翔宇 for today's interview, and we will give the picture back to the caster.
Gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. OC's Zhang Yu coming into this season and bringing the consistency. I love to see that from a player who really had one of the best shining moments last season. We're going to take a look at the overall leaderboards here. Up in 9th place, we've got Wolves Kai Bao with 16.9, JDG's Q Zhang just behind him in 16.8. Unfortunate to see NPG's Dubai, our winner from last season's solos, sitting all the way in 13th place with only 10.5 points. But now, taking a look at here we go. Again, that consistency really is king. Look, he did not have a single game that was 10 points. But because he consistently put points on the board, it's going to come down to Zhang Yu in first place here with 33.2 points. EWG's Yi Ron didn't get dethroned from second place, able to hold on even after 2 0-point games because he did have 2 very big games, which was able to secure him 29.2 points. And GBL Zin, defending world champ, up in third place where we like to see him. Again, he was able to work on some problems from that first season, able to come in and adjust to playing a more seasonal thing like this. This is, I love to see this though, Dobby. Huangfly in fourth place right now.
Huangfly really doing a good job here with the 26.2, but also less than 0.3 points differentiates him getting fourth from third. That just lets you know how good a Huangfly is. Being able to get that going, he was able to make that look nice and was able to patch that and do a really, really good job of that. So well done, Huangfly, being able to get at least top 5. Xin with top 5 with 25.8. Doing really well for his team with J-Team. Really able to patch it up the best that he can, even with some games where it just wasn't his opportunity. He still was able to flush it out as best as possible and still look good while doing it.
Yeah, I do believe he has the overall most points in a single game today as well. In game 2, he walked away with 11 points. I think the next 2 biggest games were 10.4 total each. Yiran walked away with a 10.4, and OUG in this last game walked away with a 10.4. And that 10.4 really helped him as it skyrocketed him all the way to 6th place with 22.3 points. WBG Spider, somebody who looked really strong every single time we popped over to him, but unfortunately wasn't able to put points on the board for 3 of his games. Walked away with 1.1, and 1.1 respectively. Spider, really an interesting new player. I think if he can work on his consistency, he'll be doing well. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's not going to be me and Dobby here. You're going to be joined by the lovely Got Moxie and as well as our boy Hip Rain for 6 trios games. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow at the same time so you're catching all of that Naraka Blade point action. Likewise, if you want to stay up to date, make sure you go over to twitter.com/Naraka Esports. Yes, you get a little bit of information on the official Naraka Twitter, but you really need to be following at Naraka Esports if you want all of that esports action, if you want to see all of the scoreboards, if you want to be able to go back and watch the highlights, if you want the most up-to-date, accurate information on the esports, it's twitter.com/Naraka Esports if you want to get that information. Likewise, you can go over and make sure you can follow me and Dobby Air. Of course, I'm over at twitter.com/RoomKeeperTV and Dobby Air over at twitter.com/official Dobby Air. We also post up-to-date, accurate information as well because we're right here. We're doing it with you, ladies and gentlemen. We're bringing you that action every single week, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. So make sure you go give us a follow over there as well. Man, what a day one, Dobby.
Yeah, day one was pretty interesting for the first couple of games, and knowing, like we said before, whole lot going on from just a lot of the insane plays that's been happening so far. Like I said, they did a pretty good job of a lot of things happening, but at the same time, it's like, all right, let's see where these next games go. Like you said, consistency is going to be very, very important for these next couple of months. Let's keep things going. And as consistency goes, consistency also ends for us. And we'll see you guys the next time tomorrow. Like we said, trios, same time as always. Naraka season 2, different place, different time, same old clutches. See you next week or tomorrow.
Nut.
肩膀一杠克刚，伤口绽放也要绽放。展出你的不朽荣光，黑暗中剑拔弩张，挥击所有不堪的伤，隐藏着无从抵挡，刀刃不过万人抵挡。一肩膀一杠克刚，伤口绽放也要绽放。